Chapter 3376. Come here, you fool. I'll cover you. With the sudden appearance of Yi Xian, the entire void was in an uproar, both inside and outside the array. Inside the space trap array, the faces of nearly 1,000 starry sky powerhouses were all black, especially the dozen or so powerful elders from the Federation of the Second Universe who had been laughing strangely and tormenting Unfettered Z just a second ago. Looking at the mental expressions of these guys, Unfettered Z felt comfortable all over, as if all the pain from before had disappeared in the blink of an eye. His head, which was almost swollen like a pig's head, was no longer painful. He raised his head and laughed, and even let out a mocking sound. This was clearly exposing the scars and then sprinkling salt on the wound. The nearly 1,000 starry sky powerhouses in the array were all angry from embarrassment and glared at him. On the contrary, the dozen or so elders from the Federation of the Second Universe, whose faces were even uglier, immediately abandoned Unfettered Z, turned around, and rushed toward the void where Yi Xian was. At the same time they were shouting and roaring endlessly. Ah! Old guys from the War Clan, immediately withdraw the array, at least open a few passages and let us out. That's right, immediately, we can't let this boy escape. This old man must skin him alive. Open the array passage, quick. Ah, this old man is so angry. In fact, there was no need for them to remind him. Before these furious roars and shouts could fade away, the elder of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, Zhang, had already controlled the array and opened a few space passages. At this time Zhang's face was so black that it was almost dripping water, but his heart was really bleeding, dripping non-stop. It was too painful. This space trap array had consumed a lot of strategic resources and materials of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, but in the end it had such a result. It didn't have the slightest effect, and in the end, it was still easy for the other party to slip out without anyone noticing. Could it be that the other party deliberately appeared? They were afraid that the other party was still messing around after he had gone far away. Although this kind of void trap array was powerful, it was a one-time use. All the materials and treasures used to set up the array were consumables. Once the array was removed, it would be completely wasted. There was no possibility of even retrieving it. In short, the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had suffered great losses this time. Moreover, they would be ridiculed afterwards. They had mobilized so many people to come up with a great formation, yet in the end it was completely useless, becoming a laughingstock. In addition, the ancestor of heaven and earth, Zhan Tu, who could return at any time, would definitely not give up. No matter what the result was, this matter would be settled. Zhan Yi was the first to bear the brunt, and the punishment he would bear was simply unavoidable. He could not even think of an excuse to get out of it. When he thought of this, he even had the urge to kill Gong Wuxin and Wu Chenzi on the spot. Unfortunately, even though his Heaven Battle Emperor clan had also sent their young geniuses into the giant star cauldron, none of them had come out yet. They had already died in the cauldron, slapped to death by Yi Xian. Otherwise, those fellows would definitely be reduced to punching bags at this time, and would be beaten up badly by Zhan Yi. Now, as Yi Xian took the initiative to appear, and after Zhan Yi of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan opened several passages of the array, he also issued an order to the experts of the Heaven Battle Empire who were guarding all the nodes of the array to withdraw the array and attack. The entire void enveloped by the void trap array instantly flashed with a large amount of brilliance. The nodes of the array that had been hidden before appeared one after another. A large number of experts of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan were originally sitting cross-legged in various parts of the void, guarding the nodes, ignoring everything in the outside world. But now all of them stood up with gloomy faces. They all took out their magic weapons, and the crowd rushed toward Yi Xian in an overwhelming manner. In addition, a large number of experts from the top sects and forces in the surrounding void also rushed over, including the position occupied by the Second Universe's allied forces. A large number of warships, space fortresses, and small fortresses around directly turned their cannon muzzles and locked onto the corner of the void where Yi Xian appeared, ready to bombard at any time if necessary. As for the nearly 1,000 experts of the starry sky inside the void trap array at this moment, when they saw that the entire array had been withdrawn, they naturally did not stay any longer. They followed closely behind the more than a dozen elders from the Second Universe's Federation, spread out their formation with great tacit understanding, and also surrounded Yi Xian for a time. The entire void seemed to move. Thousands of experts of the starry sky all took out their magic weapons and rushed over in an overwhelming manner. A little further away, fleets from different forces, sects, and top families of all kinds of warships and fortresses, as many as thousands of them, all locked onto Yixian. Such a battle array was too amazing, and it was rare to see such a scene in many years. Many young experts had already been shocked to the point of being dumbfounded, and their legs were a little weak. However, some of the experts of the older generation sighed with emotion. Young Master Linghu was really heaven-defying. Even if he fell here today, his name would be known throughout the universe. He should be proud of himself for being able to stir up such a degree of wind and cloud with his own strength. Only the person involved, the core focus of the entire void, Yixian, completely ignored all of this. He turned his head and swept his gaze over the void that was previously shrouded and sealed by the void trap array as if nothing had happened. He grinned at Xiaoyaozi, whose head was swollen like a pig's head. He said jokingly, "Buddy, you're still alive? That's good. Come to my bowl. This young master will protect you." "Bah, do I need you to protect me? Aren't you just coveting my treasures?" Looking at Yixian's infuriating look, Xiaoyaozi suddenly became angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry, this venerable is a man of his word. I'm not the kind of person who goes back on his word. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. What do you want? Pick it yourself." These words were said clearly, but Yixian didn't care. He curled his lips and immediately issued a command to the system to determine what the spoils of war were. This guy was just putting on an act. With the system in both of their bodies, even if he didn't want to admit it, how could it be possible? Soon the familiar system prompt sounded in Yixian's mind. He had already chosen the exchange item in advance. It immediately appeared in Yixian's body, and was directly thrown into his undying world. Then the angry roars of the dozen or so elders from the Federation of the Second Universe resounded. "Little bastard. You actually dare to bet with others. What do you take us for? Too arrogant. You make people's hair stand on end. Today we must kill you. All warships, immediately activate the space oscillators and operate them at full capacity. This kid's small private warship is also quite extraordinary. It's a quasi-starry sky treasure, so its speed must be astonishing. We can't let him take out his warship and escape." Following these angry roars, a large number of warships, fortresses, and small fortresses that were eyeing the void covetously activated their space oscillators. In an instant, the void that was surrounded by thousands of large and small warships buzzed and was trapped. Chapter 3377. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio. The first battle in the Fortress of Life. Wang. Soon as the large number of battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses in the surrounding void all activated their space oscillators, the large void that was surrounded by thousands of battleships of various sizes hummed and was trapped. Yixian's figure suddenly staggered as his extreme speed was restricted. It was as if he had fallen into an extremely stagnant quagmire. Yixian was very familiar with the space oscillators, but he had never seen such a scene where thousands of battleships and fortresses of various types had activated their space oscillators at the same time. This was definitely a big deal. Under such a terrifying vibration, the void that was surrounded by thousands of battleships and fortresses was on the verge of collapsing. For example, teleportation, and the like could no longer be carried out. Not only were individual actions restricted, but the same was true for the battleships and fortresses. Even navigation became extremely difficult, like a small boat bobbing up and down on the raging waves, which could capsize at any time. Not only that, but even the starry sky masters were greatly hindered in this extremely vibrating void, and could no longer use their extreme speed. But Yixian did not panic at all, because if he wanted to leave, he could leave at any time. The devouring system was indeed powerful enough. Even in this environment, the universal coordinate jump ability was still not affected. He could leave this place with just a thought and go to the black hole of life in the first universe, or the Death Star vortex in the third universe. After consulting the system and confirming this, Yixian immediately felt confident. Facing the thousands of battleships and fortresses in the void, as well as the starry sky masters of various forces and sects, who were roaring towards him, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he sneered. Do you think you can trap this young master like this? Even the space trapping array that those idiots of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan spent so much effort to set up did not work. Just the space oscillators activated by thousands of battleships and fortresses, how effective do you think they can be? Coldly glancing at the large number of starry sky masters roaring towards him, Yixian suddenly waved his hand as he spoke. You all know very well why today's matter has come to this. This young master is not a persimmon that anyone can bully. I took the initiative to appear here for revenge. I must beat all of you until you're scared, otherwise won't the same thing happen again? This young master does not have that much time for you all. Are you ready? Let's begin the magnificent show. Kacha. Kacha. Kachacha kacha. As Kacha Kacha Studio Studio. Kacha Studio Studio. Kacha Studio Studio Kacha Studio 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 N. Such an environment where the entire void was affected by a large number of space oscillators. Even the concealment arrays of the battleships and fortresses could not function normally and would reveal themselves. Even some of the concealment secret techniques of starry sky powerhouses would be affected in this environment, but there was no need to worry about Yixian's perfect oscillation secret technique. The so-called perfect oscillation was only the name of this secret technique, and it was enough to explain the problem. What it pursued was a perfect mental power oscillation effect. Whether the effect was strong or weak was only related to one's mental power level, and it would not be restricted by any external factors. In the past, when Yixian's mental power was only at level 6, he would have been exposed when facing a Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse who was in the 10th realm. But now, Yixian's mental power had reached level 7, and his cultivation was far from what it used to be. He had reached the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven rank 1. In such a situation, once Yixian fully unleashed his perfect oscillation secret technique, only a universe realm expert of the 15th realm would be able to see through it. Even a cosmic realm expert of the 14th realm would find it difficult to do so. Among the large number of starry sky powerhouses roaring in from all around the void, the strongest were only a few elders from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation. Their cultivations were in the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. In the face of Yixian, who was in the Grotto Heaven realm and had level 7 mental power, even the strongest elders from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation present could not see through his traces. At this moment, as Yixian's figure completely disappeared, not even the slightest bit of his aura was revealed. Suddenly, the crisp sound of lightning crackling came from the air. Spiritual thunder technique. One could only hear the sound but not see the form. There were at least 2,000 or 3,000 powerhouses roaring in from all around the void. Among them, the powerhouses from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation were the fastest. Because they had moved first, they were the closest to Yixian at this moment. The tens of spiritual thunderbolts almost all landed on the bodies of these non-humankind elders and smashed right into their heads. Awr! Awoo! Little bastard, where is he? This old man will skin him alive. Ouch, my head. Come out. Come out immediately. Come out and die. Little bastard, you hit this old man's back. I'm going to kill you. Awoo. The situation was in chaos in an instant. The 2,000 or 3,000 powerhouses swarmed in from all around, but Yixian's figure had completely disappeared. He had used his perfect oscillation secret technique to conceal all his aura. Perhaps at this moment he was following behind some starry sky powerhouse and making a sneak attack, but no one could detect any trace of him. On the other hand, the spiritual thunder techniques rained down from the sky one after another. The crackling sounds never stopped, ringing in everyone's ears. Every time a crackling sound rang out, it would be followed by a shrill howl of agony. This was the reaction of some unlucky person who had been struck by the invisible spiritual lightning. Even the dozen Void Realm and Genesis Realm old monsters from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation were not spared. They were even the focus of Yixian's attention. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, each of them had been struck by more than a dozen spiritual thunder techniques. Although they were not injured, they were tormented until they were battered and exhausted. The dozen or so old men had cursed the most fiercely and shouted the most fiercely. Now they were also the ones who had been struck the most miserably by the spiritual thunder techniques. Their hair was all standing on end, and their faces were incomparably dark, as if they had just smeared some ash from the bottom of a pot. Wah! Damn it! Little bastard, you deserve to die. Come out. Come out immediately for this old man. Little bastard, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve other than scheming and sneaking around? If you have the skills, come out and fight fair and square. The dozen or so old men roared like thunder, on the verge of going berserk. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian's voice suddenly sounded from the distance. Who said that this young master only knows how to hide his head and reveal his tail? Humph, you dozen or so Void Realm and Genesis Realm old monsters are leading 2,000 or 3,000 Starry Sky powerhouses to besiege this father, and you still have the nerve to say something like fair and square. Don't you feel ashamed? But this young master doesn't care. Isn't it just a fair and square fight? We've already fought just now, so let's fight right now. I hope you don't run away. Chapter 3378. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Dragon War. In the Starfield, 2,000 to 3,000 Starfield Masters were a dark mass. No matter how strong Yi Xian's mind was, it was impossible for him to attack all of them at once. If he did, his mind would be exhausted and his brain would explode. Therefore, after torturing one of the main targets, Yi Xian, who'd concealed his aura, immediately took advantage of the chaos to slip out of the crowd. He even arrived outside the encirclement of the 1,000+ battleships and fortresses that were circling in the air. Only then did he reveal himself and shout at the Starry Sky Masters, who were still in a state of chaos from a certain distance away. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand and activated the small life fortress, Long Yi Xian. This was the first battle of Long Yi Xian. Today, Dragon War in the Starfield. Long Yi Xian's current Long Yi Xian was completely different from before. The diameter of the ship had reached 50,000 meters. Although it was not a real space fortress, it had reached the standard of a small fortress and could be considered a giant warship. This was the result of Yi Xian's explicit restriction. Otherwise, Long Yi Xian's current Long Yi Xian might have been even more terrifying. It was not impossible for it to reach the size of a 100,000-meter long space fortress. The reason why he had limited Long Yi Xian's current diameter to 50,000 meters was that he wanted to use more of the worldworm's self-derived molecules to improve the warship's performance as much as possible. Yi Xian was quite satisfied with the result. It even exceeded his expectations. As for how powerful the warship was, this battle was the most direct test. Haha brat, are you looking for death? Since you sneaked out, why didn't you run away? Not only did you show yourself again, but you even summoned a small fortress? A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. You want to challenge all the heroes alone? I advise you to count how many warships there are around you. 1 against 1,000, that's unheard of. That's right. Now this old man is extremely suspicious that this little bastard Ling Hu has gone too far in showing off. There must be something wrong with his head. A battleship is not a magic treasure. No matter how heaven-defying it is, it can't appear in a situation where it can fight against many people at once. Unless this is a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters. Unfortunately, there is only one such thing in the 3 universes, and it is the headquarters of the Tianji race. A gap of 1 million meters and 50,000 meters is probably nothing in the eyes of our young master Ling Hu. Since he's so confident, then we'll just have to wait and see. There's no need to rush to suppress him. Let's have a battlecraft battle first and blast him until he's dizzy. Don't fight. Human fleets, you just need to guard the surroundings. Many of our young clan leaders have been eaten by this kid. This space battle must be fought by the second universe's allied forces. This is a rare opportunity to vent our anger. We'll definitely blast that kid to pieces. As the dozen or so elders from the various races of the Second Universe Federation arrogantly clamored, many of the top clans and powers of the human clan were about to charge forward. They planned to once again form an encirclement and surround the small stronghold that Yi Xian had summoned with a wave of his hand. They even launched a barrage of attacks on the spot. But in the end, the warships and fortresses that had been activated stopped and separated, leaving the main battle position in the middle that was facing Starfield to the allied forces of the Second Universe's allied forces. Very soon, the two sides finished forming their battle lines. On one side, there was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. It was Yi Xian's life fortress Starfield. On the other side, there was a defense line hundreds of kilometers long. In the middle was the coalition fleet of the various races in the Second Universe. On the two sides were the fleets of the top families and forces of human cultivators and technology. More than 1,000 warships and fortresses were lined up in a row. This was a battle of starships with a great disparity in numbers. Although not all the starships of the enemy would attack, at least for the time being, there were still more than 10 starships in the allied fleet of the various races in the second universe that Starfield had to face. All of them were giant fortresses more than 10,000 meters tall, and there were 5 smaller fortresses more than 50,000 meters tall like Starfield. It was 1 against 13, and there were 5 smaller fortresses of the same level. One could imagine the pressure the Wild Dragon battleship was facing. Almost no one thought that the Wild Dragon battleship could win this battle. Even the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru thought so. Although the Wild Dragon battleship was unique, and was the only life fortress in the 3 universes, it hadn't fully matured yet. In the future, when the Wild Dragon battleship grew into a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters like the headquarters of the Tianji race, not to mention 1 against 1,000, even 10,000 space fortresses wouldn't be able to do much damage to the Wild Dragon battleship. The Purplish Warbler trio believed in this point. But now, the Wild Dragon battleship with a diameter of 50,000 meters was going to challenge the entire allied fleet of the various races in the second universe. They didn't have much hope. However, they had a superstitious trust in Yi Xian. Since Yi Xian was confident enough to do this, the Purplish Warbler trio believed that he had his reasons and wouldn't make any mistakes. At this moment, after the two sides had gotten into their respective formations, this unprecedented star battle finally began. Little bastard, don't say that the allied fleet of the second universe is bullying you. You were the one who proposed this battle. You're too arrogant. We won't tolerate this kind of existence. We'll teach you a lesson. You won't remember until you're taught a lesson. At this time, among the 13 fortresses facing the Wild Dragon battleship, the voice of the Inji race elder came from one of the smaller fortresses. Remember, if you really can't handle it, we can still accept your surrender. Don't force yourself. If you're really scared, shout out your begging words. The more miserable you shout, the better. That way, this old man and the others will feel more comfortable and your chances of survival will be greater. Ha ha ha. At the end of his speech, the elder of the Inji clan laughed complacently. He seemed to have seen the Longyi ship being bombarded by the 13 fortresses and fortresses of the second universe's allied forces. Then, there was the miserable howl of young Master Linghu like a pig being slaughtered. This was too wonderful. He couldn't wait. Old bastard, this young master originally wanted to comfort you with these words, but now it seems that you're all mentally prepared. You're all sensible people and know what to do. Since that's the case, this young master can save this effort. Without waiting for the Inji race elder to stop laughing, Yi Xian's casual voice came from the Wild Dragon battleship that was thousands of miles away. Although his voice was soft, it resounded through thousands of miles of the void. If that's the case, then let's begin. Are you ready to tremble? This young master's first volley is about to begin. These words were a little strange. A small stronghold against 13 large and small strongholds actually roared out such words first. There was only one fortress, so how could he say that they would all fire? Chapter 3379. Star space level technology. The Starfield ship fired, and it was indeed firing in unison. This concept was somewhat confusing. It was just a battleship. Even if it was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 m, the concept of firing in unison wasn't suitable under normal circumstances. Generally speaking, space battleships, no matter if it was a 1,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship, a 3,000-meter-long star-class battleship, a 5,000-meter-long star-class battleship, a 10,000-meter-long star-class battleship, a 50,000-meter-long star-class battleship, or a 100,000-meter-long star-class battleship, all of them only had one main cannon. It was just that the caliber and kinetic energy were completely different. For example, a 100,000 m long fortress, its main cannon had a caliber of 20,000 m to 30,000 m, and its kinetic energy was antimatter light. It could fire antimatter death ray cannons. The main cannons of a battleship were all focused on the caliber of the cannon. This was completely understandable. Think about it, two 100,000 m long fortresses. One of them had a main cannon with a diameter of 30,000 m. The other one had 10 main cannons with a diameter of 3,000 m. Once they clashed, would the 10 main cannons of 3,000 meters be more lethal? Or would the single main cannon with a terrifying 30,000 meters be more lethal? Because of this, a battleship basically only had one main cannon. The higher the size of the battleship, the larger the caliber. There were also smaller secondary cannons, but these secondary cannons were basically useless against a battleship of the same level. The key was the main cannon. But even so, no matter how big the main cannon was, there was a limit. A fortress with a diameter of 30% was already the limit. A 100,000 m long fortress would have a diameter of 30,000 m at most. A 10,000 m long fortress would have a diameter of 1,000 m to 2,000 m, which was only 20%. After all, the main cannon was only a part of the battleship's function. It wasn't the entire battleship. It couldn't be called a battleship. It would be more appropriate to call it an interstellar cannon. Its function was too simple, and it wasn't popular. Right now, the reason why the Starfield ship's cannon was able to stun all the space warriors from the opposing camp was actually very simple. The Starfield ship didn't only have one main cannon, it had four. What was more terrifying was that the caliber of these four main cannons were all over 20,000 m, and they were arranged in a square. One had to know that the Starfield ship was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Now, there were two main cannons with a caliber of more than 20,000 meters. Together, they were more than 40,000 meters long, more than 45,000 meters long. What did this mean? This meant that the entire diameter of Starfield was basically taken up by these four main cannons. But this didn't make sense. These cannons occupied at least 90% of the ship's hull, and couldn't be considered a starry sky battleship at all. Instead, it looked more like a fixed battery on the walls of a majestic starry sky city. More than 90% of the space on the ship was occupied by the muzzles, so how could the other functions be guaranteed? Under such circumstances, such a small fortress couldn't even guarantee basic interstellar navigation, let alone defensive capabilities, concealment arrays, space oscillators, wormhole jumping devices, and other basic facilities necessary for a space battleship. Heavens for main cannons? Furthermore, while focusing on quantity, they didn't sacrifice the caliber of any of the main cannons. The caliber of all four cannons was more than 20,000 meters. How is this possible? Yes. Even for a Starfield fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, its only main cannon is only 30,000 meters long. For a Starfield fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the caliber of the main cannons would normally be around 10,000 meters. At most, 20,000 meters would be the limit. You are right. This is common sense. But what is this monster in front of us? Not only does it have four main cannons, each of them is more than 20,000 meters long. The limit of a Starfield fortress's main cannons is already broken, and the quantity is even more heaven-defying. Am I dreaming? Damn it, which idiot actually built such a small fortress? It is simply too terrifying. Even four Starfield fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters can't match it. That's because the diameter of a Starfield fortress's main cannons is less than that of a Starfield fortress. Therefore, even though it only has four main cannons, it can at least fight against six Starfield fortresses of the same level. Only four? Fellow Taoist, don't you have to pant when you speak? Is four too little? The caliber of the four main cannons is more than 20,000 meters. This is simply a steel monster. The caliber of the four main cannons takes up more than 90% of the diameter of the entire ship. Apart from its terrifying lethality, what other functions does this small fortress have? That's right, this is too crazy. It has gone to the extreme. Although its lethality has reached the limit, and it can at least fight against six Starfield fortresses of the same level, this is more like a desperate gamble. If it can't win, it won't even have a chance to escape. Because there is no place to install the engine room, I am extremely doubtful that it can even be operated. Boom! Boom! 4 energy light pillars with a diameter of more than 20,000 meters were fired at the same time, and they were aimed at one of the 13 Starfield fortresses of the Second Universe's allied forces. The concentrated firepower directly hit it with lightning speed. A huge explosion resounded through space, and this Starfield fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was directly annihilated. This was equivalent to being bombarded by 4 Starfield fortresses of the same level at the same time. Furthermore, the enemy used the antimatter death ray cannon that only starfield fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters were equipped with. Therefore, this starfield fortress had no choice but to be destroyed. That's right, it was the antimatter death ray cannon. For energy light pillars with a diameter of more than 20,000 meters were all black. Even an idiot could tell that they were antimatter energy light pillars. However, this was illogical, and all the starfield fortresses around were completely petrified. After a long time, when the 4 main cannons of the starfield ships' terrifying cannons once again flashed with a black light and finished charging, everyone trembled and regained their senses. Immediately after, shocked exclamations could be heard one after another. Death ray cannon? It's actually the antimatter death ray cannon? But how is this possible? An antimatter death ray cannon needs to be equipped with an antimatter light energy generator, and the size of the generator is even bigger than the death ray cannon. Because of this, even a starfield fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters can't be equipped with it. Only a starfield fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters can be equipped with it, and there is only one. This huge monster in front of us has 4 antimatter death ray cannons, then it needs to be equipped with 4 antimatter light energy generators that are no smaller than the death ray cannon. But just these 4 terrifying main cannons already take up more than 90% of the space of the ship. How are we going to arrange for antimatter light energy generators that are at least the same size? There's no space. Chapter 3380. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Space Demon King Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Allied forces of the Second Universe had a total of 13 battleships. 8 of them were large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, while the remaining 5 were small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters like Starfield. Each of the 5 small fortresses only had 1 main cannon, each with a diameter of 15,000 meters. Against such a huge monster like Starfield for such a small fortress, they would need at least 6 to 8 of them to be able to fight to a draw. And this was just from the analysis of the data. In fact, they would need more than that. Right now, the battle had only just begun, and one of the 5 small fortresses on the side of the Allied forces of various races in the Second Universe had already been destroyed. They were already no match for the Starfield battleship, and now one of their top combatants was gone in an instant. It was undoubtedly one disaster after another. There was no question of winning at all. As Starfield fired first and destroyed a small fortress, all the strong warriors of the universe, including the members of the Allied forces of the Second Universe, instantly understood a truth. That was, in this battle, the Allied forces of the Second Universe had no chance of winning at all. They would be completely beaten up. This was simply too ironic. 13 against 1. This was the result. What was even more embarrassing was that just a few breaths ago, everyone still thought that Starfield would be the one to be beaten up. In the end, in less than 10 breaths of time, he used the truth to give everyone a resounding slap in the face. However, at this moment, all the powerhouses in the 12 large fortresses and small fortresses of the Second Universe's Allied forces who were lucky enough to survive had no time to care about blushing or feeling ashamed. The only feeling that occupied their hearts was fear. Even the dozen Void Realm and Genesis Realm elders were screaming in panic. Their voices were transmitted through the sound transmission system of the battleships under their feet, echoing throughout the entire space. Ah! Who can tell this old man what happened? This is not right. It shouldn't be like this. How can there be such a small fortress? 4 antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters were placed in the same small fortress. Where is its antimatter light energy generator? Is there a place to put it? The elders of the Inji race are all dead. Even their small fortress, not a single person escaped. More than 10,000 elites of the Inji race were wiped out in an instant. The entire small fortress was wiped out in an instant. This is too tragic. How can this battle end like this? Activate the defense shield. Activate the defense shield immediately. Unfortunately, before they could finish their shrieks, the 4 main cannons on Starfield, which had completed its second recharge at an unbelievable speed, finally fired at the same time again. Boom! Boom! A low-energy roar sounded, and 4 black antimatter energy beams of light instantly shot out. This time it was still concentrated fire, and it was aimed at one of the 4 small fortresses of the Allied forces of the Second Universe. The result was obvious. Another 50,000 meters. Another small fortress, and the 4 main cannons of Starfield, without any hesitation, started charging the 4 main cannons of the 4. According to the speed that had been tested before, in just a little more than a minute, Starfield would have the ability to fire 4 cannons for the 3rd time. At the thought of this, the countless starry sky masters in the surrounding void suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and a series of horrified and crazy screams resounded through the world. Damn it, this guy is a freak, and his treasures are freaks as well. Even a small fort that he casually summoned is a freak. How is he going to let us live? We can't wait any longer. All warships fire together. We have to kill him as soon as possible. This kind of monster can't be allowed to live. The threat is too great. That's right. He even has this kind of star-sky black technology. What else can young Master Ling Hu not do? This guy is not just a master of medicine, tools and array. He is invincible in realms. Even star-sky black technology is a giant in the field. With him, the 3 universes will be in chaos. He is a disaster. Kill him immediately. Too terrifying. In just a minute, 2 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters were destroyed. All of our fleets together won't be able to hold on for long. While we still have the ability, let's fire together. We have to kill him. They were scared. Really scared. At this rate, just the Wild Dragon battleship alone would be able to wipe out the 1,000-plus battleships on their side. After all, among the 1,000-plus battleships, there were less than 100 small fortresses, and 2 of them had already been destroyed in the blink of an eye. Once all the small fortresses were destroyed, the remaining large fortresses and stellar-level warships would be useless no matter how many of them there were. As these fearful screams rang out, the entire space was thrown into chaos. A large number of buzzing sounds rang out, densely covering the sky and earth. Some warships were charging at full power, wanting to gather 1,000 warships to fire together and destroy Starfield. Some warships were activating their defensive shields at full power. The commanders of these warships were obviously more conservative. Now that they were frightened by Starfield's terrifying performance, they were thinking of protecting their own safety first. Such a chaotic situation had already shocked Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other captives who had just been released from the giant star cauldron not long ago, including the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. The 3 women were in the same state at this moment. They were all dumbfounded. Although they had witnessed the growth of Starfield with their own eyes, they were not clear about the various devices and functions inside it. The strength displayed today was shocking to them. However, compared to the other powerhouses who did not know the truth and thought that all this was caused by Star-Sky Black technology, they at least vaguely understood the root of the problem. The so-called Star-Sky Black technology naturally did not exist. This was a small living fortress. It was alive. What was 4 antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters compared to it? If necessary, the countless world bugs that made up the fortress could even rearrange themselves in an instant and combine into one super death ray cannon with a diameter of more than 40,000 meters. Thinking of this, the 3 women of the purplish warbler shuddered. If that was really the case, a single blast from the cannon could destroy a small fortress. They finally understood why the powerhouses of the various factions in the surrounding void were so terrified. This terrifying small fortress was practically a star-sky killing weapon. A Demon King-level existence. At the same time, the entire void was in complete chaos. More than 1,000 warships, fortresses were all fully activating their defensive arrays, space oscillators, or charging to attack. Somewhere in the distant void, a small black fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was forced to appear because it was close to the edge of the void. Chapter 3381. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan, the Demon Battleship, had just finished a space jump. Of course, it was a normal space jump, not a wormhole jump. There was no wormhole nearby. However, the moment the Demon Battleship appeared in this void, it unexpectedly landed on the edge of the area affected by a large number of space oscillators. The concealment array of the small fortress was deactivated, and the hull of the ship was revealed. This scene was a bit unexpected, and the Starry Sky experts in the fleets all noticed it. Then they all exclaimed, "That small fortress is so strange. It's completely black, and its appearance is quite ferocious. It doesn't look like something made by the human clan." Not only the human clan, but even the Wan Luo Federation has never seen such a small fortress. It looks a bit like the big fortress of the demon dwellers in the graveyard domain. Could it be? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. This is a small fortress of the Tianji clan in the first universe. It should be from the demon dwellers, a servant clan of the Tianji clan. To be able to own such a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the commander in charge of it must have an extraordinary status. At least, he must be an important member of the demon dwellers' royal family. We can't let it go. This small fortress of the demon dwellers has been hibernating nearby. It must have collected a lot of information. Once it returns to the first universe, it will be harmful to the human clan and the Federation. That's right. The higher-ups of the demon dwellers' royal family came to the third universe with ulterior motives. We must capture this person and interrogate him carefully to find out his intentions. We can't let young Master Linghu's Star Sky Black Tech get away either. All the warships, while we haven't lost much and we still have the ability to suppress them, immediately surround them and take them down together. At the very least, we must kill them. Not one of them can be left behind. Buzz! Wang! Along with the exclamations, more than 1,000 warships, fortresses, and small fortresses in the surrounding void all fully activated their space oscillators and spread out. Soon they formed a larger circle surrounding the two small fortresses, the Starfield battleship and the Demon battleship, which were trapped in the space oscillator area, in the middle. The two small fortresses were separated by a distance of 10,000 kilometers, and they were on the left and right sides of the large circle of void space. Yi Xian, with a cold smile, waved his hand and gave a new order. For Art battleship, with a diameter of 50,000 meters, attack. Buzz! The Starfield battleship, battleships, the four-cannon battleship, the battleship field battleship. Translation. This scene fell into the eyes of the Starry Sky experts in the surrounding fleets. They thought that the Wild Star battleship was scared and gave up on attacking, preparing to find an opportunity to escape. However, they were wrong, because the four 20,000-meter diameter black holes only disappeared for less than 10 seconds before the surface of the starfield changed again, and an even larger cannon appeared. Was it? Even an interstellar fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters would only have a diameter of 30,000 meters. But now, a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had a super cannon with a diameter of more than 40,000 meters. This scene was beyond common sense. Everyone around was dumbfounded. They were completely dumbfounded. This was not just Star Sky Black technology. This was simply a dream, alright? Heavens, what the hell is this big guy? Just now, there were four main cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, there is a super main cannon with a diameter of 40,000 meters. Is this a magic trick? They've merged into one. This terrifying super main ship cannon is definitely a fusion of the previous four main ship cannons. But this doesn't make sense. Since when did ship cannons have this kind of fusion technology? Even Mo Qigong and Sha Baofeng, who were inside the Devil Battle Horn from the first universe, let out cries of surprise. What? This small fortress? Heavens, a main ship cannon with a 40,000-meter caliber? That's insane. What's even more terrifying is that it clearly had four main ship cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters not long ago. How did it become like this in the blink of an eye? Had the human race already mastered the technology to fuse naval cannons? I didn't come here in vain. This information is too important. That's not right. This small fortress looks familiar. It seems to be similar to the Longyi fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters that Long Xian swindled away. But how is this possible? Could it be that a small fortress could inflate itself? It was only 5,000 meters in diameter before, but now it's 50,000 meters. This doesn't make sense. Long Xian? You mean, young Master Linghu is that Prince Xian? This is even more impossible. Boom! Right at this moment, the Longyi fortress's super main ship cannon fired. A huge roar sounded, and a black energy beam with a diameter of about 40,000 meters shot out. It was still the antimatter death ray cannon. In the blink of an eye, it had already bombarded a small fortress in the Second Universe's allied forces, and was directly annihilated. More than 80% of the small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters disappeared in an instant, leaving only a few remnants in the void. Some corpses of the aliens from the Second Universe fell out from it. Some of them had even revealed their bloodline and were members of the Golden Eagle race. This small fortress belonged to the Golden Eagle race. Even the powerful elder of the race, who was at the 13th realm of the Genesis realm, had been turned into ashes under the terrifying power of this cannon. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, 3 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters had fallen on the Wild Star battleship. Such a battle prowess was simply too terrifying. All the experts in the surrounding space were so frightened that their hearts and minds were trembling. Cries of alarm rang out as all the battleships began to recharge. This time they were serious. They couldn't let the Longyi fortress continue to be so ferocious. They had to kill it as soon as possible. At the same time, the Devil battleship from the First Universe was also locked onto by some warships. In the eyes of the commanders of the various large forces, the Devil battleship was as important as the Longyi fortress. They had to keep it. More than 1,000 warships, fortresses, and small fortresses locked onto the Longyi fortress and the Devil battleship at the same time. This was clearly the rhythm of 10,000 cannons firing at the same time to kill them all. On the Longyi fortress, Yixian sneered, not afraid at all. On the Devil battleship, Mo Qigong frowned. He felt quite helpless that they had unexpectedly fallen into such a dangerous situation. The surrounding void had been sealed, and space was fluctuating. They couldn't use space jumps to escape. The Devil battleship wasn't as abnormal as the Longyi fortress. It was very difficult to break out of this situation with thousands of warships surrounding it. It seems that the only thing we can do now is to let me merge with the Devil battleship completely. Perhaps there will be a chance to break out. At the very least, before we are killed, we can drag a few down with us. The Void Realm core member of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng, suddenly said with a sinister smile. Beside him, Mo Qigong's expression changed upon hearing this. He suddenly thought of a legend. It was said that the core members of the Heaven's Legacy race all had an ultimate secret technique that allowed them to completely merge with warships of the size of fortresses and above, turning them into invincible cosmic realm mechanical battle insects. Chapter 3382. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Fortress Class Mecha Battle Insect. Rumble. Boom. In the surrounding void, fleets from the top clans, sects, and clans of the human race, as well as the remaining battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses of the allied forces of the Second Universe, numbering more than 1,000 in total, opened fire at the same time. A thunderous roar resounded through the world. This movement was too astonishing. Apart from the war between the Myriad Net Federation and the Tianji clan of the First Universe and their subordinate clans several hundred years ago, it was rare to see such a huge scene of interstellar warfare. Even the previous incident in the Death Star field was not comparable in scale. Although the number of battleships was about the same, those battleships did not open fire at that time. But now, more than 1,000 battleships had gathered around and opened fire at the encirclement at the same time. Their targets were the 2 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters that were placed on the left and right sides of the encirclement. For a time the entire void was dazzling. The dazzling light from the cannons intertwined in the void, forming a huge 7-colored net in the void. It was very beautiful to look at. However, what this type of beautiful scenery represented was an iron-blooded and merciless slaughter. This was truly a type of irony, making one sigh with emotion. At this moment, the Devil Battle Cry Fortress from the First Universe had its energy shield fully activated. A layer of blood-red energy enveloped the entire massive battleship. Facing such a large-scale bombardment, Mo Qigong did not dare to be careless. He had already given up on resisting. All the kinetic energy of the Devil Battle Cry was used to support the energy shield. Even the cannons were no longer charged. He was buying time for the core member of the Tianji race, Sha Baofeng, to fully fuse with the Devil Battle Cry Fortress. Sha Baofeng had already disappeared. He had activated the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji race, battleship fusion. At this moment, Sha Baofeng's entire body had been decomposed into mechanical components. He had fused them into some important parts of the Devil Battle Cry, such as the AI Center and the power system. He was fully fusing them. Once the fusion was successful, the entire Devil Battle Fortress would be temporarily granted life. Just like how a small fortress would gain self-awareness and intelligence, becoming a robot of the small fortress level. At that time, its speed and reaction speed would be greatly improved. These were not the key points. The key point was that the shape of the machine would also change. The mechanical parts in the various parts would seem to be endowed with life and could be shifted and reassembled. In this case, the shape of the small fortress would be different, making it more suitable for battle. Everything could be changed according to Sha Baofeng's wishes. To put it bluntly, Sha Baofeng was equivalent to a life form that had entered the main mech, and the entire Magic Battle Fortress was a super mech with a diameter of 50,000 meters. This was the ultimate secret technique of the Heaven's Legacy race. Even in the first universe, the ultimate secret technique of this mechanical life form was only a legend. The human race and the Myriad Net Federation had never seen it before. Several hundred years ago, when the Myriad Luo Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race were at war, the technology to fuse these mechanical life forms had yet to be born. It was only recently grasped by the Tianji clan's patriarch D. Furthermore, not all of the Tianji clan's core upper echelons were able to grasp it. Only the Tianji clan's patriarch, D Yi's direct subordinates were bestowed with this ability. A minute passed quickly. During this 1 minute, the Magic Battle Fortress was bombarded by a large number of energy beams from the battleship cannons. Its energy shield began to flicker, and was on the verge of collapsing. It was also at this moment that the mechanical fusion between Sha Baofeng and the Magic Battle Fortress was finally completed. From this moment onwards, the Magic Battle Fortress was no longer a small fortress. It had turned into a mini fortress-level super mech. The one who entered and fused with this super mech was the core upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng. Kacha! 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 A series of cracking sounds rang out, resounding through the void. This was not the sound of lightning striking, but the sound of mechanical operations coming from the interior of the Magic Battle Fortress. The internal structure of the huge fortress was undergoing a complete transformation. All the components and mechanical devices were being rearranged. All of this was the result of Sha Baofeng's consciousness control. Now it had perfectly fused with the Magic Battle Fortress. It was as if this small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had given birth to intelligence and had become a mini fortress-level mechanical life form. The entire transformation process was very fast. First, the internal structure was changed and rearranged. Then, this change extended to the exterior of the Magic Battle Fortress. The shape of the entire Magic Battle Fortress began to change rapidly. Kacha! 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 The crisp and dense mechanical sounds became louder. The spherical shape of the Magic Battle Fortress began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. More and more steel limbs extended out. There were horns, tentacles, and black blades that looked like giant mantis swords. In less than a minute, it had completely changed. The small fortress from before had completely disappeared, and the Devil Battle Cry had turned into a mechanical warbug that looked similar to the blade mantis. Its body was terrifyingly huge. Just one of its mantis sword-like arms was 10,000 meters long. This was not just a change in appearance. Its internal structure was also developing toward the innate attributes of the blade mantis. It had a terrifying jumping ability. With a single leap, it could cross the endless void in the blink of an eye. Speed was extremely fast. Even those giant blade-like arms of the blade mantis were extremely sharp. With one slash, a small fortress of the same grade would be cut in half. Other than that, the Magic Battle Fortress's original main cannon was also retained. However, it was moved to the belly of the giant mechanical blade mantis. There was a giant cannon that could be opened and closed at will. When the mechanical blade mantis used its terrifying jumping ability to leap across the vast void, it could even launch long-range attacks in midair. This was definitely fatal. When the mechanical blade mantis leaped and moved at high speed, ordinary small fortresses of the same grade would not be able to lock on and attack it. However, the main cannon in the belly of the mechanical blade mantis could launch long-range attacks on enemy fortresses. With one blast, before the enemy could even react, The blade mantis was already in front of them. Its extremely sharp mantis sword-like blade slashed down. Such a scene sent chills down everyone's spines. The mech fusion secret technique of the Tianji race's core upper echelons was indeed extraordinary. It was simply heaven-defying. Furthermore, this newest innate ability of the mech race was only fully mastered by the Tianji race's clan leader, D. Other than him, his trusted subordinates had more or less mastered a portion of the true essence of the profundity. As Di Yi's trusted subordinate, Sha Baofeng was also given an incomplete mech fusion innate ability. Today, he was displaying it in front of the world for the first time. In an instant, all the space experts in the fleets of the various top-notch clans and forces were stunned. Chapter 3383. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Extrapolation. Heavens, did you see that? It's a giant mechanical battle bug, and it looks like a mechanical blade puppet. How is this possible? What the hell? The entire process was clearly visible. This giant mechanical blade puppet was actually transformed from that small fortress of the demon race. What kind of technology is this? The Tianji race's large and small fortresses can transform? What the hell is going on today? Our human race and the Federation's technology have fallen behind to such an extent. Whether it's the Tianji race or the peerless genius young master Linghu, they both have terrifying technology that is considered black technology to us humans. This is too shocking. That's right. The former's large and small fortresses can transform into mechanical battle bugs, while the latter has the technology to transform the main ship's cannons at will. The human race is facing an unprecedented crisis. Big news. This is definitely a big news. Young Master Linghu and the Tianji race have both mastered starry sky-level black technology that stupefies the human race. An unprecedented challenge and threat is coming. The human race's technology has entered a dark age and has been left far, far behind. Look, that giant mechanical blade puppet is moving. Such terrifying speed, it can cross tens of thousands of miles in one leap. Damn, it can actually attack the main ship's cannons at such extreme speed. It's located at the belly of the mechanical blade puppet, and a beam of light shot out. It's like a fart during the leap. What a terrifying blade puppet fart. It actually destroyed a small fortress. Rumble. Ka-cha-cha. Amidst a tidal wave of exclamations, the gigantic blade mantis used its terrifying jumping ability to leap into the air, traversing the distant void, and actually launched a long-range bombardment midway through the air. This was indeed fatal. As the mechanical blade puppet leaped up, no one expected that the main cannon at its belly could launch a long-range attack in such a situation. As a result, when the giant energy beam of light with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters blasted out, the target it had locked onto could not react at all. There was no evasive action, and they did not even have an energy defense shield up. Immediately after, a huge explosion was heard. This small fortress of a certain top human race faction exploded into a giant fireball. In the next moment, the mechanical mantis made a terrifying leap and was right in front of him. Its extremely sharp mantis blade slashed down, and the giant fireball was cut in half. It was completely destroyed. At this moment, the familiar sound of the devouring system rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a new evolution direction, suitable for the Life Fortress. Do you want to brand it and start exploring? A new evolutionary direction? Suitable for Life Fortress? Yi Xian was stunned. Then, he came to a realization and instantly came to a realization. The next moment, his gaze swept to the mechanical blade mantis on the other side of the encirclement. His breathing quickened, and his eyes flashed with a fiery light. It was obvious that the new evolutionary direction that the devouring system was referring to was this mechanical blade mantis. To be more precise, it was the ability of the demon battle cry to transform into this mechanical battle bug. Although Yi Xian did not know how the demon battle cry did it, as it was too inconceivable and did not match the current level of battleship technology in the 3 dimensions of the universe, comparatively speaking, as long as he could figure out some key issues, Yi Xian's Wildstar ship could definitely do it. After all, it was alive to begin with. If the main cannons inside could change at will, then why couldn't it change its outer appearance and even its combat form? It was just that he had not thought of it before. This concept was too futuristic and was beyond the times. But now there was a living example in front of him. With the attributes of the Wildstar ship and the devouring system's full analysis, Yi Xian was at least 70% confident that he could reproduce the enemy's ultimate technique on the Wildstar ship itself. Of course, even though the Wildstar battleship had transformed into a mechanical war insect on the spot, the two were fundamentally different. The Devil battleship had only transformed temporarily because the core member of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng, had completely fused with it. In comparison, the Wildstar ship's transformation was much easier and more durable, could even maintain this form forever. After all, it was alive to begin with. Rumble. Boom. A large number of explosions rang out, and the Wildstar ship's hull shook slightly. On the other side of the encirclement, the mechanical blades were slaughtering everything in their path. However, the surrounding battleships did not stop their bombardment of the Wildstar ship. Facing the barrage of attacks from more than half of the battleships, Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. He temporarily gave up on attacking and focused on maintaining the defensive barrier. However, this was not a long-term solution. Although he had other methods, there was a ready-made example right before his eyes. Moreover, it was not like the Wildstar ship could not do the same, so why did he have to stay away? Excited, Yi Xian immediately gave the devouring system an order to fully analyze and realize the transformation of the stronghold as soon as possible. Following Yi Xian's orders, the devouring system immediately began to deduce with all its might. On the other hand, the small stronghold of the starfield continued to silently float in the air, fully supporting its energy barrier to resist the bombardment of the surrounding battleships. Generally speaking, even a normal small stronghold would be able to hold out for a period of time against the barrage of battleships of the same level, after fully maintaining its energy barrier. However, the Wildstar ship was even more abnormal. As such, it would take even longer. According to Yi Xian's estimation, if there were not more battleships, fortresses, and small strongholds joining in, the Wildstar ship would be able to hold out for at least half a day. This amount of time was more than enough for the devouring system to fully analyze the key details of transforming the stronghold into a mechanical battle bug. Time slowly passed, and unknowingly, Emil's time had passed. During this entire process, the Wildstar ship did not launch any counterattacks. It simply hovered in the void with its energy barrier fully activated, gritting its teeth as it endured the barrage of attacks from the numerous battleships, fortresses, and small strongholds. From the looks of it, the Wildstar ship was no longer able to deal with this situation. It could only passively defend and silently wait for a miracle to happen. For example, if all the battleships around it ran out of energy, this was obviously impossible. It was too whimsical. As such, in the eyes of the Starry Sky experts in the surrounding battleships, the threat of the Wildstar ship was basically gone. Young Master Linghu would be finished soon. He would either surrender or fall. It all depended on how long the energy barrier of his small stronghold could last. In the end, it was inevitable that it would run out of energy. It was just a matter of time. Under such circumstances, some of the battleships even began to shift the battlefield, rushing to the other side of the encirclement where the mechanical blade bugs were wreaking havoc. Chapter 3384. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Demonic Bug. Kacha. Kacha. Kachacha. Right at this moment, the Wildstar, which had been floating in the void with its energy shield activated to defend against the bombardment of the cannons, suddenly let out a series of crisp and concentrated cracking sounds. This sound was exactly the same as when the demonic battleship transformed into a gigantic mechanical bug. It was unknown whether it was because they were traumatized, but when the experts of the Starry Sky and the fleets of the top families and forces in the surrounding void heard the noise, they all widened their eyes and opened their mouths slightly. Their faces were filled with horror. Even the gigantic mechanical blade mantis, which was still engaged in a bloody battle with a large number of ships, fortresses, and small fortresses on the other side of the encirclement, also turned its head to look over. The cracking sound continued for about a minute before it suddenly became louder. Right at this moment, the appearance of the Wildstar also began to change. Long mechanical arms extended out and the shape of the ship rapidly changed. From start to finish, it was completely transformed and no longer looked like a small fortress. Instead, it turned into a gigantic mechanical bug. This gigantic mechanical battle bug had the terrifying sharp and long mouthpart of a mosquito, as well as the sharp arms of a mantis, as well as the long legs of a spider covered in barbs, as well as the scissors-like tail of a scorpion. There was even a pair of gigantic wings on its back, but they weren't used for flight. Instead, they were used as an energy shield. When the wings flapped, they could protect the mechanical battlebug's entire body. Right now, the gigantic wings had turned into a complete circular energy shield. Other than that, the blade mantis's entire body was covered with all kinds of barbs. There were also 4 long tentacle-like soft limbs with a shocking diameter of 20,000 meters. It could change directions at will. These were 4 energy cannons used for long-range attacks. This mechanical bug's appearance was extremely strange and was especially ferocious. It seemed to have the characteristics of various universe bugs, absorbing their strengths and merging them into one. Its ferocious body made people's hair stand on end. It was unexpectedly similar to a kind of demon insect that once wreaked havoc in the third universe ruled by the human race. Following the appearance of this mechanical devil bug, the surrounding void was already filled with horrifying cries of shock. Look, it's another mechanical battle insect. This time, it's transformed from young Master Linghu's small stronghold. I understand now. The rumors in the outside world are indeed true. Young Master Linghu is in cahoots with the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, and they have a close relationship. Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying black technology? I see. That's what I was thinking. Young Master Linghu is already a genius with the 3 arts of medicine, craftsmanship, and array. How could he have such a terrifying talent for warship construction? So it all comes from the Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe. That makes sense. The test of the human race has arrived. The Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe, has mastered such terrifying black technology. This is definitely a great turmoil that has never happened before in history. The Tianji clan is going to show its power, and the human race is going to be in turmoil. Leave it behind. We have to leave behind these 2 stronghold-level mechanical battle insects. The human race is too far behind in terms of black technology. With these 2 mechanical battle insects, we can reduce the distance between us and the Tianji clan. Otherwise, we will lose without a doubt. These people were prejudiced by first impressions, and they actually took it for granted that young Master Linghu was the scapegoat. Only the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, were clear-headed. They had personally witnessed the growth of the starfield and knew that none of this had anything to do with the Bulsh *T Tianji clan. As for the fact that the starfield had transformed into a giant mechanical battle insect, although they were shocked at first, they quickly understood. Although they didn't know how the Tianji clan's small stronghold did it, the starfield was a small stronghold with life. It was originally alive, formed from the countless micromolecules of a world insect. In this situation, as long as the countless micromolecules of the world insect were rearranged, changing its appearance was too simple. It was no wonder that the starfield didn't do anything before. It should be because its AI core had seen the ability of the Tianji clan's small stronghold and was imitating it. Who would have thought that in the time it took to eat a meal, it would actually succeed? This discovery was even more terrifying, because it meant that the Yixian starfield would have limitless possibilities in the future. Its ability to imitate and deduce was too strong. This ability to transform a battleship into a mechanical battle insect was definitely a top secret, even for the number 1 overlord of the universe, the Tianji clan. But now, the starfield had yet to come into contact with the devil battle insect. It had only seen the entire transformation process from a distance of tens of thousands of li. It had actually easily copied the Tianji clan's technology and manifested it on its own body. If this continued, what kind of technology would the Tianji clan have that could stop the starfield? From this perspective, the starfield was simply an unparalleled treasure to the human race. This was because the Tianji clan had always surpassed the human race in terms of mechanical manufacturing and research. This was something that everyone knew, but they were powerless to change. After all, the members of the Tianji clan were all mechanical life forms. This was something that they were originally proficient in. It was precisely because of this that the various technologies of the Tianji clan had always been at the forefront of the human race. For example, the spatial folding technology had already been widely used in the Tianji clan's battleships and fortresses. But on the human race's side, it was basically only used in the military's large fortresses and above. The military's large fortresses with a diameter of less than 10,000 meters had yet to be used, let alone the Federation's civilian battleships. But with the starfield, as long as the Tianji clan displayed an advanced technology in the future, it could immediately be copied and reproduced on the starfield. It would more or less be able to decipher some of the key secrets of the technology. Unfortunately, such a precious and strategic small fortress had now been branded as a spy of the Tianji clan. At this moment, Yi Xian was probably already fuming. This made the three purplish warbler ladies feel very helpless and speechless. At the same time, in the void on the other side of the encirclement, the mechanical Dao Mantis was still engaged in a fierce battle with the large number of interstellar battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses surrounding it. In the time it took to eat a meal, the mechanical Dao Mantis had also suffered some injuries. 2 of its 8 giant mantis blades had been blasted away. However, in this period of time it had already destroyed dozens of battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses. Chapter 3385. Chapter 3385. Chapter 3385. The Legend of the Living Battleship. Impossible. This is impossible. The other side's mechanical battle bug form not only has mechanical blade arms and energy cannons, it even has defensive wings. This degree of fusion and transformation already surpasses the technology one have obtained. Could it be that there is a Heaven's Legacy race clansman even stronger than me in that small fort? Preposterous, this is preposterous. Following Mo Qigong's exclamation, Sha Baofeng, one of the core members of the Tianji clan, exclaimed in shock. The wild starship had suddenly transformed into a gigantic combat devil bug. He had witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and he was already shocked. This secret method of mechanical fusion was still a secret, even in the core circle of the Heavenly Legacy clan. Only the confidants of the clan leader, D, were given this method. Moreover, even the number 1 confidant of D hadn't been given the complete fusion Upanishad. As for Sha Baofeng, although he was one of Di's trusted subordinates, his ranking was out of the top 100. Therefore, the fused ultimacy given to him was even simpler. But now, he saw with his own eyes that after a small fortress had undergone a mechanical transformation, it showed a higher level of fusion ultimacy than he did. Although it was not as good as the top 10 subordinates of DE, its mastery of fusion ultimacy could at least be ranked in the top 50. But as far as Sha Baofeng knew, the top 50 most trusted clansmen under D of the Tianji clan would never leave the first universe. They basically stayed in the headquarters of the Tianji clan and rarely went out. They wouldn't even leave the first universe, let alone appear in the third universe controlled by the human race. In other words, it was impossible for there to be a core member of the Tianji clan overseeing the small stronghold of young Master Linghu. However, the stronghold displayed a similar mechanical fusion ability, and it was even more profound than Sha Baofeng's. All of this was a mystery that he couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried. Could it be? Sha Baofeng's voice was heard again. This time his voice was trembling. Unless the opponent imitated it on the spot. Just now, the opponent captured the entire process when I performed the machinery fusion ultimacy. Then, the opponent reproduced the scene through the deduction of the AI. Impossible. Mo Qigong was shocked. He immediately denied it. On the surface, the transformation of the mechanical battle bug doesn't seem to require too much technology, but in fact it's the opposite. Without a core member of the Tianji clan who mastered the machinery fusion ultimacy as the AI, a battleship is a dead object. How can it change its internal structure and appearance? Under such circumstances, even if the other party can roughly deduce where the technical difficulties are, it won't be able to break through and solve the problem. Normal battleships can't do that, but according to legend, there is an exception. As soon as Mo Qigong finished speaking, Sha Baofeng took over and continued with a trembling voice. Legend has it that the creator of clan leader Di Xingbo, who was also the technological pioneer of the human race, left behind a living battleship. This is a mystery. No one knows what the living battleship looks like or where it is, but according to legend, the entire battleship is alive and can grow on its own. This technology even surpasses the self-regeneration ability of the most advanced battleships of the Tianji clan by too much. If the opponent's battleship is that living battleship, it's alive, so there won't be any problems. As long as the key technical points are deduced, the opponent can reproduce the machinery fusion ultimacy immediately. After all, the core technical parameter of the mechanical fusion ability is to use a core member of the Heaven's legacy race to fuse with a battleship, temporarily giving it life. But a living battleship can omit this step, as it was originally alive and possessed life. Thus, once the transformation begins, it will be even more thorough and easier to control. This can also explain why the degree of the other party's transformation is actually greater than mine. At this point, Sha Baofeng fell silent. He knew that compared to having a core member of the top 50 of the Tianji clan come to the third universe, the possibility of the opponent's small fortress being a living battleship left behind by the legendary Xingbo was even slimmer and more unrealistic. He just suddenly thought of this possibility and said it out loud. In fact, he didn't believe it himself, but the speaker didn't mean it, so Mo Qigong's expression changed greatly as soon as Sha Baofeng finished speaking. A light flashed through his mind as he recalled the small fortress Xingbo that Zhang Wuji took away from the Demon Guard one-star fortress. That small fortress was indeed very old. Roughly calculating, it was indeed in existence before the technological pioneer of the human race, Xingbo, and before the Tianji clan betrayed the human race. Later, Xingbo fell and the human race was driven to the third universe. That small fortress experienced many years of war in the hands of the Tianji clan before it was finally decommissioned and thrown to the demon race like garbage. When Mo Qigong first arrived in this star field and saw this small fortress, he had a feeling that he had seen this small fortress somewhere before. It was vaguely similar to the Xingbo that Zhang Wuji took away. But that was obviously impossible. How could a small fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters suddenly transform into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters in less than a year? Therefore, Mo Qigong only thought about it for a moment before throwing this idea away. Now that he heard the legend of the living battleship, his breathing became rapid and he was somewhat certain. It seems that brat really is Long Xian, and now he's called young Master Linghu. Tsk, as expected of one of the two peerless geniuses of the human race. Shaking his head and smiling bitterly, Mo Qigong muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Whether it's Zhang Wuji, Prince Xian or young Master Linghu, all three of them stirred up a storm as soon as they appeared. Now that I've compared them with each other, it's indeed that kid style of doing things. This shocking secret was actually discovered by this old man. Also, that brat really wasn't honest back then. I thought he was going to take away a piece of trash, but who would have thought that it was the one and only supreme treasure of the three planes, the living battleship? Our demon race suffered a great loss this time. That brat must give us an explanation. Otherwise, this old man will definitely not agree. Sha Baofeng's voice sounded again as he muttered. In any case, a small fortress similar to our Tianji clan's mechanical fusion technology has appeared in the human camp. This matter is of great importance and must be investigated thoroughly. Chapter 3386. Blade Mantis vs. Demon Bug Success. Ha ha ha. As the mechanical demon insect was successfully transformed, its appearance seemed to be even more sinister and complicated. At the very least, it looked more powerful than the mechanical blade puppet that the Heavenly Legacy clan had transformed into. Yixian was overjoyed. He raised his head and laughed loudly from within the fortress. To him, this success wasn't as simple as the starfield gaining the ability to transform into a Tianji race battleship. It was as if he had opened a new window in front of Yixian, the starfield, and even the devouring system. A new window opened up, allowing them to broaden their horizons. This was how the creation of science and technology was. A new idea represented a new domain. And today's success had given Yixian and the devouring system this kind of awareness. In the future, whenever they encountered something that they could learn from, they wouldn't even need to think about it. They would immediately come up with similar ideas and begin to deduce, recreating everything on the starfield. The future of this living battleship was definitely limitless. With this harvest, it had taken another solid step towards Xingbo's dream of a perfect battleship. Perhaps, in the future, this living battleship would grow into a perfect battleship that surpassed Xingbo's expectations. This wasn't completely impossible. At the very least, Xingbo hadn't thought of this type of mechanical transformation ability. Although he was a technological pioneer of the human race, he had already fallen tens of thousands of years ago. The vision of science and technology at that time was different from now. It was very normal that Xingbo hadn't thought of this domain back then. If it was said that the starfield only had the ability to escape when facing this huge fleet of more than 1,000 battleships, Yixian had never thought of being able to wipe out the entire army and suppress this huge fleet by himself. Then now that the starfield had fully grasped this new ability, Yixian was extremely confident in this point. The mechanical demon bug transformed from the starfield not only had the bloodline attribute abilities of the starfield battle bug, for example, terrifying jumping ability, sharp blade walls, terrifying pincers, etc. There were even 4 universal cannon barrels, each with a diameter of 20,000 meters, shooting out antimatter death ray cannons. There was also a pair of energy wings that could be used as an energy shield and could also be transformed into a massive blade of light energy. The Tianji race's mechanical blade mantis did not possess any of these abilities. Even the mechanical blade mantis was able to keep hundreds of battleships in check, and it was still in a stalemate even after fighting for a while. Needless to say, the mechanical demon bug that the starfield had transformed into was even more so. It was definitely enough to sweep away 1,000 soldiers. It was time to let these people have a taste of their own power. Before this, they had always wanted to suppress young Master Linghu. But now everything had been reversed. Young Master Linghu was alone, and now he was going to suppress all of them. Screech! You bunch of shameless bastards! You're just grabbing the chance to slander this young master. A long, mournful and angry roar rang out from the mechanical devil bug's long mouthpiece. Immediately after, young Master Linghu's slightly angry voice rang out. Today this young master began a simulation on the battlefield, allowing the treasure ship to obtain a new ability to transform into a mechanical devil bug. Just nice, I'll use you as a sacrifice. Each and every one of you is too shameless. I'll definitely beat you all to death. Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge mechanical devil bug's thick legs shook, and it suddenly jumped up. It directly crossed a distance of 10,000 miles, rushed out of the encirclement of hundreds of battleships, and landed in the group of battleships that were continuously firing at it. The merciless slaughter of iron and blood had begun. Rumble! Boom! 4 consecutive loud explosions rang out. While the mechanical demon insect was still halfway there, the 4 soft tube-like barrels on its body had already turned and aimed at one of the small fortresses of the 3 battleships. Moreover, it instantly bombarded. 4 black antimatter death ray energy beams with a diameter of 20,000 meters whistled out. Just as the mechanical devil bug's body landed, 4 demonic black flame flowers exploded around it. The 4 battleships of different levels were completely annihilated. This was only the beginning. Chila! Chila! Boom! Rumble! 2 loud sounds like tearing silk rang out, followed by 2 equally loud explosions. Another 2 10,000-meter large fortresses turned into 2 huge fireballs. As the mechanical demon bug's body was about to fall, the 2 enormous energy beams on its back directly turned into energy blades, cutting the bodies of the 2 10,000-meter-tall fortresses into 2 halves. Moreover, it also cut into the kinetic energy cabin, causing a huge explosion. This was very useful for the energy light beam. It was originally a form of energy and could be retracted and released at will. If it was retracted, it would disappear in an instant. Once it was released, it could stretch out for 50,000 meters. It was like 2 stretched-out energy blades. As it was formed by the black antimatter energy, it was simply indestructible. Just as it came into contact with the body of the large fortress, it was like boiling oil splashed on ice, directly melting into it, easily cutting it in half. Even cutting tofu was not as easy as this. This was only its offensive ability. In fact, its main strength was its defensive ability. It was just that right now, the mechanical devil bug was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, so it did not need to display this ability at all. If it was really used, this pair of energy beams that were as sharp as blades could instantly turn into arcs and wrap around the mechanical devil bug's entire body, turning into an energy shield for protection. Such an ability made even Sha Baofeng and Imo Qigong envious. Now that they had seen the offensive ability of this pair of energy wings, they could not remain calm. Moreover, other than this pair of energy wings, the mechanical devil bug that Starfield had transformed into had even more external structures that the mechanical devil bug did not have. Ling Huchong, you really did steal my Tianji clan's mechanical fusion ability. This is too much. Enraged, Sha Baofeng, who had completely fused with the devil battle horn and turned it into a giant mechanical blade, suddenly said, "I don't care how you did it, but you must give my Tianji clan an explanation. Well, let's do it this way. You will return to the first universe with me, and my clan leader will deal with you personally." Boom! Following Sha Baofeng's words, the giant mechanical devil bug leaped from the void in the distance, instantly crossing thousands of kilometers and landing in the void 100 kilometers away from the mechanical devil bug. It actually directly crushed two 3,000 meters long stellar-level warships into a giant metal pancake. Who do you think you are? Even your Tianji clan leader Di may not be qualified to speak to this young master like this. Do I need to talk to you? Chapter 3387. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When Xing is not dead. Boom. The scorpion tail on the mechanical bug's tail was like a giant meteor hammer, and its speed was even faster than a meteor. It shot forward, tearing through the void, and in the blink of an eye, it smashed into one of the mechanical bug's legs. There was a huge roar and explosion. The mechanical blade puppet's leg bent down at a strange angle. Although it was not directly broken, it was severely damaged. Even if it could be repaired, at least this leg would temporarily lose a part of its function. Ling Huchong, you deserve to die. Inside the mechanical bug, Sha Baofeng roared crazily with hatred and fury. He had fully integrated with the Devil Battleship, and the Devil Battleship was like his body. Now that one of its legs was broken, although it was the Devil Battleship that was damaged, Sha Baofeng had to bear the pain. After all, the Devil Battleship was only a small steel fortress without life. Although Sha Baofeng was a mechanical life form, he could feel pain from the moment he gained self-awareness. Otherwise, a life form without pain, even a mechanical life form, would not be complete. Although the mechanical bug had many legs, one of its legs was broken during the fierce battle with the hundreds of battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses, causing it to temporarily lose part of its function. Now that the second leg was also broken, the mechanical bug's movement was greatly affected. Sha Baofeng roared furiously. Perhaps it was because of this, or perhaps it was because of Yi Xian's sarcasm, but he was infuriated that Di, the patriarch of the Tianji clan, did not even put him in his eyes. You are not qualified to say such things to this young master. It seems that I will have to teach you a good lesson. Yi Xian's cold voice sounded out once again from the long mouthpiece of the mechanical demon insect. At this moment, the tail clamp hammer that had just shot out like a meteor hammer and smashed one of the mechanical demon insect's legs to the point of fracture had already been retracted. However, the mechanical demon insect's enormous body had already abruptly shot up. With a light leap, it crossed hundreds of miles in the void and landed on top of the mechanical bug. Is this a mechanical bug? I think that's all there is to it. Just a casual smash and one of his legs was broken. He can't even take a beating. Yi Xian's mocking words rang out. Immediately afterwards, two of the mechanical devil bug's large number of legs suddenly chopped out. Shockingly, they were also two saber slashes. Swish! Slash! Two rapid sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The mechanical demon bug's two slashing arms instantly hit the mechanical demon bug's body, splitting open two cracks. For a time, a burst of dazzling electric sparks flashed on the mechanical demon bug's body. Just like that, two 10,000-meter-long gashes appeared on the huge body of the mechanical blade puppet, making it look extremely miserable. Inside the gap was a spacious hall, and inside, a large number of demon dweller masters were staring at the void outside through the two gaps with dumbfounded expressions. The two compound eyes of the mechanical demon bug just so happened to be facing these two terrifying holes. Therefore, Yi Xian could see everything inside clearly. It was also because of this that the mechanical demon bug's body clearly slowed down for a moment. The two energy wings that were originally stretching out from its back instantly stopped in the air. Originally, these two death rays condensed from antimatter light energy were going to directly slash down and completely finish off the mechanical demon bug in one strike, but now Yi Xian changed his mind because he saw the scene in the vast plaza within the blade puppet's space. Among the large number of demon dweller rankers, there were actually many familiar faces. Yi Xian did not know the names of most of the demon dweller, but he had seen them before. But there were two of them who had a close relationship with him. One of them was the great leader of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhuofengtai, who was Yixian's demon slave. His cultivation was previously at the 4th stage of the 9th stage of the origin, but now he had reached the 9th stage of the 9th stage of the origin, the 9th stage of the origin. It seemed that during this period of time, he had quite a few fortuitous encounters. However, the slave imprint in his mind was still there, so there was no problem. He was still under Yixian's control. At this moment, when Yixian's eyes caught sight of Zhuofengtai's figure, the slave imprint in the latter's mind clearly reacted. When it looked at the mechanical demon bug where Yixian was, it emitted a blazing light. Yixian immediately comforted it with his mental power source core, ordering it not to be exposed. The blazing light in Zhuofengtai's eyes dimmed and quickly returned to normal. The other guy was actually the Demon Emperor planet's imperial uncle, Qigong. His cultivation had originally been at the 10th stage of the Heavenly Passage realm, but now he had reached the 12th stage of the Void realm. This was definitely not something that could be explained by a fortuitous encounter. It could only mean that Qigong's cultivation level was actually concealed. If he thought about it in a different way, it was very likely that the Demon Emperor Wentian and the others' cultivation levels were also concealed. Following this sudden speculation, Yixian's heart skipped a beat. White sweat instantly crawled out of his back. If this was really the case, then old devil Wenxing had most likely concealed his cultivation level. The cultivation level he had displayed at that time was the same as the Demon Emperor Wentian and the Imperial Uncle Qigong, which was also the 10th stage of the Heavenly Passage realm. Although he had just entered this realm, if everyone else had concealed their cultivation levels, how could he be the only one with a real cultivation level? If he hadn't been in the 10th stage of the Heavenly Passage realm, but had been in the 12th stage of the Void realm, then the cannon from Naples definitely wouldn't have been able to kill him. In other words, old devil Wenxing had most likely faked his death to escape. Not only had Yixian been fooled, but even the human race and the myriad Luo Federation had been fooled. If this was true, then no matter what old devil Wenxing's motive was, this person was too terrifying. But all of this was just speculation at the moment and had not been confirmed. Besides, the current situation was not suitable to investigate this matter further. Yixian quickly put it to the back of his mind, but in his heart, he planned to investigate it in the future. While Yixian suddenly thought of the first high priest of the demon imperial city, Wenxing, at the center of the first universe, which was a whole universe plane away from here, in the depths of the first universe, a super starry sky fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters, or 1,000 kilometers, in the hinterland of the Tianji clan's headquarters. An old man who seemed to be in closed-door cultivation suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed across his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. It was as if he had suddenly sensed something at this moment. But he didn't say anything and soon closed his eyes again, entering a state of seclusion. This person was the high priest of the demon imperial city, Wenxing. Universe 3, near the starfield of the Tianqian Empire. After temporarily putting aside the matter of old devil Wenxing, Yixian's eyes quickly caught Qigong's grin in the gap. Yixian was startled and then sighed inwardly. This old man actually guessed my identity. Chapter 3388. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Remembering old times, the smile he gave Yixian now was exactly the same as when Yixian appeared in front of him as Zhang Wuji in the Demonkin Star region. Not to mention that his identity had already been recognized by the other party. Even if he didn't, Yixian wouldn't continue to attack. Zhuofengtai was his demon slave and still had great use. Although Qigong was the emperor of the demon race, he was still pretty good to Yixian. If he destroyed this mechanical blade, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape if they fell into the hands of the humans. With this in mind, Yixian immediately changed his mind. Not only did he not plan to destroy the demon battleship, but he also wanted to help it break out of the encirclement of the warships. Once it reached the periphery with the size of its small stronghold, it would definitely be able to jump and escape. Consider this a favor for the sake of their old friendship. However, he could not do all of this too obviously. If he did, young Master Linghu would definitely be identified as a spy of the Tianji race. Moreover, it would be an irrefutable fact. Although Yixian did not care, he was not willing to do so. If he did not care about this, he could simply grab the mechanical puppet and break out of the encirclement and help him escape. However, he could only do so in a more subtle way. Boom! Rumble! As he thought about it, the pincers on the mechanical puppet's tail smashed out again and again, causing the body of the mechanical puppet to sway incessantly. However, after a dozen or so pincers, the huge hole that Yixian had cut into its body was forcibly closed by this brute force. Although there were still some small gaps, they were no longer a problem. At the very least, in the next large jolt, these small gaps would not allow the people inside to fall out. It hurts so much. Ling Huchong, this sovereign will definitely kill you, definitely. Every time the pincers smashed out, Sha Baofeng's miserable howls immediately rang out. He was in so much pain that he regretted merging with the demon battleship because it would be too big of a target. Every time he was in pain, he would be the one to bear the pain in the end. Everything was not supposed to be like this, but because of the appearance of young Master Ling Hu, everything changed. He was supposed to crush all of his enemies, but now he was being beaten in public. This was too humiliating. Sha Baofeng was so angry that he could only let out mournful howls and roars again and again. Seeing all of this, all of the warships, fortresses, and star experts in the surrounding space, all of them were already shocked. How strange was this scene? They had seen and participated in the so-called interstellar wars before. No matter how large the scale of the interstellar wars was, they would at most be shocked, but definitely not shocked. However, everything that was happening in front of them really shocked them, to the point that they were dumbfounded. What were the two translation? What was translation what? If it were two giant dragons or ferocious beasts, it would be easier for them to accept it. However, what was fighting fiercely in space at this moment was clearly two gigantic mechanical battle insects. Mechanical battle insects that were as large as small planets. Moreover, both of them were transformed from two small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters in front of everyone. Neither the human race nor the Wan Luo Federation had ever seen such mechanical battle insects before. But today, not only did they see two of them at the same time, but they were also fighting in space. A small part of the space was disturbed, which shocked a large number of starships that had besieged them and forced them to retreat. These two mecha battle bugs were too terrifying, especially the mecha devil bug. Even though it was currently beating up the other mecha blade, in truth, as long as it was willing, it could easily free itself to attack the surrounding human warships at any time. The four huge soft tubes with a diameter of 20,000 meters represented four antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters. Once they fired at the same time, even a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters would be destroyed in an instant. In addition, the pair of black antimatter light beams on the back of the mechanical battle insect was equally terrifying. The light beams made of antimatter energy could cut a small fortress in half with a single slash. This was a mechanical god of slaughter. This was a consensus. Did they not see the other mechanical battle insect being savagely beaten up by it? The latter was able to fight fiercely against hundreds of various types of warships, fortresses, and small fortresses for a long time without being at a disadvantage at all. Instead, it destroyed dozens of starships. But now, under the mechanical battle insect's savagery, it was unable to fight back at all. This truly demonstrated the strength of the mechanical battle insect. It was too chilling. Boom! Boom! Ling Huchong, I'm going to kill you. Boom! Just like that, amidst Sha Baofeng's furious roars, the huge mechanical battle insect attacked again and again. It was no longer slashing but simply bombarding. The mechanical battle mantis, which was already close to being crippled, was blown far away again and again. Along the way, all the warships, fortresses, and small fortresses hurriedly avoided the mechanical battle insect as if they were avoiding a ghost. They could see that young Master Ling Hu was truly enraged. He was clearly going to smash this mechanical battle mantis from the Tianji clan into pieces and kill it on the spot. Under such circumstances, they were not in a hurry to attack for the time being. Although there were more than 1,000 warships in the surroundings, in the process of fighting these two freaks at the same time, nearly 100 of them had already been destroyed. Against these two freaks at the same time, more than 1,000 warships of various types were really not enough. Now these two freaks were fighting on their own, and it seemed like the outcome would be decided soon. One of the mechanical battle insects was about to be beheaded, so they were more than happy to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. They would only attack after the battle was over. At that time, the 1,000 warships would concentrate their firepower to crush a single mechanical battle insect, increasing their chances of victory. What was not to be happy about? It was precisely because of this consideration that all the warships would immediately retreat as soon as the 2 mechanical battle insects in the middle of the fierce battle approached. After all, young Master Linghu was the one who had the upper hand. This guy was too arrogant and had never thought of running away. He had already shown himself twice before, which was enough to explain the problem. Therefore, they were not worried at all. They simply did not think that this was Yi Xian's strange plan. He was secretly assisting the mechanical battle cry in this way, helping it escape the encirclement of the 1,000 warships. And this was something he did very quickly. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the 2 pairs of mechanical battle insects finally broke through the encirclement of the 1,000 warships after repeated bombardments. They had already left the area affected by the void tremors. Yi Xian did not warn him, as that would expose himself. However, Sha Baofeng was not really beaten senseless. Just as the mechanical battle mantis was sent flying several dozen li by the mechanical battle insect's hammer, and finally shook off the area affected by the void tremors, Sha Baofeng's angry roars stopped. Chapter 3389. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhan Tu was dumbfounded. Then Sha Baofeng, a core member of the Heavenly Fate clan with a swollen face, appeared in the interior of the demon battleship fortress. He was in such a sorry state that he could not walk without a limp. The disadvantage of this kind of mechanical fusion was that the Heavenly Fate clan member who had fused with the ship would be affected to a certain extent even if the ship itself was damaged. Sha Baofeng was in such a situation. Ling Huchong, just you wait. Sha Baofeng will never let you go. After uttering the last sentence, the demon battleship fortress instantly activated a space jump and disappeared. F*CKU. Stay here and fight for another 300 rounds if you dare. In the void, the mechanical demonic insects were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they clamored. This scene happened to be seen by 2 figures who were rushing over from the distant void. In an instant their heads buzzed and they were both dumbfounded. The 2 figures had powerful auras and were both powerful beings of the 15th realm of heaven and earth. One of them was Ancestor Zhan Tu of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan. The other was a man in his 60s. He had a white face and no facial hair. He had triangular eyes that flickered with ruthless and feminine light. This man was called Ancestor Wu Mei. He was an itinerant cultivator in the starry sky. However, he was highly valued because he was one of the few remaining array grandmasters in the human race's science and technology camp because of his expertise in array formations. Although he was an itinerant cultivator, even Ancestor Zhan Tu of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had to pay him a visit in person to show his respect. Right now, the eyebrowless ancestor had finally arrived. However, when he arrived, he didn't see the expected void trap array. Instead, he saw a chaotic battlefield. In the surrounding void, there were a large number of damaged starships. With a casual glance, he found that at least 100 starships of various types had been destroyed and turned into cosmic garbage in the void. Some of the wreckages were from small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters. They had been destroyed long ago and only a few corners were left. Judging from the scene, these small fortresses were obviously caused by antimatter death light cannons. However, there was not a single space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters in the surrounding void. Even the largest warship was only a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. I wonder where these antimatter death ray cannons are fired from. One had to know that every antimatter death ray cannon needed to be equipped with an antimatter light energy generator, and its size would not be smaller than the antimatter cannon. Therefore, small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters could not be equipped with it. Only true interstellar fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters could be equipped with it. But this wasn't the most shocking part. What was most shocking was that other than the disappearance of the space trap array and the star cauldron, there were also a large number of starships that had been destroyed by the antimatter death ray cannons. There were also 2 enormous mechanical battle insects. In fact, whether it was the Tianji race of the first universe or the human race of the third universe, both of them had built such mechanical battle insects. However, they were basically fixed defensive forces on the inner cities of the various administrative planets. It was impossible for it to be deployed into the void of the universe. This was because it was impossible for them to transform. However, just now Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor clearly saw that one of the two mechanical battle insects had transformed into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters within a short period of 10 breaths. Although it was badly damaged, it did not lose its basic abilities. Before the two of them could react, it had already performed a space jump and escaped far away. The remaining mechanical battle insect was still clamoring. Zhan Tu vaguely felt that the voice that came from it was a little familiar. Zhan 2, get out here. Where's the space trap array? Where's the star cauldron? You bunch of good-for-nothings. How long has it been since I left? How did it become like this? At this moment, Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor were still quite far away, tens of thousands of miles away. The reason why they could clearly see everything that was happening in the battlefield was because the two of them sensed extremely strong energy waves coming from the void in front of them. It was because they had performed some kind of divine ability. At this moment, the two of them quickened their pace and were rushing over at top speed. However, Zhan Tu's voice had arrived in advance and reverberated in the vast void of the battlefield. Everyone trembled and subconsciously looked in the direction of the roar from afar. Some were pleasantly surprised, some heaved a sigh of relief, and some were inexplicably excited because they knew that the Heaven War Empire's ancestor Zhan Tu had finally returned. This was the Heaven War Empire's 15th Great Realm Master Qian Kuan. With his arrival, no matter how monstrous young Master Linghu was, he would be suppressed this time. Although his mechanical demon insects were powerful, they would definitely not be able to withstand the Heaven War Empire's means. Of course, young Master Linghu could immediately summon the Star Cauldron, but that would be useless. Perhaps after hiding inside, it could stop the Heaven War Emperor clan's ancestor Zhan Tu's footsteps, but it would definitely not be able to stop the means of the Heaven War Emperor clan's old friend that the Zhan Tu ancestor had invited. If this person did not have this ability, he would not have come with the Zhan Tu ancestor today. In their line of sight, the group of starry sky experts looked into the distance and could clearly see that there were two streaks of light rapidly approaching from thousands of miles away. The Zhan Tu ancestor had indeed visited his old friend. The two Heaven War Empire's 15th Great Realm Master Qian Kuan were about to arrive. Damn! The old bastard is actually back? What made everyone's jaws drop was that after hearing the Zhan Tu ancestor's thunderous roar, everyone's hearts trembled. However, young Master Linghu, who was inside the mechanical demon insect, did not show any fear at all. He actually cursed on the spot and opened his mouth to curse the old bastard. Moreover, he did not deliberately suppress his voice at all. Instead, it was as if he was deliberately shouting loudly. All the starry sky experts in the void of the battlefield could hear him clearly. With such a commotion, it was impossible that the two Heaven War Empire's mighty figures who were rushing over from thousands of miles away did not hear him. This kind of arrogance and audacity stunned all the starry sky experts in the surrounding void. This brat's guts were really extraordinary. Seeing that the Heaven War Empire's ancestor was about to arrive, he actually dared to provoke him so presumptuously. Did he not know how to spell the word death? Crack, crack, crack. At the same time as Yi Xian's words rang out, the gigantic mechanical demon insect began to change again. The crisp and dense sound of mechanical operation resounded throughout the world. In less than 3 breaths, the mechanical demon insect returned to its original state and turned into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the starry sky experts in the surrounding void changed greatly. The void tribe Zhan and Zhan Si of the Heaven War Emperor clan exclaimed one after another. Oh no, this brat is clearly going to escape. Immediately activate the space oscillator with all your might. Don't let it perform a space jump to escape this place. Chapter 3390. Translator. Nyerbo Studio Editor. Nyerbo Studio Qian Kuan's fury destroys the void faced with the arrival of two powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm. Yi Xian's only choice was to escape immediately. Anyway, it was not shameful. He was only in the 10th Grand Realm, Grotto Heaven Realm. Faced with two powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm, if he did not escape, would he stay and fight them to the death? Everything he had done before was already enough to deter them. Presumably, this group of people would absolutely not dare to provoke him again and take the initiative to provoke him again. From this point of view, Yi Xian had actually achieved his goal this time. However, although he had to leave, he needed to make a decision on how to leave. If the other experts of the Starry Sky were to find out that Yi Xian actually had more than one way to leave when facing two supreme beings of the 15th realm, they would probably be shocked to the point that their eyeballs would fall out. In fact, if Yi Xian did not want to leave, he was fully capable of scaring away the two powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm. Whether it was the Headless Infant Corpse or the Rai Seal, they both had the ability to do so. Even the Fallen Sky Bao, after Yi Xian's cultivation had reached the 10th Grand Realm, Grotto Heaven Realm, could pose a certain threat to the powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm. In addition, when it came to escaping, he also had more than one choice. The fastest way was to activate the Universal Coordinate Jumping ability, attached to the system title. Once he did so, the two powerful beings of the universe would be instantly dumbfounded. They would not even understand how Yi Xian had disappeared. Although the void teleportation formation could be used to teleport a very long distance, once it was used, even the powerful divine sense of the 15th Grand Realm would not be able to capture it. However, Yi Xian's universal coordinate jumping ability did not rely on the teleportation formation. On the surface, it looked more like teleportation. No matter how far the Starry Sky Masters of the 10th Grand Realm, Grotto Heaven Realm could teleport, they could not exceed the range of the divine sense of the powerful beings of the universe. What's more, the void had once again fallen under the sealing effect of the space oscillator, making it impossible for the Starry Sky Masters to teleport and teleport. Therefore, the moment Yi Xian used his universal coordinate jump ability to leave, this matter would definitely attract the attention of a large number of powers and experts. It was equivalent to exposing one of Yi Xian's trump cards. In the future, there might be people who would come up with countermeasures to guard against this. For Yi Xian, the loss outweighed the gain. Because of this, Yi Xian gave up on the idea after a slight hesitation. He decided that it would be more cost-effective to leave in a conventional manner. After all, the Starfield's abilities were already exposed, so it wouldn't hurt to expose a little more. That's right, he was planning to use the ability of the Wild Star to escape. At this moment, the Open Star continued to transform after removing the mechanical bug form and returning to its 50,000-meter diameter small fortress form. The experts in the surrounding void were all dumbfounded by this scene. Kacha, kacha-cha. The sound of the mechanical operation continued to resound. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Open Star's size rapidly shrunk. In a short span of 3 breaths, it had shrunk from its original 50,000-meter diameter to 10,000-meter diameter. It didn't stop, everything was still going on. Another 3 breaths passed, and the Open Star's 10,000-meter diameter had shrunk to 1,000 meter. This wasn't the end. The last 3 breaths passed in the blink of an eye, and the 1,000-meter diameter had shrunk to 100-meter diameter. At this point, the starfield was practically a solid sphere, and its density had reached a terrifying level. The space inside was only 10 meters wide, and Yi Xian was standing in the center of this 10 meters wide core space. The 50,000-meter diameter fortress had shrunk to its limit, and finally became a 100-meter diameter sphere with a 10-meter space inside. The density of this sphere was unimaginable. Moreover, its surface was covered with a 50-meter thick energy shield. This was an extremely sturdy shell, and Yi Xian was hiding inside it. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strong sense of security. This wasn't just a feeling, he even activated the engulfing system in his body and started to calculate and calculate. The final result was that even if the Open Star stopped here and didn't move, it would still be bombarded by the 15th stage Universe Realm Level 9 Supreme Being. It could still hold on for more than 2 hours. Within these 2 hours, Yi Xian wouldn't be damaged at all. After 2 hours, the reason why the Open Star wouldn't be able to provide him with any protection was because the energy stored inside had been depleted. The energy that the World Bug Evolution Group temporarily extracted from the evil spirit slime's nest wouldn't be able to withstand the energy shield and the depletion of the countless micromolecules of the World Bug Evolution Group. If this energy supply could keep up with the depletion rate of the bombardment, then this 2-hour time limit could be extended further. With this result, Yi Xian was completely relieved. At this moment, Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor, who were originally tens of thousands of kilometers away, finally came within 1,000 kilometers. The two old guys were a little dumbfounded, and their minds were in a daze. What kind of monster did they encounter today? Previously, it was a terrifying giant mechanical demon bug. Then, it changed its shape and turned into a 50,000-meter diameter small fortress. Before they could digest what they saw with their own eyes, the small fortress that was 50,000 meters in diameter turned into a 100-meter round sphere covered by a 50-meter thick energy shield. Just one look was enough to tell that its defensive power was insanely high. All of this made Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor feel a little confused. What the hell? Since when did the human race's starship construction ability become so abnormal? A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters could be transformed into a mechanical demon worm, and its defensive capabilities could be reduced to a diameter of 100 meters. It was a dense little tortoise shell. This was simply F***king unheard of black technology. Little B** starred. Do you think you can escape unscathed like this? Looking at the small sphere in front of them, not only did they not know where to attack, but it was also rapidly moving toward the periphery of the area surrounded by a large number of starships. Due to its small size, the effect of the void oscillator on it was almost negligible. At this speed, this 100-meter sphere would be able to break out of the encirclement very soon. Then, it would perform space transmission and escape instantly. Zhan Tu was so angry that his beard was trembling. He opened his mouth and cursed. Then, he turned around and looked at the eyebrowless ancestor next to him. He said gloomily, "Old friend, I'm afraid this tortoise shell can't be opened in a short period of time. I have a suggestion. Let's work together. The two of us will attack at the same time. We'll tear apart the void and banish it to the space turbulence. What do you think?" "That's great." The eyebrowless ancestor's eyes glittered. Then, he and Zhan Tu attacked at the same time. Boom! Boom! The two of them attacked at the same time. In an instant, two giant energy palms that were as big as the sky suddenly slapped down, covering the void where the 100-meter sphere was. Chapter 3391. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Slaughtering the stars. Rumble. Boom! A huge explosion was heard. This scene was too shocking. Heaven and earth collapsed. The universe almighties were enraged and attacked with all their might. The entire void seemed to be destroyed. As the two sky-like energy palms slammed down, the void where the 100-meter-long ball was completely shrouded. As the energy surged, the void was torn apart. Endless void turbulence leaked out, and a terrifying suction force was released. Amidst the surging waves, the 100-meter-long sphere, which was like the peak of a huge wave, was instantly drawn into the void. One of the two giant energy palms instantly condensed, turning into a palm-shaped imprint, and pursued at an extremely fast speed. In the end, before the void crack could close, it broke through the 50-meter thick energy shield and turned into a blood-red palm imprint, imprinting itself on the body of the Starfield ship. Immediately after, the void crack that was blasted open by the two 15th-tier universe almighties was completely closed. From then on, the dust had settled. In this battle, young Master Linghu was finally exiled to the boundless void at the cost of over 200 battleships, fortresses and small fortresses of human forces in sections. If there were no accidents, he would never be able to return. As for the Tianji clan's small fortress that could transform into a mechanical knife, although it managed to escape, it was basically half destroyed. Even so, the universe almighties in the surrounding fleets were still in a heavy mood. Even if there were a few who had smiles on their faces, it was a bitter smile. This battle could not even be considered a Pyrrhic victory. It could only be considered a loss for both sides. Especially the second universe's allied forces, they had suffered heavy losses. Several of the young clan leaders of the various clans were eaten. Even a few of the clan elders of the various clans were killed. Even the small fortresses where they were located were destroyed. Even the dynasty's immortal army from the immortal planet had lost two 10,000-meter diameter fortresses. The Federation's Overwatch Council's Blue Army had lost a small fortress. And this was because Yixian did not know that Hongdou Lifeng was the commander of this Blue Army. Otherwise, the entire Federation's Overwatch Council's fleet would have been annihilated. This time, Hongdou Lifeng had gotten lucky and escaped this disaster. The fleets of the various major forces dispersed one after another. What followed was the impact of this battle. This battle had shocked the entire Wanluo Federation. Young Master Linghu's monstrous talent and ability made all the major forces sigh. This person was really too monstrous. The three ultimates of alchemy, craftsmanship and array were just a facade. He must be hiding an even bigger secret. Not only was translation, it was the invincible god of war whose clone it was still unknown. Furthermore, they had a terrifying small fortress that was far more advanced than the current technology of the human race. His attack could transform into a mechanical demon worm, and his defense could shrink to 100 meters in diameter. This was simply unheard of black technology. If such a genius could be used by the human race, the profound significance would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, he had fallen in the end and was exiled into the endless void, never to return. In addition, the terrifying transformation ability that the Tianji clan's small fortress had displayed in this battle had also aroused the vigilance of the human race and the Wanluo Federation. The entire federation was surging with undercurrents. Countless experts in the field of warship manufacturing gathered together to discuss countermeasures on the immortal planet. In this battle, the advanced technology that the Tianji clan had displayed made the human race and the Federation very worried. If all the Tianji clan's small fortresses had this kind of ability, then in the upcoming all-out war, the human race and the Federation would have no chance of winning. The entire battlefield would fall into a situation of being beaten up. That was too shocking. Many people didn't hold any hope and sighed endlessly. At the conference, many human experts in warship construction angrily rebuked the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, saying that they were the ones who had forced the human race's peerless genius, young Master Linghu, to rebel. Otherwise, with the starry sky black technology in his hands, the entire human race's technological prowess would have leaped to a whole new level. Even if there was still a certain gap between them and the Tianji clan, at least they would have been able to fight. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Faced with this kind of rebuke, the Heaven Battle Emperor clan sneered and didn't express any opinions. Furthermore, the only person guarding the fortress, Ancestor Zhan Tu, had disappeared completely after the battle. Damn it, I acted too hastily and made a mistake in my deduction. The exit of that void crack was actually shifted to a certain star field in the second universe. In a vast void, the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's Ancestor Zhan Tu and Ancestor Wu Mei were standing in the void. The latter was holding an ancient astrolabe in his hand, and seemed to be deducing something. In the end, his face darkened and he muttered a few words unhappily. He turned his head and glanced at Zhan Tu, who was frowning. There's no other way. It seems that you and I have to go to the second universe again, and we have to move quickly. Otherwise, once that kid rushes out from the other side of the void crack, even if I left a mark on that strange small fortress, in case the other party keeps this fortress in his storage magic treasure, all senses will disappear. At that time it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. And I'm afraid this matter can't be hidden for too long. Soon, the powerful figures of some forces should be able to see that what you and I jointly opened that day wasn't some banished void, but a void passage with a clear location. On the side, Zhan Tu nodded in agreement. At that time, I'm afraid there will be people looking for you and me. They won't be willing to let all the good fortune of young Master Linghu be taken by us. There's no time to lose, let's move immediately. After that, the two didn't stay any longer. Their figures flickered and rushed to the graveyard star field. There were two natural universe wormholes, one leading to the first universe and the other leading to the second universe. Not long after Zhan Tu and Ancestor Wu Mei disappeared, there was a faint light that flashed past in different directions around the void where the two of them were originally standing. At the same time, in a certain border star field of the Heavenly Battle Empire. Although this place belonged to the territory of the Heavenly Battle Empire, it was a border area of a small country under the Empire's rule. Because the nearby star fields were relatively barren, and even the more precious minerals were not produced, this star field basically did not have many starry sky powerhouses. It was a star field with a very low population of powerhouses. At this moment, the zombie king Tuoba Linfeng led his 108 high-level bloodline universe zombies, and quietly appeared at the edge of this star field. 109 universe zombies, all with red eyes, stared at the quiet administrative planet in front of them. Chapter 3392. Zombie Crisis reappears at this time. Zombie King Tuoba Linfeng and his 108 elite zombies were all floating in the void, standing far away from the atmosphere of this administrative planet. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the seemingly tranquil planet. Although it was located in a remote area, this administrative planet also had a star defense array set up in the atmosphere. This was a must. All the residential administrative planets in the dynasty's territory had a star defense array set up in the atmosphere. This was because there would occasionally be some void ferocious beasts descending in the void of the universe. Without the star defense array, the entire planet would be undefended, and the ferocious beasts could descend at any time. The only difference was the strength of the star defense array. This administrative planet's star defense array wasn't strong. After all, there weren't any powerful void beasts running rampant in this area. The entire administrative planet wasn't very big, belonging to the type of ordinary small administrative planet. If it didn't have an atmosphere, and the interior environment was suitable for human habitation, it wouldn't have been chosen as an administrative planet to be inhabited. The entire administrative planet's atmosphere only had 4 entrances and exits, located in 4 different directions of the atmosphere. Although there were ships patrolling the exits, they were just ordinary shuttles. This planet belonged to a small country. This small country was located at the border of the Heavenly War Empire, so its economy wasn't developed. Below that, the small country's administrative planets were even weaker in terms of military power. This administrative planet didn't even have a large fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. There were only 10 3,000-meter-long star-level battleships, and dozens of 1,000-meter-long star-level battleships. Moreover, these battleships were usually docked in the inner part of the planet, and weren't in operation. This place was located in the hinterland of the Heavenly War Empire's territory, not a strategic frontier. Coupled with the backward economy, the daily necessities of the battleships were somewhat insufficient. King, can we begin the operation? After observing for a while, a bald man walked out from behind Tuoba Linfeng. Although he was a zombie, he didn't look any different from an ordinary starry sky powerhouse. His cultivation was around the 6th Great Realm, Nebula Realm. These 108 elite zombies were all like this. Their zombie bloodline had evolved to a very high level, and they had the ability to transform. They also had their own intelligence and thoughts, and could communicate with people normally. In short, on the surface they looked like ordinary starry sky experts. However, if they were allowed to manifest their zombie form, they could take all kinds of forms. Some of the elite zombies could even transform into mountains of flesh and devour everything. They were definitely a nightmare for starry sky experts. Divide into 4 groups and wait for my signal. Attack the 4 spatial tunnels outside the planet's atmosphere at the same time. With a flash of light in his eyes, Tuoba Linfeng quickly issued the invasion plan. After taking down the 4 space channels, immediately shut down the Star Network signal relay station in the atmosphere, and cut off the star's connection with the outside world. After that, leave 2 people behind to guard the passage and prevent any experts from leaving. The rest of you are to enter the planet immediately and take care of the powerful military department first. After that, when I remove the Star Web artificial intelligence hub in the planet, everyone who enters the planet is to gather immediately and carry out a unified massacre. In the shortest time possible, we have to turn all the creatures in the entire planet into our own kind. Then, let them devour each other and select the elite zombies to take away. After the arrangement was completed, the entire elite zombie army was immediately divided into 4 groups and rushed to the 4 different atmospheric tunnels of the planet. They quickly occupied the tunnels and shut down the Star Web signal relay station in the atmosphere. Since then, the planet had completely lost contact with the outside world. Roar! Screech! Immediately after, 2 elite zombies were left behind to guard the 4 atmospheric tunnels to prevent starry sky experts from escaping. The other elite zombies all rushed to the planet's interior. A terrible disaster instantly befell. 100 elite zombies all manifested their zombie form. Their body size was around 10 to 100 meters. Some were ferocious humanoid beasts, while others were disgusting squirming mountains of flesh. Their bodies were covered with fleshy tentacles, and as they waved around, they constantly poured out venom. Some of these poisonous liquids were strong acid, and some were even a kind of black corpse flame, but without exception they all had a strong infectious property. The slaughter was unfolding, and the undying and indestructible poison began to rapidly spread through the interior of this planet. Gradually, half a day passed. The entire planet had turned into a barren land. There were no more living creatures, but it was still bustling with noise and excitement. The creatures that originally lived here had all turned into the lowest level of universe zombies. Under the influence of the Zombie King Tuoba Limfeng's brainwave boots, a large number of low-level zombies in the planet's interior began to devour each other. At the same time, the 108 elite zombies also joined in. They also needed to continue to transform and strengthen. This scene was too tragic, and people couldn't bear to watch. From this moment onwards, the entire planet had turned into a true boundless hell. No one knew what happened here. After 2 full days, the Zombie King Tuoba Linfeng set off again. This time, the number of elite zombies following behind him had reached 200. All of them had evolved their own consciousness, and were able to conceal their aura. Their appearance was no different from a normal universe expert. Very quickly, this elite zombie squad once again left, disappearing into the boundless void of the universe. No one knew where they went, and no one even knew of their existence. And on this planet that they had just ravaged, in fact, not all of the low-level zombies had been devoured. There were still some wandering around. Time slowly passed, and another 3 days passed. Among the remaining universe zombies on the planet's interior, some of them finally obtained a certain degree of evolution. Although they hadn't developed their own consciousness, they had the ability to fly. After all, some of these zombies were originally infected by universe experts. After obtaining the ability to fly, these universe zombies left the planet through the atmosphere passage in the sky, and entered the void of the universe outside the planet. At first there were very few of them, but slowly their numbers increased. These universe zombies wandered in the void. Their strong sense of hunger made them increase their speed, drifting further and further in the void. Gradually, hundreds of thousands of universe zombies spread out over a large area. Finally, some of the universe zombies encountered a starship sailing in the void. This was a commercial fleet. There were only a dozen star-level commercial ships with a length of 3,000 meters. Their destination was a small administrative planet in front of this starship, and they would arrive in 3 days. Chapter 3393. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When it rains, it pours. Oh my god, what the hell are these guys so disgusting? Look, the one on the right, his whole head is crooked, hanging under his shoulder. Zombies. Space zombies. Damn the Heavenly Battle Empire. Didn't they say that the crisis was over and all the zombies were eliminated? Could it be that we're blind? Fire. Fire immediately, don't let them get close. Damn it, the nearest administrative planet is 3 days away from here. This zombie army is close to 10,000. We can only rely on ourselves. If we can't get out, we will definitely die. Boom. Rumble. The 10-star level merchant ships immediately became chaotic. The ship cannons fired, the sound echoing in a small star field. But at the same time, more universe zombies wandering around were attracted by this movement. Slowly, the number of universe zombies gathered around the 10 starships reached more than 100,000, covering the sky and earth. In just half a day, the 10 starships were all submerged in the sea of zombies. These starships were not space fortresses. If they were space fortresses, as long as they didn't open a channel, these space zombies wouldn't be able to enter. Space zombies that evolved to this level didn't have the ability to tear apart starships, so they were basically safe. Unfortunately, this kind of traditional starship had a fixed channel on the deck. Although there was an energy shield, it didn't have much effect against a sea of space zombies. Soon, some space zombies broke through the fixed channel on the starship deck and entered the cabin. Not long after that, the rumbling sound of cannons stopped. All 10 starships had fallen. All the Federation citizens and powerhouses on the starships were gnawed. Their bodies were torn apart, and then turned into space zombies. They began to walk out of the starships, wandering in the surrounding space. 2 days later, another fleet encountered space zombies. This time the fleet had more ships and their combat power was stronger. They had more than 40 star-level merchant ships, and the zombies they encountered were only a small group, only slightly more than 1,000 of them. Not long after, they were all annihilated. Then, the fleet hurriedly fled from the place and changed course temporarily, heading to the nearest administrative planet. When they arrived, the news of the Heavenly Battle Empire's space zombie crisis spread like wildfire. The Heavenly War Empire panicked and immediately sent a powerful military fleet to this star field. In the end, they found that the situation had developed to an uncontrollable degree in a short period of 10 days. The universe void was actually filled with wandering figures of the universe zombies. This star field was really too remote, even in this small country's territory. It was considered the border. The degree of the interstellar network communication was not frequent. This led to the current situation. It wasn't until the universe zombies had basically completely spread out in this small star field that everything was discovered by the outside world. At this time, the universe zombies wandering in the void were even close to this small country's capital, and had even spread to the border star fields of other small countries. When the news reached the undying star, the experts in the various fields of science and technology, who were still intensely discussing the measures to deal with the mechanical battle bugs, were completely stunned. This was simply a case of when it rains, it pours. The Tianji race had only just revealed the crisis of the mechanical battle bugs, and they had not yet come up with a concrete countermeasure. Who would have thought that the previous outbreak of the cosmic zombie crisis would once again appear? For a moment, the entire Undying Dynasty was in a state of panic. Slowly, the entire Third Universe's human race began to worry. This was because the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital, where the first space zombie crisis occurred, was too far away from the location of the second space zombie crisis, the border star field of that small country. No one knew how the Heavenly Battle Empire's zombie virus was transmitted there, but one thing was certain, and that was that this time the space zombie crisis would be even more difficult to eradicate. Previously, the space zombies in the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital had not been able to rush out of the Empire's capital star. They were all eliminated within the atmosphere, but even so, in a short period of less than a month, the second space zombie crisis occurred at the border of this small country far away from the star field. And this time, not only did a large amount of space zombies enter the universe's void, they even spread out in the void, spreading over an extremely vast star field. The situation was countless times more serious than the previous time. Someone pointed out that this time, even if all the space zombies wandering in the void were killed, there was basically no guarantee that the strange zombie poison would not spread anymore. When this news was revealed, the originally anxious Third Universe's human race became even more restless, while the Second Universe's Federation's various races maintained their silence at this moment, quietly watching the situation develop, faintly like a tiger watching its prey. In the end, the search operation for the Tianji clan's new top-grade small stronghold that had escaped from the previous battle also came to an end. They did not find the whereabouts of that small stronghold at all, and suspected that it had already escaped back to the first universe. This made the upper echelons of the human race in the Third Universe and the leaders of the myriad Luo Federation's headquarters even more restless. Now that the Third Universe's internal strife was about to erupt, the Tianji clan could send out troops to attack at any time, and the human race was already faintly showing signs of being tossed about by the wind and rain. Yixian did not know about any of this. That day, after being swallowed by the space crack that Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor, the two almighty beings of the universe, the wild star ship, which had turned into a small sphere with a diameter of 100 meters, had been wandering in this space crack ever since. Because it was surrounded by endless space turbulence, it was like dense and invisible space blades, blowing everywhere, wreaking havoc endlessly. Therefore, Yixian did not dare to restore the wild star ship to its original state, although its defensive capabilities were stronger in this state. For the next few days, Yixian controlled the wild star ship to wander around this space crack, trying to find a way out. In the end, he decided on a direction and sped off. This direction was the result of the devouring system's analysis. The other directions had a 30% chance of survival or less, but only this direction had a 70% chance of survival. Even so, the wild star ship sped along this direction for a full 4 days, but it still did not reach the end. The space outside the ship was still filled with endless space turbulence, exactly the same as when it had just been swallowed by this space crack. There was no difference at all. Just as Yixian was getting impatient and was about to use the devouring system to perform a new round of analysis, an obscure blood-red color suddenly appeared in the boundless dark space in front of him. Although it was strange, this blood-red color was the first time Yixian had seen a color different from the deep black from before in the 10 days since he had been swallowed by the space crack. This was most likely the exit. Chapter 3394. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Due to a freak combination of circumstances, after a short while, Yixian urged Xingyi to charge towards the blood-red color. The entire world instantly turned into a vast expanse of blood. After a short period of 2 to 3 breaths, light descended, and the familiar void of the universe appeared in his field of vision. At this moment, the familiar system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. A suitable location has been discovered. Blood Void Underworld. Located in the second universe. This universe plane has not yet imprinted your galactic coordinates. Do you wish to imprint them immediately? Blood Void Underworld? Located in the second universe? Yixian was stunned. After charging out of that spatial rift, they had actually arrived in the second universe from the first universe? 2 universe realm experts of the 15th level teaming up to tear open a spatial rift with their full strength actually had such power? They had actually crossed an entire universe plane. This was obviously not very realistic. At the very least, Yixian did not quite believe it. Because if that was really the case, then the natural wormholes connecting the universe planes would be meaningless. Universe realm experts of the 15th level, whether it was the human race, the various races of the Second Universe Federation, or the Tianji clan, were definitely not few. If 2 universe realm experts of the 15th level teamed up and used their full strength to tear open a spatial rift and cross the universe planes, then when war broke out, this method would become a true nightmare. The armies of the 3 universes could very well use this method to secretly descend on the enemy's plane. That was absolutely impossible. Otherwise, how could the 3 planes of the universe be so peaceful? This spatial rift that Old Devil Jean 2 and Old Devil Jean 2 teamed up most likely had an accident. After pondering for a while, Yixian had an analysis result. His eyes flickered with a bright light. From this point of view, it can be seen that those 2 old fellows don't have any good intentions. Their goal isn't to banish the Starfield ship into the endless void of the universe. The spatial rift they tore should have its original destination, which is within the territory of the first universe. Those 2 old fellows clearly wanted to catch a turtle in a jar. They hid from the experts of the other factions and wanted to capture this young master alone. It's a pity that a small chance of an accident happened in the Void Fissure, which actually moved Starfield to the second universe. As for this, the 2 old guys should have already noticed something. The eyebrowless ugly ghost that the old bastard John 2 invited is most likely a powerful person in the universe who is good at this. He should be able to deduce the new endpoint of the Void Passage after a small probability of mishap. If that's really the case, the 2 old fogies should be on their way here right now. They might even arrive soon. After all, the Wild Star ship had been stuck in this spatial crack for quite some time. It had been close to 10 days. From the Heavenly War Empire to the domain of the buried Falling Star region, to the second universe through the natural wormhole in the depths of the domain of the buried Falling Star region, and then to determine the final location. The whole process will take about a dozen days. When he thought up to here, a bright light flashed through Yixian's eyes, and a wisp of coldness faintly flashed through them. No matter how good Yixian's temper was, he was still slightly infuriated when he thought up to here. Then Yixian remembered the blood-red handprint that was left on the Wild Star ship's hull. This was clearly a mark that Jean 2 and the eyebrowless ugly ghost had used to determine his exact location. No matter what, he could not leave it behind. However, this was a mark left behind by a powerful person in the 15th realm after all. Yixian was not confident that he could erase it. In the end, after he tried, the result made his jaw drop. After Yixian gave the command to the core of the Wild Star ship, the blood-red handprint was erased in an instant, leaving not a single trace behind. The entire Wild Star ship was formed by countless micromolecules derived from a world bug. Following Yixian's command, the core of the world bug simply discarded the small area of the ship where the blood-red handprint was imprinted. Like a gecko cutting off its tail, the problem was solved. In the blink of an eye, a piece of the ship that was a meter wide and a foot thick separated from the Wild Star ship and fell into the depths of the void, disappearing quickly. Although this dangerous void called the Blood Void Underworld was indeed suitable for imprinting his interstellar coordinates in the second universe, just like the black hole of life in the first universe and the Death Star vortex in the third universe, the exit of the void crack was here. That old bastard John too and the eyebrowless ugly ghost should have already deduced this point. In other words, this place was already exposed and would become the focus of the enemy. Furthermore, the small piece of the wild starship that was formed by the micromolecules of the world bug that was completely dead had also fallen into the depths of the void. The blood-red handprint was still on it, and most likely it still had the function of guiding the direction. Therefore, Yixian's personal interstellar coordinates in the second universe was not suitable to be imprinted here. After considering all this, Yixian did not stay any longer. He stepped out of the wild starship and waved his hand to keep it into his undying world. Finally, he took out the Dongshu shuttle and stepped in. After activating the concealment array, he activated the shuttle and turned it into an invisible arrow that shot into the distance. This time, coming to the second universe by a freak combination of factors was a stroke of luck for Yixian. He originally planned to immediately find some time to rush to the second universe after dealing with the troublesome matter in the Heavenly War Empire. He did not expect to unexpectedly fulfill his wish in this way. There were 3 reasons why he wanted to come to the second universe. First, to find a suitable place in the second universe to imprint his personal interstellar coordinates. He had already imprinted a personal interstellar space in the first and third universes, so he only needed to imprint one in the second universe. Then, in the future, once he activated the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump ability that came with the system title, Yixian would be able to perform a planar jump between the 3 universes with just a thought, unimpeded. Second, the ancient tortoise shell that contained the incomplete Dongshu scripture, the purplish warbler, was obtained from the abyssal tortoise's sea in the second universe. No matter what, Yixian had to personally go there to search and find it. Furthermore, it would not be a short time because the Dongshu scripture was too important to him. The abyssal tortoise's sea was an entire star field. Yixian could not just take a quick look around and leave. Therefore, this time he might stay in the second universe for a while. Third, the various races of the second universe were basically beasts and birds with the bloodline of primordial creatures. Previously, Yixian had eaten the roasted wings of the Inji clan and the roasted beef kettle of the barbarian bull clan. Putting aside the excellent taste, the energy contained in the flesh and blood of these powerful races had an extremely strong effect on his physical body's evolution. It could be used in medicine and concocted into the next gene fluid. Although Yixian had already concocted a level 11 gene fluid, he would be able to consume it when his physical body reached the 10th realm, the peak of level 9 Grotto Heaven, and enter the 11th realm, the Mystic Light realm. Chapter 3395. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The second nine-eyed golden crystalline view of the above 3 goals. Yixian felt that it was necessary for him to create a new identity. First of all, the identity of young Master Linghu could not be used in the second universe. Once people found out that young Master Linghu was in the second universe, the entire universe would be turned upside down. As for the identity of Prince Xian, he could not use it here either. This was because in order to concoct the level 12 liquid, he would definitely hunt down the races in the second universe whose flesh and blood were of great use and could be used to make medicine. Prince Xian was the bloodline-plucking prince of the human race's science and technology faction's immortal dynasty. Naturally, it was not suitable for him to do such a thing. Otherwise, not only would it cause internal strife between the races in the second universe and the humans in the third universe, but Prince Xian's reputation would also be damaged. After thinking about it, Yixian felt that he should come up with a full identity in the second universe. It would be best if he was not a human, but a member of one of the native races in the second universe. As for which race to choose, he was not in a hurry. After all, there were many races in the second universe. Not only were there races in the Federation, but there were also races that had not joined the Wanluo Federation. There were too many choices. After confirming the general direction, Yixian began to think about his next step. Of the 3 goals of coming to the second universe, the first one was not in a hurry to imprint his interstellar coordinates. After all, he would not stay here for a day or 2. He could just imprint it when he found a suitable place. For the last 2 purposes, concocting a level 12 liquid wasn't something that could be completed in a day or 2. All sorts of heavenly and earthly treasures and rare ores were required. Yixian's previous harvest from the bamboo pole was basically complete. He had just entered the 10th realm, Grotto Heaven realm, and had not used the level 11 liquid in his hands. He could slowly study the concoction of the level 12 liquid. After considering this, Yixian decided to go to the Abyss Turtle Sea first. That was a vast starfield. Looking for the ancient turtle shell was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It would definitely take a long time. The sooner he went, the better. However, there was a very serious problem that needed to be solved. In the second universe, the competition between the races in the Federation was actually very fierce. The humans in the third universe were a whole, and there was still endless killing between them. The second universe was owned by the various races of the Federation, and a large number of different races lived there. Naturally, the situation was even more so. Moreover, these alien races basically had the blood of ancient ferocious birds and ferocious beasts running through their veins. They were naturally aggressive. Therefore, in the second universe, killing was everywhere. If one was not strong enough, it would be almost impossible to move around here. Yixian wanted to enter the Sea of Hellish Turtles. Moreover, he wasn't going to find a secluded place to enter seclusion. Instead, he needed to walk around and explore this place in search of other ancient turtle shells. Then he was destined to meet a large number of elites from the second universe. If he did not have a powerful means, he was afraid he would only be bullied. Unfortunately, the various powerful techniques he had at his disposal had all been exposed. They were either exposed as Prince Xian or as young Master Linghu. He couldn't use them casually. Otherwise, his identity would be exposed. In terms of magical powers, the Fallen Sky Bow, Dark and Dark Vision, Spiritual Lightning Technique, and so on are all too obvious. I can't use them anymore. As for magical treasures, the Rai D Seal, Shinong Cauldron, Wild Star Ship, and even the Dongshu Shuttle, Withered Demon Bloodblade, Undying Glass Armor, and so on are all too obvious. Similarly, I can't use them anymore. Muttering to himself, Yixian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. It seems that there are no magical treasures or magical powers to use at all. Wouldn't it be difficult for me to move around in the second universe? Either I can't move around, or my identity will be exposed and I will become the enemy of the whole world. This is really F***ed up. Oh right. While smiling bitterly, Yixian's mind suddenly flashed with a flash of inspiration. In an instant, it was as if he had been enlightened. He raised his hand and patted the back of his head, saying, "How could I forget about the 107 nine-eyed golden crystals? If there's no other way, I'll just have to swallow another one and obtain a new magical power. It's just nice that I can use it in the second universe. Furthermore, I've already reached the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm. I don't have enough divine abilities on hand. It's time for me to devour the second nine-eyed golden crystal and obtain a new primordial divine ability." Back in the primordial cage in the demon domain, Yixian had obtained countless multi-eyed sense crystals. Among them, there were 108 nine-eyed golden crystals that contained the primordial inheritance. Of these 108 nine-eyed golden crystals, he had only used one and obtained the Fallen Sky Bow from it. Now that the time was right, he had to use the second nine-eyed golden crystal. Taking advantage of the fact that they hadn't arrived at the Nether Turtle Sea yet, Yixian activated the Void Cave Shuttle to its self-propelled model. Then, he took out a small spatial box from the undying world within his body. Inside was a 9-pupil golden crystal. All the 9-eyed golden crystals looked the same on the surface. There was no way to know what kind of magical power they contained, so he randomly picked one. As he took out the 9-eyed golden crystal from the small space box and threw it to the devouring system, the familiar system notification rang in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained one 9-eyed golden crystal. Appraisal complete. Grade: 9-eyed level 9. Quality: normal 9-eyed. Attribute: spiritual origin crystal. Do you want to start absorbing it immediately? Without hesitation, Yixian immediately gave the order to absorb it immediately. Then he sat cross-legged on the floor of the Dongshu Shuttle's main cabin and closed his eyes to focus, entering a state of cultivation where he forgot about everything. The system's notification rang, and the process of absorbing the perfect 9-eyed golden crystal began. Very quickly, traces of dark green spirit source energy were sent into Yixian's mind like silk being peeled from a cocoon, automatically entering the purple spirit source core above his sea of consciousness. This process lasted for an unknown period of time. In the end, Yixian, who had sunk into it, was suddenly awakened by the system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Absorption complete. You have obtained the primordial mystique Netherworld Claw. Netherworld Claw? When he heard these 3 words, Yixian was stunned. Why did it sound like a kind of demonic mystique? Just as these doubts flashed through his mind, Yixian suddenly felt his mind shake, as if something had been sent in by the devouring system. When he returned to his senses, he saw the situation in the sky above his mind. In the central region, the Rai D seal and the Shinong cauldron each occupied one side. In the sky above his mind, there were originally 4 treasures in each side, but now there were 5. Their positions were slightly shifted, obviously to make space for newcomers. There was a spiritual origin core, a void essence crystal, a black gold dragon scale, a small golden bow, and a dark green withered claw. This dark green withered claw was the imprint of the primordial mystique, the Netherworld Claw, that Yixian had obtained from the second 9-eyed golden crystal. Chapter 3396. Heaven-defying Netherworld Claw. This time, Yixian was indeed quite disappointed, because this dark green claw looked thin and unremarkable, like a broken bird's claw. Probably didn't have much power. Thinking of this, Yixian immediately felt depressed. He sighed and accepted his fate as he extended a strand of his divine sense. Soon, he touched the dark green withered claw that was suspended above his sea of consciousness. In the next moment, an explosion sounded out without any warning. It was like a thunderclap in a drought, instantly causing Yixian's consciousness to be shaken to the point that he almost fell asleep on the spot. Boom! With this huge explosion, Yixian's consciousness shook slightly. When he finally recovered, he suddenly found that the environment around him had completely changed. It was no longer his knowledge sea, but a vast and boundless void. Looking at this strange and vast starry sky, he was not surprised at all. This void was still filled with an ancient and endless aura, which was surprisingly similar to the void where he saw the giant tortoise when he cultivated the Dongshu scripture fragment, and the giant golden star dragon when he fused with the immortal ancestor dragon blood, and saw the giant golden star dragon. It was the image of the battle in the desolate era. Screech! Roar! Roar! Just as Yixian was in a daze, a different earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the endless distance of the vast galaxy that was filled with an endless ancient aura. He had long been accustomed to all this. Without the slightest panic, he adjusted his state of mind and treated it as if he was watching an extremely realistic holographic movie. This star field full of ancient aura soon became lively. All kinds of sounds filled the air. There were fierce roars full of violent auras, and roars full of the power to swallow the void. There was also a high-pitched dragon roar that seemed to be able to tear the entire universe apart. Yixian's body suddenly shook violently. He subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. The next moment, at the end of the endless and distant void, he saw an extremely tragic battle. The entire boundless void of stars was the battlefield. In this boundless battlefield, there were countless powerful beings that couldn't be seen today. Even though they were separated by the endless void of the Milky Way, Yixian could still clearly sense the terrifying aura emanating from their bodies. Xiao! Just as Yixian was in shock, a high-pitched shriek rang out, and a dazzling dark green light suddenly appeared in the boundless bloody battlefield ahead. A dark green claw print that was withered like a ghost's claw shot out violently with a speed that practically surpassed space. It instantly charged towards the end of the boundless expanse of space, and it obliterated everything along the way. Even space itself was slashed into 2. In the end, it split the Cyan Heaven Eye at the back of the enemy's camp into 2. A single claw actually tore apart the existence that seemed to be the primordial heavenly Tao's giant eye. Even Yixian was taken aback by this display of power that surpassed even the heaven's fall bow. In the next moment, he reflexively looked in the direction of the dark green claw, and happened to see a figure flash through the void. It was like a ghost. Then the image of the inheritance disappeared, and Yixian heard the familiar sound of the system beep in his head once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The physical body's qi and blood boundary has been raised. Current boundary: Grotto Heaven Level 2. Although the 9-eyed golden crystal contained a mysterious energy that was extremely beneficial to one's mind source core, This energy was also beneficial to a starry sky martialist cultivation base and physical body evolution. However, Yi Xian's mind source core had recently undergone a metamorphosis and evolved to level 7. Therefore, just absorbing the mysterious energy contained within the nine-eyed golden crystal hadn't been enough to raise the grade of his source core again. However, although the power of his body's vital energy and blood had only received a small benefit, it had unexpectedly broken through a small level and advanced to the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven level 2. This had surprised Yi Xian quite a bit. This could be considered a small surprise. Compared to this small surprise, the power of the underworld claw, which looked like a broken bird's claw, was no different from a huge surprise. Yi Xian still felt as if he was dreaming. He couldn't believe what he had seen on the image of the mystic ability inheritance. The dark green withered bird claw actually cut the heavenly Tao green eye, which was suspected to be the incarnation of the primordial heavenly Tao, into two? That was really impressive, big bro. If the fallen sky bow was called a heaven-destroying item, then this broken bird's claw was clearly heaven-defying. Even the sky path's green eye had been split in half. This was clearly heaven-defying. Yi Xian had seen a corner of the primordial war from the inheritance of the void cave technique and the heaven-falling bow. At the very least, he knew that the primordial yaksha had once drawn his bow and shot, annihilating a large portion of the primordial heavens. However, he was completely unaware of the subsequent developments of this unprecedented war. For example, he didn't know how the supreme beings of the two camps had fought in the end. He also didn't know why the headless infant corpse camp had been defeated, what had happened after the defeat, why the corpses of the headless infant corpse camp had all been thrown into the primordial cage, and why the victorious camp had ultimately disappeared into the long river of history. Everything was like a huge mystery that lingered in Yi Xian's mind. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Every time he thought about it, he would always be fascinated. This time through the inheritance of the netherworld claw, although he didn't solve all the mysteries, at least he knew a little more than what he had seen before. At the very least, he knew that in the headless infant corpse's camp, there was once a dark green figure that looked like a ghost. It had once stretched out its claws towards the back of the enemy camp and actually cut the commander of the enemy camp, the heavenly Tao green eye that was suspected to be the clone of the primordial heavenly Tao, into two. No matter what, with the terrifying power of the netherworld claw, it's definitely enough for me to roam freely in the second universe. Even the primordial heavenly Tao's green eye, which is suspected to be the primordial heavenly Tao's green eye, was split in half. Even with my current cultivation level, it's still not enough to display the full power of this primordial divine skill. I don't need the help of other divine skills or secret methods to travel in the second universe. Just this move alone is enough. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Subsequently, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and he frowned as he continued. However, the figure that executed the nether claw in the inheritance scene was too fleeting. It was like a ghost, and I was utterly unable to see its appearance clearly. If I want to use the netherworld claw to travel in the second universe, it's best to reveal myself as the bloodline of this divine skill inheritance. Only then will I not attract suspicion. Chapter 3397. Translator. Nyerbo Studio Editor. Nyerbo Studio, the ancestor of the Een Demon clan now. The data database of the devouring system in Yi Xian's body was far from what it used to be. After successfully completing 2 system competitive missions in succession, the total amount of information stored in the devouring system's data database could be said to have increased explosively. It was several times richer than before. Yi Xian had previously discovered that the information in the devouring system's data database would only be updated when the host came into contact with a new substance. Every system host had different experiences, and the materials they had come into contact with were also different. Although most of them were similar, there were some that did not overlap. And even for those that were similar, different systems would obtain different data and information. Therefore, when the data database of Fairy Yinxia and Xiaoyaozi was replicated and updated by the devouring system in Yi Xian's body, the amount of data grasped by Yi Xian had greatly increased. Previously, even in the data database of the system in Yi Xian's body, there was no information about the Netherworld clan. However, after combining the databases of the three systems, there was finally some information about the Netherworld clan. Although it was still not much, it was enough for Yi Xian to have a general understanding of the so-called Netherworld clan. What he did not expect was that the Netherworld clan was actually the ancestor of the Demon clan, a non-federal Federation clan in the second universe. This made Yi Xian immediately think of Ling Huju. Ling Huju had not long ago returned to the Heavenly War Empire under the immortal dynasty of the Human Clan Science and Technology Camp in the third universe. He had colluded with the Barbarian Bull clan and the Demon clan. Although this matter was later left unsettled, the Barbarian Bull clan disassociated themselves, saying that they were used by Ling Huju and had nothing to do with the Demon clan. However, during the exploration of the King of Medicine's remains, Ling Huju joined forces with the Demon clan and finally took away the Green Jade ruler that recorded the entire inheritance of the King of Medicine. Since then, he had completely disappeared and never appeared again. If there were no accidents, he should have returned to the second universe. Perhaps he was in the ancestral land of the Demon clan. Yi Xian had guessed correctly. The Green Jade ruler that recorded the entire inheritance of the Medicine King was indeed in the ancestral land of the Demon clan. Right now, it was being studied by the clan leader and a group of elders. However, the Jade ruler was not brought back by Ling Huju to the Demon clan. That guy had died long ago. It was the elder of the Demon clan, Qi, who disguised himself and took the Cyan Jade ruler back to the second universe. Since I've come to the second universe, I should settle my grudges with Ling Huju. This guy is a descendant of the Ling Hu clan, yet he colluded with the second universe's Demon clan. This is truly a disgrace to the Ling Hu clan. After all, this young master has accepted a favor from the Ling Hu clan and used their name. Moreover, Mr. Hu has brought the other members of the Ling Hu clan to seek refuge in Triumph City. They can be considered one of us. No matter how you look at it, this young master has the obligation to clean up the clan. While muttering to himself, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but burst out with a cold light. What's more, when we were exploring the Medicine King's remains, Ling Huju threw an undying and imperishable pearl into the farmer god cauldron. That's this young master's treasure from the desolate era. It's not a garbage dump. How can anyone throw something away as they wish? That undying and imperishable pearl was provided by the Demon clan. This matter, the Demon clan also has an unshirkable responsibility. What's more, long before this young master, the ancient Medicine King was the previous owner of the farmer god cauldron. Speaking of which, he can be considered this young master's senior brother. Since that's the case, how can this young master ignore the fact that senior brother's inheritance has fallen into the hands of the Demon clan? It doesn't make sense at all. In a sense, now that this young master has obtained the inheritance of the Netherclaw, I'm basically the successor of the Netherworld clan. This clan is the beginning of the Demon clan in the second universe. In other words, this young master's identity is now the ancestor of the Demon clan. My descendants are unfilial. As the ancestor, I naturally have to teach them a lesson and teach them how to conduct themselves and how to be this ancestor's grandson. In the end, Yi Xian felt that this was indeed the case and immediately became excited. In that case, it was obvious that he had to go to the Demon clan. Moreover, this time he was going to show off his ancestry. Just thinking about it made him feel satisfied. However, before he went, in addition to mastering the Netherclaw, he also had to change his appearance. At the very least, in terms of appearance, he had to be extremely similar to the legendary Netherworld clan. In this way, coupled with the fact that he could use the Netherworld clan's bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw, his identity would not arouse suspicion. After all, the Demon clan was an entire clan. If he went there alone, it would be somewhat dangerous. Of course, even if he went there as a member of the Netherworld clan, it was difficult to guarantee that there wouldn't be any trouble. After all, if an ancestor suddenly fell from the sky and wanted to sit on his neck and act like a tyrant, no one would be willing to do such a thing. However, Yi Xian had confidence in the power of the Netherworld Claw. In addition, if it really didn't work out, he still had other means. At the very least, there was absolutely no problem in terms of safety. Therefore, after some consideration, this matter was settled. Yi Xian decided that his first stop in the second universe was to go to the Demon clan. After dealing with this clan, He would go to the Netherworld Turtle Sea. He actually had other considerations in mind. After all, the Netherworld Turtle Sea was too vast. It was an entire star domain. It was a little too difficult for Yixian alone to explore there and find clues to the ancient tortoiseshell. If he could subdue the entire demon clan before this and use the clan's power to do things for him, then his efficiency would be greatly increased. The probability of finding the ancient tortoiseshell would also be higher. Soon Yixian focused again. His divine sense touched the dark green withered claw in the sky above his knowledge sea, and a wave of colding energy instantly surged out. He wasn't in a hurry to change. Instead, he carefully pondered the mysteries within, like an old monk in meditation. After a full half a day, Yixian's form began to change. From a body of flesh and blood, he transformed into a body of energy that emitted a cold and obscure aura. This was the aura of the fleeting figure he saw in the picture of the inheritance of the Netherworld Claw. Since then, he finally figured out the characteristics of the Netherworld clan's form. After a short while, the drifting and nimble cold energy transformed again, taking the form of a human. However, it was no longer young Master Linghu's appearance. Instead, it had taken the form of a pale-faced, skinny young man with a pair of triangular eyes. He gave off the appearance of a scheming young man, and his entire body was emitting an extremely cold feeling. Shoo! Suddenly, this cold young man raised his hand and waved. Thousands of miles away, a meteor whistling past suddenly split into two. A dark green withered claw flashed through the void. Chapter 3398. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Evil weapon. Lustful smoke. Net Demon Clan lived in a cold place in the western star region of the second universe. It was located in the deepest part of this cold place, and its name was the Nest. Because the Demon Clan was not a clan of the Federation, and because the members of this clan had always been sinister and evil, they were not well liked among the clans of the second universe. Not to mention the clans of the Federation, even the clans of the Federation did not like to interact with the Demon Clan. Therefore, the Nest where the clan lived was basically lonely all year round. Very few strong figures could be seen. At most, one would occasionally see one or two ghostly figures drifting by. These were all the members of the Demon Clan. After changing his form, Yixian even put away the Dongshu shuttle and did not hide his body anymore. Just like that, he used the appearance of a cold human male to cross the void of the second universe with his physical body, and quickly rushed to the western star region where the Demon Clan's Nest was located. Along the way, he occasionally gave orders to the devouring system in his body to activate the attached star communication system, and connect to the star networks of the clans of the second universe along the way to obtain some information. Basically, all the clans of the second universe had joined the Wanluo Federation. Therefore, the clans of the second universe had introduced and used the human race's technology. This could be seen from the fact that the strong clans of the second universe all had their own small private battleships and military fleets. However, the clans of the second universe's federation could not compare to the human race in terms of the use of the human race's technology and elements. Although their administrative planets also had star networks and even had the star superbrain as the central hub of the star network, they were all the most ordinary and low-level goods. This level of star network was simply unable to stop the invasion of Yixian's personal star communication system. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. He could easily obtain any information he needed. Moreover, it was done so flawlessly that not a single trace of it could be found. Yixian quickly understood the aftermath of the chaos that had happened in the heavenly star region of the third universe's Heavenly War Empire. Basically, it was similar to what he had predicted and did not attract too much attention from Yixian. The only thing that shocked him was the second outbreak of the universe zombies. This time it was even more serious than the last time. The inexplicable appearance of the universe zombies had actually broken through the administrative planet and spread out in the boundless space of the universe. The planet that Tuoba Linfeng had first massacred had now exploded, causing a huge commotion in the human race and even in the three universes. Just like that, an entire administrative planet was silently massacred. No one was left alive. All the creatures were either torn to pieces, their limbs and flesh scattered all over the surface of the planet, or turned into terrifying cosmic zombies. Some of them were still wandering inside the stars, but some had the ability to fly and rushed into the void of the universe outside the atmosphere. They had already spread out, and their footprints had covered a small area of the star sector. Strange, looking at the situation, this time the zombie crisis in the universe clearly started from this star. But this place is so far away from the Heavenly War Empire where the zombie crisis first broke out, this doesn't make sense. Analyzing this information, Yixian's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. And at that time, the zombie crisis in the Heavenly War Empire was indeed resolved. The 4 zombie kings were all dead. When this young master left, although there were still some low-level zombies, how could the joint fleet of the Immortal Dynasty and the Heavenly War Empire not be able to deal with those low-level zombies? They actually let the fish escape the net? This is not possible. Faintly, Yixian suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He always felt that something was wrong, as if he had overlooked something extremely important. But after thinking hard, there was no result at all. In desperation, he could only temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. Now that he was in the second universe, it was impossible for him to return to the human race in a short time. He wanted to intervene and explore the matter there, but he was powerless. What's more, the second zombie outbreak was no longer a secret. With the power of the entire Immortal Dynasty suppressing it, there should not be any problems. Taking a step back, if the entire Immortal Dynasty could not suppress it, with his own power, even if he returned to the third universe of the human race now, what could he do? Thinking like this, Yixian quickly stopped thinking about this matter. Maybe when he returned to the third universe of the human race soon, this outbreak of the universe zombie crisis would have been completely suppressed. Who knows? In addition to this news, there was another piece of news that also caught Yixian's attention, which made him quite interested. And the location of this news was not in the third universe, but in the second universe. A legendary evil weapon at the level of a primordial treasure was about to be born. This evil weapon was called Yanluo. It was said that Yanluo was a mysterious pink silk cloth that was only a foot in size. This treasure was woven from an unknown material, and it was impervious to water and fire. And there were some beautiful women embroidered on both sides of the silk cloth. They were all primordial existences whose spiritual sense had been absorbed by this treasure. It was said that after refining this treasure, there was a chance to shape the soul of the ancient demon that was sealed in the silk cloth, leaving only a trace of spiritual sense, so that it could reappear in the human world and be ready to serve. This treasure was one of the 9 legendary evil weapons of the primordial era. It was a legendary treasure in later generations, and countless strong people in the starry sky were scrambling for it. What made Yixian speechless was that according to the rumor, the place where Yanluo was born this time happened to be the Sea of Hades turtles that he was about to go to later. Not long ago, some strong people in the starry sky saw a strange phenomenon in a corner of the Sea of Hades turtles. In a beam of light that rose into the sky, there was a silk cloth fluttering in the wind. But soon the light beam stopped and disappeared. These strong people in the starry sky went back and looked up a lot of information. In the end, they confirmed that the silk cloth was very similar to the Yanluo, one of the 9 legendary evil weapons of the primordial era. When the news spread, the 3 universes were in an uproar. No one doubted it, because recently, many primordial treasures had appeared in the world. The Shenong giant cauldron that young Master Linghu obtained was a primordial treasure. In addition, Fairy Yinxia's soul entangling chain, Xiaoyaozi's red blood chop, and barrier breaker boots were all primordial treasures, and they had never been heard of before. Obviously, they suddenly appeared in a mysterious area and were obtained by Xiaoyaozi and Fairy Yinxia. Including the demon dust woman's zither of hatred and the fallen demon son's qi demon flag. They had all appeared recently. It could be said that it was the zither of hatred and other primordial treasures that created the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race, including young Master Linghu, who was known as a peerless genius. If it wasn't for the Shenong giant cauldron, he would have died long ago. He wouldn't be able to become a peerless figure like he was now, and his name could shake the 3 universes. Chapter 3399. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The ancestor was overjoyed. Obviously, as the news of the primordial treasure Yanluo appearing in the Abyss Turtle Sea spread, all the big and small forces in the 3 universes would be alarmed. Who didn't hope for a young genius to appear in their clan that could compete with the 4 peerless geniuses of the human clan or even the 2 peerless geniuses? Without a doubt, the Abyss Turtle Sea would soon become lively. In addition to the experts of various races in the second universe, the experts from the third universe's human clan, the overlord of the first universe's Tianji clan, and their servants would gather to fight for this primordial treasure Yanluo. This made Yixian somewhat speechless, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This time he thought that after he left Universe 3, he had jumped out of the center of the whirlpool where the wind and clouds were surging. He didn't expect that even though he ran away, the whirlpool of wind and clouds seemed to have eyes and actually chased after him to Universe 2. It was really depressing. Yixian wasn't interested in this so-called Yanluo. It wasn't like he didn't have any primordial treasures or even primordial treasures in his hands, so he wasn't interested in this kind of thing. In addition, this Yanluo was an evil weapon, and it was in the form of a silk. It was obvious at a glance that it was a woman's item, so he was even less interested in it. But even so, he was afraid that he would be dragged into the battle for the treasure this time, because it was impossible for Yixian not to go to the Abyss Turtle Sea. Although he was going there to search for clues about the void dimension technique and try to find other ancient turtle shells, others didn't know and would definitely regard him as a competitor for the primordial treasure Yanluo. When the time came, there would definitely be a fight. It seems that I have to go even if I don't want to. Soon, the Abyss Turtle Sea will be turbulent, and all the major forces in the three universes will gather. This is really troublesome. Shaking his head and bitterly smiling, Yixian became even more determined to head to the Yin Demon clan and subdue them under his command. If that's the case, then this young master won't be able to do it alone. Some powers will see me as a soft persimmon that they want to pinch at will. If I'm forced into a corner, it's inevitable that my identity will be exposed. Only by taking the Yin Devil clan under my command and leading them to move out in full strength would they be considered a force. Then there would be fewer existences who would dare to provoke us. Naturally, there would be fewer troubles. While muttering to himself, Yixian's eyes flashed and his speed unknowingly increased by a large margin. Not far ahead was the western star field of the second universe. The Yin Demon clan's ancestral land, the Yin Nest, was in the depths of this star field. They were almost at their destination. The Yin Nest was actually a place similar to the Void Mystic Realm. This was a starry sky-level cold place. It was similar to a black hole with a fixed entrance. After entering it, one would find themselves in a dark and cold world that was different from the outer space. This Yin Nest emitted cold, evil, and filthy aura all year round, which affected a part of the void. Therefore, this small star area around the Yin Nest was filled with Yin Qi. In this vast area, there was not a single life planet. Therefore, no starry sky experts would come to this star area. Even the heaven and earth spirit energy here was very thin. Almost all of it was cold Yin Qi. Why would they come here? As for everything inside the Yin Nest except for the members of the Yin Demon clan, the outside world basically didn't know. This clan was too mysterious and didn't like to communicate with the outside world. Everything about this clan was basically a blank slate to the other races. There weren't many members of the Yin Demon clan. There were only slightly more than 10,000 of them. Over the countless years, they had maintained this number. The members of this clan didn't reproduce through bloodline. All the members of the Yin Demon clan were born from the Yin Pool in the depths of the Yin Nest. The Yin Pool was a forbidden area in the Yin Nest of the Yin Demon clan's ancestral land. Except for the Patriarch and the 9 elders, no one was allowed to approach it. The Patriarch's name was Yin Emperor. It was said that his cultivation base had reached the 15th Great Realm. He was an almighty expert of the universe. However, Yin Emperor had entered the Yin Pool to cultivate in seclusion hundreds of years ago. He wanted to break through his bloodline and become a member of the Netherworld clan. Moreover, it was a seclusion where he couldn't come out unless he succeeded. Therefore, for the past hundreds of years, the Yin Demon clan was basically controlled by the 9 elders. The 9 elders were called Yin 1, Yin 2, Yin San, until Yin Jiu, the Yin Qi who colluded with Ling Hu Ju, and went to the Third Universe's Heavenly War Empire, and brought back the Green Jade ruler that recorded the complete inheritance of the Medicine King was actually just a clone of the Yin Demon clan's old Yin Qi. Yin Qi's original body was the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. Among the 9 elders of the Yin Demon clan, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiu were the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. Yin Si, Yin Wu, and Yin Lu were the 13th Great Realm, the Genesis Realm. Yin 1, Yin 2, and Yin San were the 14th great realm, the cosmic realm. The 9 elders weren't all in the clan. The 3 elders of the first grade, Yin Yi and Yin San, had left many years ago and weren't in the clan right now. The 3 elders of the second grade, Yin Si, Yin Wu, and Yin Lu, were either in seclusion to break through or outside. They were also not in the clan. For the past 100 years, the entire Yin Demon clan was jointly controlled by the 3 elders of the third grade, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiu. In other words, Yi Xian had to face more than 10,000 Yin Demon clansmen and 3 elders of the third grade who were in the 12th great realm, the Void realm, when he came to the Yin Demon clan this time. As long as he didn't make too big of a commotion, the clan leader and the other 2 elders of the second grade who were in seclusion wouldn't be alarmed. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know this. He didn't even know the structure of the Yin Demon clan's clansmen, nor did he know that the clan leader, Yin Emperor, was a supreme expert of the universe in the 15th great realm. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have dared to come to his door and call him his grandsons. Moreover, he would be calling him a nest of grandsons. Of course, this feeling was very good. Just thinking about it made him feel like he was floating. He had already decided that in the future, he would definitely look around and see if there were any descendants of the desolate ancient Yuxia clan in the Federation of the Second Universe. If there were, he could go and find a nest of grandsons. As for the Yinji clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, and the other top 10 clans of the Second Universe, they basically all had the desolate ancient bloodline. Yi Xian reckoned that he would definitely be able to find a corresponding ancestor's inheritance among the 106 9-pupil golden crystals in his possession. When he obtained the inheritance, he planned to go and find a nest of grandsons. These kinds of disciples and granddisciples were free anyway, so the more the better. In any case, Yi Xian wouldn't complain about having too many. When needed, he could use them as cannon fodder. Of course, everything had to start from the Yin Demon clan. With excitement in his heart, Yi Xian soon arrived at the western star field of the second universe where the cold aura was at its peak. He stood in the void outside the entrance of the Yin nest and roared, "Disciples and granddisciples of the Yin Demon clan, your ancestor has arrived. All grandsons come out and quickly welcome him." Pooh! Chapter 3400. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin suppressing the disobedient descendant Puff. In the depths of the Yin nest, Elder Yin Qi spat out the tea he just drank, and his old face turned black. Then he roared, "Damn it, where did this reckless guy come from? How dare he come to the ancestral land of the Yin Demon clan to make a ruckus? Calling him a disciple and a disciple, how annoying! I must tear him apart." Before he finished speaking, Yin Qi had already leaped up, followed by a group of trusted subordinates, and rushed to the exit of the Yin nest in the ancestral land. This scene fell into the senses of the 2 elders, Yin Ba and Yin Jiu. They were originally furious, but at this moment they suppressed the impulse in their hearts and didn't move. On the one hand, these 3 elders who were currently in power in the clan only seemed to be harmonious on the surface, but they were secretly scheming against each other. Since Yin Qi had already taken action, the other 2 were not interested in going. On the other hand, it was just a reckless little thief who came to seek death. The 3 elders of the Yin Demon clan were giving him too much face by taking action at the same time. After a short while, Yin Qi led a group of trusted subordinates behind him, a total of more than 100 clansmen of the Yin Demon clan, out of the Yin nest's entrance and exit. Their figures floated in the void, and they pointed at Yi Xian angrily. They roared angrily, "Where did this little thief come from? How dare you come to my Yin Demon clan to seek death? Quickly kneel and come forward, and I will leave you a complete corpse." At this time Yi Xian had the appearance of a young human, with triangular eyes, a cold aura, and a pale face. Yin Qi thought this was a little troublemaker from the human clan, so he didn't take it seriously. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up into a ferocious smile. "How dare you, the ancestor is here, how dare you, an unfilial descendant, do this? You are simply disobedient and unfilial. I must suppress you today." Yi Xian felt great in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He suddenly sank, and at the same time he shouted. His shoulders slightly shook, and in an instant, he turned into a dark green mist that was faintly discernible to the soul. It was exactly the appearance of the figure he saw in the Netherworld Claw's inheritance. Although it had the shape of a human, It was obvious that it was not a physical body. Its entire body was covered in a thick, dark green fog, and its face could be vaguely seen. Its eyes were also emitting two dark green lights that seemed to have substance. At the same time, an incomparably cold aura gushed out from Yixian's body. It was the effect of activating the dark green Hades claw that was hovering above his sea of consciousness. Nether body? This is impossible. On the opposite side, Yin Qi's face instantly turned green, and he was dumbfounded. The shock in his heart was too great, and even his words were stuttering. The more than 100 trusted subordinates behind him were instantly petrified. As members of the Yin demon clan, they could naturally recognize the nether body. This was because there was a faint trace of the nether bloodline flowing in their bodies. At this moment they did not even need to look at it. The vague feeling and suppression of the bloodline allowed them to understand it in their hearts. In fact, the reason why the patriarch of the Yin demon clan, Yin Emperor, entered the forbidden area of the Yin pool in the ancestral lands Yin Nest to cultivate in seclusion hundreds of years ago, was to seek a breakthrough and return his bloodline to its ancestral roots. From there, he could obtain some kind of powerful bloodline ability in the legends of the Nether clan. However, before the patriarch, Yin Emperor, had succeeded in cultivating in seclusion, a pure Nether clan member had already appeared in front of them. This aura was definitely not wrong. The vague feeling and suppression at the bloodline level could not be faked. This person in front of them was indeed a pure Nether clan member. However, wasn't the legendary Nether clan already extinct in the later stages of the primordial era? They only left behind a mixed blood descendant, which was the current Yin demon clan. The aura of the Nether clan member in front of them was incomparably pure. He was not a mixed blood at all. Where exactly did he come from? Yin Qi was confused as this question was tangled in his mind. When he thought about how, in a certain sense, this person in front of him was really his ancestor, he suddenly felt as if he was in a mess. It was inevitable for anyone who encountered this kind of situation. A stranger suddenly appeared, and you could be sure that he was your ancestor. What kind of nonsense was this? Before he could sort out the doubts in his heart, Yixian spoke again. This young master was born in the later stages of the primordial era. At that time, I was still young and coincidentally met with the arrival of the Great Tribulation. I was sealed in an innately cold place by my father. I was finally born recently, but I was shocked to hear that my clan had already been annihilated in the long river of history. I was originally disheartened. Fortunately, I was shocked to hear that there was still a mixed blood descendant with an impure bloodline that had been passed down to this day. I came here with a little consolation. Originally, I wanted to recognize a group of disciples and granddisciples. At the very least, I wanted to pass down the bloodline ability of my Nether clan. I didn't expect you to be such a group of rebellious descendants. When you saw your ancestor, you actually wanted to kill me. This young master is truly bitterly disappointed. Forget it. In the end, you're just a bunch of mixed blood descendants with impure bloodlines. This young master is indeed too stubborn about this matter. It seems that the bloodline ability of my Nether clan, the Nether claw that once cut the heavenly Tao's green eye into two during the primordial era, will be completely severed from now on. When this young master passes away, this ability will become the last song of the starry sky. At the end of his speech, Yixian seemed to have some thoughts. He turned his head and looked into the distance. He raised his hand slightly and waved it gently. Swish. Rumble. A peerlessly sharp sound of the air being torn apart resounded. Subsequently, in a space 5,000 kilometers away, a small star that was like a shooting star was strangely slashed by a strand of invisible netherworld energy, and it was split into two. Oh my god. Nether claw? Seeing this scene, Yin Qi was so scared that he almost sat down in the air. The expression on his face changed wildly once again, and a trace of boundless joy could be vaguely seen. This kind of ability was the most powerful ability of the Nether clan's bloodline. Now that Yixian had displayed it in front of everyone, its power was exactly the same as in the rumors. Moreover, this person actually knew the secret of the Yin demon clan's teachings. It was recorded in the teachings that their clan's ancestor, the clan emperor of the Nether clan, had made a remarkable achievement during the primordial era. Once the Nether claw was used, Even the heavenly Tao's green eye of the primordial era's will of the heavenly Tao was cut in half. Apart from a group of elders and the clan leader, even the clansmen didn't know about this. Since this person could say it, there was no doubt about his identity. Moreover, from what he said, this person was actually the youngest son of the clan emperor of the Nether clan. He was sealed in an innately cold place and had only been born now. His origins were truly extraordinary. He had pierced through the heavens. Even if the clan leader, the Een Emperor, was here, he would immediately prostrate himself on the ground. Although the other party's words weren't pleasant to the ears and kept calling him a mixed blood, it was still understandable that he was an ancestor who had just been born and didn't know the ways of the world. More importantly, what did the ancestor just say? That he wanted to pass down the Nether clan's bloodline ability? What the F***ck, this was enough. Nothing else mattered. Chapter 3401. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Boundless Longevity Plop. Ancestor. Long live the boundless longevity. This unfilial descendant, Een Chi, has been disrespectful just now. Please punish me, ancestor. Een Chi eventually knelt down. Although they were in the void and the bodies of the Een demons weren't solid, there shouldn't be any sound when they knelt down. However, in order to show the effect as he knelt down, he purposely transformed a piece of hemp stone under his knees, making it bumpy. Moreover, even his legs turned into flesh and blood in the instant before he knelt down. As he knelt down heavily, his knees knocked against the bumpy green rock, making a heavy plop sound. Yixian couldn't help but feel his scalp tighten when he heard it. This old fellow was really not an ordinary retard. He was too easy to trick. Although he thought so, Yixian didn't show it on his face. His figure flashed and he returned to his human form. He waved his hand and said slowly, that's more like it. That's my good grandson. When I'm going to pass on the bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw, I'll definitely choose the most pleasing person. Now, it seems that it's most likely you. Rise. Plop. Plop. It would have been fine if he didn't say that, but once he said that, the 100 or so Een demon clansmen behind Een Chi all knelt down. Moreover, they all followed Een Chi's example and materialized the flesh on their legs, transforming into a large bumpy bluestone under their knees. When they knelt down like this, a series of plop sounds rang out, causing even Yixian to be caught off guard. There were even a few more vicious fellows. The large bluestone that appeared under their feet was not only full of potholes, but also densely packed with sharp spikes. When they knelt down, their brittle heads would be pierced by the spikes, and blood would flow out. After all, their legs had turned into flesh and blood. What should bleed would still bleed. It seemed that what he said before he rose was effective. When he was going to pass on the bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw, he would definitely choose the most pleasing person to pass on to. In other words, everyone was equal and had a chance. These fellows were all envious. They were trying their best to show off. Regarding this point, Elder Een Chi was also well aware of it. He immediately glared at those guys whose knees were bleeding. He had already secretly prepared to kill them. Damn it, they actually dared to snatch the fortune from Master. They clearly didn't want to live anymore. You guys, who the hell are you? Are you retarded? Yixian's expression darkened and he scolded on the spot. Kneeling and kowtowing is a gesture of sincerity. What's the point of doing this? All of you are already bastards. If you continue to do this, won't people laugh at this old ancestor's nest of Een Devil clan descendants? Not only are they bastards, but they are also all stupid pigs. Wah, I'm so pissed off. Yixian had also gotten into character. Previously, he had called himself the young master, but now that Een Chi had brought this group of Een demon clan clansmen to kneel on the ground, he immediately called himself the ancestor. He spoke so sneakily. However, none of the people kneeling on the ground felt that it was harsh to the ears. Even the words bastards made them feel very comfortable in their hearts. At the very least, this meant that the ancestor before them had already acknowledged their identity as mixed-blood descendants. Damned fellows, how dare you provoke old ancestor? What if old ancestor's body is damaged from anger? Een Chi immediately stood up and as he scolded, he raised his hands and slapped out two palms. These fellows with ulterior motives, I can't let you live. Boom! Boom! Two energy explosions sounded, and those two fellows exploded into a cloud of cold mist on the spot. Their consciousness dissipated, and they turned into ashes. As his trusted subordinates, they couldn't resist the huge temptation and dared to snatch the creation from him. This was clearly an ingrate, and he couldn't be allowed to live. Although Inchi didn't say these words, the hundreds of Devil clan subordinates who were kneeling behind him knew clearly. All of them trembled and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "Alright, what did old ancestor say just now? Do I need to ask you to stand up respectfully?" Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but his expression darkened. He waved his hand, showing his displeasure. This group of fellows didn't dare to delay any longer, and all of them hurriedly got up. Inchi bowed slightly and welcomed Yi Xian like a eunuch. He pointed at the entrance of the nest and said, "Old ancestor, it's windy outside. It won't be good if you catch a cold. Please follow me home." Alright, after all, they are old ancestors' descendants. Although they are bastards with impure bloodlines, they can be considered as family. Let's go in and take a look. Yi Xian seized the opportunity and didn't let it go. He took advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of the situation, and his heart was already bubbling with joy. However, he didn't plan to stop there. As he spoke, he seemed to casually mention it, but in reality, he was throwing it out and thinking about the treasures of the Demon clan. Coincidentally, this ancestor has just been born, so I don't know much about this world. It's quite boring, so I'll see what interesting things you unfilial descendants have to play with to pass the time. Yes, there are. Please, old ancestor. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Inchi hurriedly responded and bowed, leading the way in front. "Old ancestor, don't worry. There are many interesting things. I'll send them to you in a while. Please don't mind. We are just a bunch of useless bastards. We can't take out anything that can catch your eye. It's fine. As long as you have the heart." Yi Xian waved his hand but sighed in his heart. This bastard is so *king filial. Nest, deep in the ancestral land. In the cave residence of the other two elders, Ba and Jiu. Ba and Jiu didn't pay much attention to the situation outside the nest. It was just a reckless young human who came to make a ruckus. With Inchi's help, he would definitely die. They didn't have the time to care about this kind of thing. Therefore, they didn't know what happened outside at first. It was only when their subordinates reported the situation that Ba and Jiu suddenly stood up in shock and regret. What? The Netherworld clan's young master? He actually displayed the legendary bloodline ability of the Netherworld Claw in front of everyone? He instantly and silently cut a small meteor thousands of miles away into two halves? Wahahaha, we've really suffered a huge loss this time. A living ancestor has come knocking on our door, and he actually said that he would choose the one that he liked the most, and that he would impart the bloodline ability Netherworld Claw. Old Seven is really lucky this time. No, we can't let him take all the advantages. If you want to play, why should you? We are also mixed blood descendants of the Netherworld clan. We are also bastards. We also have to kowtow to the old ancestor. Chapter 3402. Translator. Hinyi Translations Editor. Hinyi Translations. Who are these two bastards? When he led Yi Xian into the nest, Inchi had already secretly glanced at his trusted aide. The latter understood and immediately walked a few steps forward to rush to the front. Inchi could tell that this Netherworld race's young master ancestor had just been born. He was not very shrewd and was easy to coax. As long as he was happy, he would definitely find Inchi pleasing to the eye. The Netherworld race's bloodline ability would most likely be passed on to him first. Although he did not say that he would not pass on the other skills, what if the other skills were delayed after one was passed on? No one could afford to wait for 180 years. Therefore, Inchi only wanted to make the Netherworld race's ancestor happy. Although he was in the 12th realm, the Void realm, the Netherworld race's ancestor had just been born. His cultivation was not high and was only in the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. However, Inchi had never thought of using force. On one hand, this little ancestor was not shrewd and was easy to coax. There was no need to use force. On the other hand, the Devil clan was, after all, a mixed blood descendant of the Netherworld clan. When it came to using force, they might be able to kill a pureblood member of the Netherworld clan because their cultivation was higher than the other party. However, it was impossible for them to search the other party's soul and obtain the secrets of the other party's bloodline. Yixian was well aware of this. That was why he was so calm. He threw out the great temptation of the Netherworld race's bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw. He was sure that this group of people would not be able to resist. No matter how strong their cultivation was, they could only hold their breaths in front of him. Soon Yixian was led by Yinqi with an ingratiating smile. They passed through the Yin Nest tunnel and arrived inside the Yin Nest. What entered their eyes was a dark and cold world. Although there was also the void and stars, the main color was gray. There was no source of yang energy. There was only cold Yin energy everywhere. Welcome, Ancestor. We wish Ancestor Huansuan to enjoy immortal blessings and live as long as the heavens. The Yin demon clansmen in front of him were all kneeling on the ground. There were at least 3,000 to 4,000 Yin demons in total. The entire Yin Devil clan had a total of over 10,000 people, and they were all under the control of the 3 elders. 7 Yin's lineage had 3,000 to 4,000 people, and all of them were present, kneeling here. Needless to say, Yinqi really knew how to arrange things. It was as if he could tell that Yixian liked this kind of extravagance, so he arranged things to suit his taste. If Yinqi knew that the reason why Yixian liked this kind of extravagance was because he saw these bastards being taken advantage of by him, and they were so willing, crying and shouting as if they wanted to die, that was why he felt so happy and comfortable. Yinqi would probably explode on the spot and spit out blood. Hey, what are you doing? What's the point of making such a big show of extravagance? This ancestor has always kept a low profile, and I don't like this the most. Yixian was so happy that he almost floated in the air when he saw the Yin demon clansman kneeling in front of him. Although he said that he liked to keep a low profile, he had already soared into the air and arrived in front of the group of people kneeling, enjoying their worship. He wasn't in a hurry to get them to stand up. First, he smiled and swept his gaze over these guys. Finally, he gently waved his hand and said, "All right, that's enough. Bastards, get up." Thank you, Ancestor. We wish Ancestor Huansuan to enjoy immortal blessings and live as long as the heavens. These bastards were all beaming with joy. Ancestor Huansuan had seriously glanced at them just now. Everyone felt that they had caught the Ancestor Huansuan's eyes, and they might even be remembered by the Ancestor Huansuan. It was just a matter of time before they would have a meteoric rise. Overjoyed, these guys all got up one after another. They didn't dare to block the path in front of them, and took the initiative to retreat to the side, looking at him with burning eyes. Ancestor, this way please. Yinqi could see that this young master of the Netherworld race clearly liked this very much. Wasn't he so happy now that his mouth was all the way behind his ears? Thinking about it, it was normal. He was the young master of the powerful Netherworld race in the Antiquity Age. Now that he was born in the current age, he found that the Netherworld race had already declined. How strong was the sense of loss in his heart? Under such circumstances, it was rare for him to enjoy the noble treatment of those years in the nest of his bastard descendants. Naturally, he was happy. Since the ancestor Huansuan was happy, Yinqi was naturally happy as well. He vaguely felt that he had already grasped the ancestor Huansuan's preferences. It seemed that the Netherworld Claw's divine ability couldn't escape, and would definitely belong to him. Thinking of this, Yinqi felt that his body was a little floating. On this side, just as the 3,000 to 4,000 subordinates of Yinqi retreated far away, 2 groups of people immediately floated over like dark clouds in front of them. One on the left and one on the right. There were 3,000 to 4,000 people on each side. When they approached, they directly knelt down in front of Yixian. The 2 people in the lead were Yinba and Yinjiu. After the 2 of them knelt down, their heads were lowered, but they each held a small space box in their hands. They raised it high and shouted, "Ancestor, old 8 is here. Please forgive me. I have prepared some small things here. They are a meeting gift for the ancestor. It's the same for old 9. They're not good things, but they represent old 9's sincerity. I hope the ancestor Huansuan won't mind and accept them." Old 8? Old 9? Yixian was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously glanced at Yinqi, who was beside him, and when he saw that his expression immediately darkened, he immediately understood. It seemed that these 2 fellows were the same as Yinqi, clan elders of the Yin Demon clan. They must have received the news and rushed over to flatter him. To put it bluntly, their ultimate goal was to win his favor so that they could obtain the inheritance of the Netherworld Claw. Thinking of this, Yixian immediately calmed down. As long as the other party had this intention, they would be firmly controlled by him. Moreover, there was Yin Qi, who was deeply poisoned, beside him now. Even if the two in front of him didn't fall for his trick, with Yin Qi around, they couldn't do anything to him. Thinking of this, Yixian's face darkened. He raised his hand and patted his chest, saying, "Who are these two bastards?" They suddenly rushed out and led a group of people to kowtow. This ancestor Huansuan was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. This was originally something that Yixian said casually to take advantage of the situation again. He didn't expect that when it reached Yinba and Yinjiu's ears, it was no different from the sound of nature. The two old fellows immediately grinned and were incomparably excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They fought to be the first to reveal their identities and express their loyalty. Yes, yes, yes. The ancestor is so perceptive. Aren't the two of us bastards? Your mixed blood descendant, your seed is short for bastard. This is what it means, ancestor Huansuan, right? The one beside you is the bastard old 7, this is the bastard old 8, and I'm the bastard old 9. We're all your seed. Originally, Yixian felt comfortable calling them bastards. However, after hearing it so many times, especially when these two fellows kept calling them bastards and then saying that they were all his seed, Yixian gradually felt that it wasn't so. Weren't they King scolding him? Chapter 3403. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios getting the Medicine King inheritance. Yixian felt awkward when he thought about how these bastards had brought him in as well. His face couldn't help but darken. Yin Qi, who was watching from the side, was overjoyed when she saw Yixian's unhappy expression. Just as she was about to jump out and attack Yinba and Yinjiu to establish a bad first impression of them in the eyes of the patriarch. However, these two fellows were quick to react. Seeing that the situation was not right, they quickly changed the topic and opened the small space box in their hands in an extremely nimble manner. Walala! Ding ding dang dang. In an instant, all the treasures in the two small space boxes poured out and piled up into two small hills in the void. A lot of strange clanking sounds rang out, and all kinds of dazzling brilliance burst out. The surrounding Yin demons all stared at them. Even Yixian's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. There were some heaven and earth treasures and rare minerals that even he didn't have. As expected of the two elders in charge of the Yin demon clan, they spared no expense for the nether claw. They were indeed generous. At this moment, seeing Yixian's eyes lit up when he saw the two small hills of various heaven and earth treasures, rare minerals, cultivation resources, and even finished products in front of him, the two elders were immediately invigorated. They immediately stood up and waved their hands behind them. The 6,000 to 7,000 Yin demons immediately retreated silently. On the other hand, Yinba and Yinjiu surrounded Yixian from left and right. Each of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, as they excitedly introduced the two small piles of treasures to him. Look, Patriarch. This is the Wuji gold crystal, the best material for refining weapons. This is the Phoenix bloodgrass, the best material for refining medicine. It is said that the 14th level liquid of the human race's science and technology faction requires this material. Of course, that is the formula in the derivation. The human race has no use for it, and only the 11th level liquid has been created. What? You don't know what the 11th level liquid is? Oh, by the way, you've just been born, so it's normal that you don't know about this. The 11th grade liquid is a kind of body refining medicinal liquid refined by the human race. As they spoke, Yinba and Yinjiu kept the two small hills of treasures in front of Yixian back into the small space box. Finally, he stuffed the small box into Yixian's hands and said fawningly, "Ancestor, with your experience, these little things naturally won't catch your eye. However, they are novel and interesting. Take your time to play with them. We'll gather more for you later." Yes, yes, yes. We are your most loyal bastard descendants. You must remember us, bastard old 8 and bastard old 9. Old 8, you guys have gone too far. Before Yinba and Yinjiu could finish their words, Yin Qi, whose face was as gloomy as water, could no longer hold it in and suddenly shouted, "Didn't you see that I, old 7, was the one who brought the patriarch into the sect? I haven't even had the time to say anything yet. What do you mean by this? Isn't it just a bunch of broken things? Don't tell me I don't have them?" As he spoke, Yin Qi coldly snorted and took out a small spatial box from his bosom. He handed it over to Yi Xian with a smile and said in a fawning manner, "Ancestor, little seven has a lot of these things as well. We don't care about them. And they don't have what little seven has. Hey, this green jade ruler is an item from the primordial era. It is said that it was left behind by a medicine king in the primordial era. It records the entire inheritance of the medicine king. This is a good thing. Little seven hasn't had the time to study it yet. He just got it not long ago." Oh, of course. To old ancestor, this is just a small broken jade ruler. However, it is an item from the primordial era after all. Old ancestor, you can more or less feel close to it since it came from the same era. At this point, the faces of Ba and Jiu were already filled with disdain. This old thing was too shameless. In order to curry favor with them, he even took out the medicine king's inheritance that he had just obtained, which he had flaunted in front of them after returning, but did not even allow them to touch it. The key was that he said little seven as if he was a little follower. He cursed his neighbor and wanted to take the old ancestor for himself. He was simply too shameless. Nonsense, how is this an item from the primordial era? Yi Xian was overjoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. He rolled his eyes and said, "How can this old ancestor not see the aura of the primordial era? This is at most an item from the primordial era, but it's close to the later stage of the primordial era." This old ancestor sighed when he saw it. "It's not a bad idea. Little seven, you're a good bastard, a good bastard." Speaking of this, Yi Xian raised his hand and patted Qi's shoulder. He had an expression that said, "I think very highly of you. Continue to work hard and you have a bright future ahead of you." Of course, he took the opportunity to throw out a few more words, taking advantage of Qi. However, Qi was flattered. This good bastard was very impressive. From the beginning to the end, he had heard the old ancestor say the word bastard many times. However, until now, he was the only one who could make the old ancestor praise him as a good bastard. Qi, who was greatly encouraged, immediately puffed out her chest and proudly glanced at Ba and Jiu. The green jade ruler in her hand and the small spatial box that contained a large amount of treasures were respectfully handed over to Yi Xian. With a flip of her hand, the latter stored them into the undying world within his body. At this point, Yi Xian hadn't even entered the door yet, but he'd already received so many gifts that his hands went soft. It could be said that he'd earned an overflowing bowl. Needless to say, his heart was carefree, and his entire body was about to float. All right, this old ancestor has seen the filial piety of the three of you. In short, you're all good bastards. This old ancestor feels rather comforted to have disciples like you. After keeping the green jade ruler and the three small space boxes, Yi Xian looked at Qi, Ba, and Jiu with a face full of praise. He nodded and continued, "All in all, you're not bad. There's hope for all of you. Continue to work hard in the future. This old ancestor has decided to choose one of you to pass down the bloodline ability of my Netherworld clan, the Netherworld Claw. You guys don't know. This kind of bloodline ability can only be passed down in a special way. Every time I pass it down, I have to recuperate for 100 years. Therefore, among the three of you, only one can inherit it within 100 years. The other two can only wait for 100 or 200 years. This makes this old ancestor feel rather uneasy. The three of you are such good bastards, but this old ancestor can't treat all of you equally. It would have been better if he did not say this." Once he said this, Qi and the other two immediately bowed even more. Previously, they were only worried that this old ancestor would be lazy and delay the second one after passing down the first one. Chapter 3404. Dig the hole first. This ancestor has been sealed in that innately cold place for countless years. I have just come out recently, so I can't stay idle for a while. The three of you lead this ancestor to walk around this nest and see if there are any interesting places to play. After receiving the green jade ruler and the three small space boxes, Yi Xian set his eyes on the benefits of this nest. While speaking, he turned his head and glanced at the thousands of demons gathered around. He chuckled and said, "You bastards are all good bastards. This old ancestor will reward you later. However, all of you can leave now. This old ancestor doesn't like extravagance the most. I have always kept a low profile. Come, all of you kneel and pay your respects." After he finished speaking, Yi Xian stood in the air with his hands on his hips, as if he was enjoying the reverence of everyone as they knelt down. The corners of Yinqi, Yinba, and Yinzhou's mouths twitched. They despised him in their hearts. Making thousands of people kneel and pay their respects, how could this be considered keeping a low profile? This old thing was simply too shameless. However, they obviously didn't dare to say this out loud. They immediately led the 3,000 to 4,000 Yin demons behind them to kneel and kowtow. Old ancestor, you will enjoy immortal blessings forever, and live as long as the heavens. The thousands of Yin demons kowtowed and paid their respects at the same time. Except for Yixian, no one was left standing. Even the patriarch of the Yin demon clan, Yin Emperor, couldn't enjoy such a scene. Yixian squinted his eyes and enjoyed it. He felt like he was floating in the air soon. After kneeling and paying their respects, the other thousands of Yin demons quickly retreated. Only Yinqi, Yinba, and Yinzhou stayed behind. They slightly bowed and waited at the side. Among them, Yinqi immediately came forward and said fawningly, "Old ancestor, in the depths of our clan's ancestral land's Yin nest, there is an innately cold place called the Yin Pool. Apart from the clan head, Yin Emperor, who is still in seclusion to make a breakthrough, only the clan's 9 clan elders can enter. I will bring old ancestor over for inspection." This was also Yixian's purpose. Generally speaking, there would be some forbidden areas in the ancestral land of Yin Demon Clan that ordinary clansmen couldn't enter. That was why Yixian ordered those ordinary clansmen to leave. He wanted to see if there were any benefits in the core of Yin Demon Clan's ancestral land. Yinqi and the other 2 had long since become obedient to Yixian's words. Their minds were constantly thinking about that sentence that could only be passed down once in 100 years. It could be said that they couldn't get rid of it. If only one of the 3 was here, it would have been fine. What could be done and what could not be done? Perhaps there would be a bottom line. However, all 3 of them were here at the same time, and all of them wanted to curry favor with the old ancestor as much as possible. They were afraid that the places that could be used would be taken advantage of by the other 2 first. Therefore, the 3 old fellows were racking their brains. As long as they thought of something that could make the old ancestor look at them in a new light, without exception, they would immediately use it. Along the way, whenever there was something good along the way, there was no need for Yixian to say anything. The 3 old fellows were practically crying and shouting as they eagerly ran over to Yixian and brought it over on the spot to show their filial piety. After all, this Yin nest was an innately cold place that was isolated from the outside universe and void. There was only a passageway connecting it, which was equivalent to a sealed secret realm. A large amount of Yin qi filled the interior of the Yin nest for hundreds of millions of years. Naturally, many rare minerals and Yin attribute heavenly materials and earthly treasures that didn't exist in the outside world would grow here. These things, as long as they were of a slightly higher grade, were all dug up and placed into small spatial boxes before being presented to Yixian. In a short half a day, the group of 4 finally arrived at the core of the Yin nest, the Yin pond. There were already a few more small spatial boxes in Yixian's undying world. These boxes were filled with rare Yin attribute ores and heavenly materials that couldn't be found in the outside world. Now Yixian had dug up almost all of them. The Yin pond was actually a large pond filled with boundless profound Yin qi. Of course, the water in the pond wasn't ordinary water, but innate Yin qi. It was the result of the innate Yin qi being so dense that it had turned into liquid. Sai, looking at this Yin pond, reminds this ancestor of the Yin pond where father sealed me for hundreds of millions of years. It's a pity that the Yin pond has dried up. Otherwise, this ancestor wouldn't have been able to wake up so early. It's really a pity. I almost forgot that ancestor also has a Yin qi body. Although the Yin qi in this Yin pond can't be compared to the Yin pond where you were hibernating, it's still a rare item in the outside world. Before Yixian could finish speaking, Yinqi had already patted his head cleverly. He immediately flipped his hand and took out a small bottle-shaped spatial magic treasure. He directly cast a spell and filled the bottle with at least 10,000 cubic meters of Yinqi's Yinqi before handing it to Yixian. He grinned as if he was asking for credit and said, "Although the quality is definitely not satisfactory, it's completely fine for ancestor to use it to soak your feet." This small bottle of Yinqi's Yin liquid was equivalent to 1/6 or 1/7 of the entire Yin pond. Now, Yinqi had given it to Yixian without saying anything and even said that he was going to use it to soak his feet. It had to be known that every drop of this Yin-Chi was a treasure. To the Yin-Chi's clansmen, 1 drop of Yin-Chi was enough to sustain their cultivation for a year. Moreover, the Yin Emperor, the patriarch of the Yin-Chi clan, was still in seclusion in the Yin Pond. If one thought about it carefully, Yin-Chi's words clearly meant that the patriarch, the Yin Emperor, was in seclusion in Yixian's foot-washing water. Perhaps the 3 old things didn't think of this, but Yixian did. When he took the heavy bottle, he almost laughed out loud. At this time, the system's familiar notification sounded in Yixian's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host. You've discovered a Yin-Chi body. Do you want to immediately imprint your interstellar coordinates? Imprint my interstellar coordinates? Yixian stared blankly for a moment before muttering to himself. Generally speaking, you could imprint your interstellar coordinates anywhere in the universe, and the system wouldn't deliberately remind you. But if it did, it meant that the location was extremely suitable and most likely had some hidden value. Of course, before this value was revealed, the system wouldn't explain everything clearly to you in advance. Thinking of this, Yixian was immediately moved. It just so happened that this Yin-Chi body was also beneficial to his nether body. If he imprinted his interstellar coordinates here, he could just treat it as digging a hole in the depths of the Yin-Chi's ancestral land. After he completely fell out with the Yin-Chi's clan, he could activate the coordinate jump ability attached to the system's title at any time and directly come to this place. Then, he could take this entire pool of Yin-Chi. Chapter 3405. Grotto Heaven Rank 3. Take a bath and take a shower? And have a wet sex? Upon hearing this, Yin-Chi, Yin-Ba, and Yin-Jiu were immediately stunned, and their expressions gradually became strange. They had clearly misunderstood the so-called wet sex. They thought that the desolate ancient great young master in front of them was in the mood for that kind of thing. It was understandable. After all, he had been in that dried-up, innately cold land for hundreds of millions of years. Now, he had finally found a nest of bastard descendants. He had probably seen many beautiful women among the Yin demon clansmen who were worshipping them. Now that he suddenly had this kind of interest, it was inevitable. However, the clan leader, the Yin Emperor, was still in seclusion in the deepest part of the pond, while the old ancestor was playing with the beauties in the shallow part of the pond. The clan leader could see everything as soon as he raised his head. This was really a bit inappropriate. However, Yin-Chi and the other 2 were already deeply poisoned, and they couldn't care so much. In any case, the clan leader, the Yin Emperor, was in seclusion and wouldn't pay attention to anything happening in the outside world. Although the old ancestor was doing this kind of thing with the beauties of the clan above his head, the clan leader wouldn't know anyway, so they could just treat it as if nothing had happened. Most importantly, they couldn't refuse this kind of thing. Normally, when male cultivators were in the mood, they would be impatient and want to immediately get on the horse, let alone the old ancestor, who was a desolate ancient great young master. If they really disobeyed him on this matter, the netherworld claw inheritance that was about to be in their hands would immediately be gone. Thinking like this, Yin-Chi and the other 2 immediately summoned a group of beauties from their clan. All of them were like flowers in jade. When they heard that the old ancestor wanted to favor them, they were extremely excited. As soon as they arrived, they stripped naked and moved closer to Yixian. The latter was so scared that he repeatedly shouted, back off, this old ancestor is used to doing it himself, it's fine if I do it myself." He was referring to taking a bath, but the surrounding people interpreted it as that matter, and they were all shocked. Doing it himself? After all this time, the old ancestor was actually a lover. It was no wonder. After being sealed in that dried-up cold land for hundreds of millions of years, he could only do it himself. It had probably become a habit. With that thought, Yin-Chi and the other 2 immediately sighed and brought the resentful beauties of the clan to do it. They had to appease the resentment of the beauties of the clan. Yixian was too lazy to pay attention to all this. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone had retreated, he had to make the best use of the time and brand the personal interstellar coordinates of the second universe's plane. Everything was the same as before. When Yixian ordered the system to start the brand of the second universe's coordinates, the system's notification quickly sounded in his mind, guiding Yi step by step. He began the process step by step of the system. First, a strand of the primordial spirit that had been processed through various methods was refined into a special brand. Then this primordial spirit brand was shot out of the body in an extremely mysterious and complicated way, connecting it to the void where the Yin pond was fitting, and finally completely fusing with it. Although it was already the third time, the pain of forcibly separating a small strand of his own primordial spirit still made Yixian unable to adapt. It was simply difficult to describe with words. After a lot of effort, after separating this strand of primordial spirit, Yixian still couldn't immediately adjust his breathing to recover and repair his mind. He had to forcefully endure the various discomfort of the damage to his primordial spirit and force himself to be alert. Again and again, he used different and complicated methods to continuously condense this strand of primordial spirit. This process took the time of a meal, and this was the third time he was familiar with the process. In the end, it was the process of fusing this successfully condensed primordial spirit brand into the void in front of him. Yixian paid close attention to the whole process, from connecting the void to fusing the primordial spirit brand with it and finally fusing it perfectly. In the end, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest from beginning to end, and even his whole person was a little on edge. After a total of half a day's work, his personal space coordinates in the second universe finally perfectly fused into the void where the Yin pond was located. After a flash, it completely stabilized and disappeared, and even Yixian couldn't catch it. During the whole process, he wasn't disturbed at all. Although there was a Yin demon clan leader at the bottom of the pool, that old guy was in closed-door training, and all his thoughts and feelings were sealed in his body. Even if someone walked up to him and farted in his face, he wouldn't have any reaction. To Yixian's surprise, after this personal space coordinates of the second universe were branded, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. There were 2 prompts and one of them was related to a breakthrough in cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully branding your personal space coordinates. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of Qi and Blood. Current realm. Level 3 of the Tao Insight realm. A breakthrough. Yixian was stunned, and then he was pleasantly surprised. Soon he understood. After all, he was soaking in this Yin pond, and his whole body was bathed in a large amount of innate cold liquid. Moreover, his current state was the nether body, which was activated by the nether claw. For the nether body, this kind of innate coldine liquid was the best thing to temper one's body. Previously, when Yixian's nether body was imprinted with the coordinates of the second universe, he unknowingly started to cultivate. As a result, the cultivation level of his physical body was able to break through a small level, so naturally he was able to succeed. This was a pleasant surprise, and Yixian was very happy. This trip to the Yin Nest was really not in vain. Not only did he get back the Green Jade Ruler, which recorded the complete inheritance of the Medicine King, he also obtained a large amount of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures of the Yin attribute and rare minerals. Moreover, he obtained 10,000 cubic meters of innate cold liquid. Even his cultivation realm had a small breakthrough when he was branding his personal space coordinates in the second universe. However, at this point he had almost obtained all the benefits in the Yin Nest. He had already soaked in the core of the ancestral land, so what good things could there be that they did not take out? Thinking of this, just as Yixian was about to get up, thinking that there was no more benefit in the Yin Nest, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering an undying imperishable bead. Do you want to collect it immediately? Undying imperishable bead? Yixian was startled and immediately frowned. It seemed that the undying imperishable bead that Ling Huju threw into the Shunnong cauldron was indeed taken from the Yin demon clan. Besides that one, there was actually another one in the core Yin pond of the Yin demon clan's ancestral land. This item could be considered a rare treasure. Although it was not a good thing, it could not be left in the hands of the enemy. The threat was too great. Yixian did not hesitate to collect it immediately. Chapter 3406. Sea of Abyss Turtles. After the second undying imperishable pearl was collected by Yixian, it was directly thrown into the Shunnong cauldron in his undying world. It was suppressed at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron, just like the first undying imperishable pearl. This kind of thing was too evil. Yixian didn't dare to touch it. Even if he kept it in his undying world, he didn't dare to touch it. It was too evil. After doing all this, the entire Yin demon race really didn't have anything to gain anymore. The various cold attribute treasures and rare ores in the Yin nest had already been dug up by Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao and given to him. Even the treasures and resources in their hands were the same. Even the forbidden Yin pool had been filled with nearly 1/6 of the innate Yin cold liquid by Yin Qi, and handed over to Yi Xian. Although there was still a large amount of cold Yin liquid left behind, Yi Xian had already imprinted his interstellar coordinates here. In the future, if he wanted to wipe them all out, he could come over at any time. He didn't need to worry about this. This was simply like a swarm of locusts passing through, or even worse. However, whether it was Yin Qi and the other Yin Demon Clan elders or the other Yin Demon Clan members, they were all willing to do this. Other than Yi Xian, there was probably no one else who could do such a thing. In their eyes, the greatest treasure now was Yi Xian himself. He was the legendary young master of the Netherworld race. As long as he was happy, he could pass down the bloodline ability of the Netherworld race. Then, not only would the person who obtained the bloodline ability gain another powerful ability, the bloodline in their body would also revert to its ancestral roots and reconstruct the Netherworld race's body. When that time came, their cultivation would definitely soar. If it wasn't for this, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, Yin Jiao, and the other 3 Yin Demon Clan elders wouldn't have been so willing to let Yi Xian exploit them so wantonly. Seeing Yi Xian walk over from the direction of the Yin pond with a refreshed expression, Yin Qi and the other 2 clan elders, who had just finished their absurd conversation with the group of girls in their clan, immediately had strange expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The old ancestor was indeed different. After doing that, he was even more energetic than before. This was really like seeing a ghost. As he muttered to himself, Yin Qi seemed to have suddenly discovered a new continent. His eyes instantly widened as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He stared at Yi Xian and said in shock, "Ancestor, your cultivation level." "Oh, I just took a bath and felt good. So I broke through a small level." Yi Xian didn't think much of it and casually replied, "What? So good that he directly broke through his cultivation? F*****. What kind of realm was this? Could it be that the old ancestor had trained a sharpshooter in that dried-up, innately cold land? Was realm breakthrough achieved by shooting? They had no choice. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Yin Qi and the other 2's faces were filled with admiration. In all honesty, they were not pretending this time, but from the bottom of their hearts. An existence that could break through the realm with a single shot was unprecedented. The ancestor could be considered a freak, and he was probably not inferior to the 2 peerless freaks of the human clan. At least, they hadn't heard of those 2 having this ability. After taking all the benefits from the Yin nest, the things that Yi Xian muttered in his mind had already changed. He had finished plundering everything, but the human resources were still there. Tens of thousands of Yin Demon Clan clansmen, if they all came out of the nest and followed him to the Nether Turtle Sea. Just thinking about it made him extremely excited. It was one thing to have a group of hired thugs, but the most important thing was that these hired thugs were treating him like an ancestor. That was a totally different matter. If anyone wanted to cause trouble, he or she would have to kill over 10,000 Yin demons first. This was definitely the rhythm of running amok in the sea of hellish turtles. After all, the Yin demon race was a notorious race in the second universe. The bodies of this race were extremely Yin energy with the cold attribute. They could transform into other races and switch between flesh and energy at will. As a result, it was extremely difficult to kill them. In addition, the members of this race were vengeful. Therefore, even in the second universe, where martial arts were fierce and life and death battles could be seen everywhere, very few people were willing to provoke the Yin demon race. "Sai, your Yin nest is too small. This old ancestor can just walk around casually. It's really boring." Yi Xian deliberately sighed and continued, "Forget it. You guys just stay in the nest. This old ancestor will go out for a walk. Previously, I was sealed in that innately cold place for who knows how many years. I've long been bored out of my wits. I really can't sit still." Yes. This is only because of you, old ancestor. If it were someone else, they would have died of boredom. Old ancestor, you should go out more. It's rare for you to come out. Naturally, you should go out and see more. But after all, you just came out and haven't recovered your strength. You're only at the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, 3rd level. There are so many bad people out there. In Little Nine's opinion, It's better for us bastards to take the 180 little bastards out with you. That's right, that's right. If old ancestor has any errands, it's better to have someone to listen to you. When they heard that Yi Xian was going to leave, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Zhou immediately panicked. This old ancestor was a little unreliable. What if he didn't come back after going out? Wouldn't they cry when they came back? Thinking of this, they immediately made their decision. Each of them decided to take some subordinates of their race to follow the old ancestor. They could not only protect the old ancestor, but also keep an eye on him and not let this great opportunity slip away. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Bring 180 people to follow me? Oh, how dare this old ancestor make such a big show? Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes. He waved his hand and said, "No need. This old ancestor appreciates the intentions of you bastards, okay? I don't need to trouble you to serve me all the way. Go do what you need to do." This was obviously sarcasm. Yin Qi and the other two were all old foxes. How could they not see it? However, the three of them didn't think too much about it because they had already made the first impression. This old fellow had an eccentric temperament. He was a desolate ancient hedonist young master who liked to show off the most. He obviously liked to show off, but he always said that this old ancestor had always kept a low profile now. He was obviously dissatisfied that this old ancestor was going out for an inspection with only a few hundred demon clansmen following behind him. This was a really shabby rhythm. Thinking of this, the three of them couldn't help but regret it so much that their intestines almost turned green. Their brains weren't bright. They actually forgot about the old ancestor's pretentious character in a moment of carelessness. This unexpectedly left a bad impression. It was simply not worth the loss. Thinking of this, the three of them immediately put on a smiling face and hurriedly spoke again in a hurry to remedy the situation. "Oh, old ancestor, look at what you're saying. You're going out for an inspection, so how can you not have a bunch of little bastards following you to serve you?" Yes. Hee, the 180 mentioned just now were referring to the delicate beauties in the clan. As for the guards and the like, you have to bring at least 8,000 of them. That's right. According to Little Ninth's idea, 2,000 of them will be enough to guard the ancestral land's nest. The rest will all be dispatched together and follow the old ancestor out for an inspection. Chapter 3407. Nether Turtle Sea? What's that? A place where a bunch of old bastards take a bath? What's so fun about that? I'm not going. Hearing that these three fellows were tactful, they finally changed their words. They decided that other than leaving 2,000 demon clansmen to guard their nest, the other 10,000 clansmen would all follow him out. Only then was Yi Xian satisfied. Yi Xian was even more satisfied when they mentioned the Nether Turtle Sea. However, he didn't show it on his face. He waved his hand and rejected the idea. On the side, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Zhou shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They wiped the black lines on their foreheads and then explained. "Forefather, you don't know. The Nether Turtle Sea is really not a place where a bunch of old bastards take a bath. The Nether Turtle Sea is the name of a star region. Just like the star region where my clan's ancestral land, the nest, is located is called the Shadow Devil Star region. The reason why the Nether Turtle Sea is called this name is because the Nether Turtle clan's ancestral land is located in that star region. Since turtles were originally creatures of water, that star region is called the Nether Turtle Sea. The Nether Turtle clan is not a bunch of old bastards. They are also one of the top 10 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. Of course, we don't care about the top 10 clans at all. They don't dare to offend us. This is all because of forefathers' prestige. After all, we old bastards all have the blood of the primordial Netherworld clan flowing in our veins. The Nether Turtle clan also has the blood of a supreme existence from the primordial antiquity era flowing in their veins. This supreme existence is called the Void Turtle. Oh, forefather, I know. It's that bastard. Without waiting for the three old fellows to finish speaking, Yi Xian slapped his thigh, and an expression of enlightenment immediately appeared on his face. Void Tortoise, I know that the tortoise's body is extremely big, and is different from the normal body of my Netherworld race and the desolate ancient Wuxia race. Once the tortoise's entire body is revealed, it will be comparable to a universe plane, and its claws will be as big as a star domain. Even the primordial supreme being like the golden divine dragon is smaller than him. Back then, forefather brought me to meet him. At that time I crawled on that bastard's shell and rolled around. I even peed on it. I didn't expect this nether turtle to be his descendant. Speaking of which, the nether turtle clan has to call me ancestor when they see me. Back then, Emperor Father and that bastard were on the same side. It's a pity that I didn't participate in the battle because I was too young, so I was left in the ancestral land of the clan. Later on, I received news that Emperor Father's bloodline was defeated. I don't know the details. I only know that Emperor Father's eye of heavenly Tao was cut open by Emperor Father's nether claw. After that I was sealed. When I woke up again it was already hundreds of millions of years later. I don't know if forefather is still alive. Is that bastard still alive? Is he 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 still alive? At the end of his speech, Yi Xian's eyes turned red. He pretended to be so that he could pave the way for what he was going to say later. On the other hand, Yin Qi and the others who were at the side were already stunned by the ancient secrets revealed in his words. They only knew a little about it from the genealogy of the Yin demon clan. They knew that there were two huge camps in the primordial era and a mysterious great battle broke out. In that battle, the forefather of the Yin demon clan, the Netherworld Great Emperor, used the supreme Netherworld Claw to cut the commander of the opposing camp, the Eye of the Heavens, who was suspected to be a doppelganger of the Will of the Heavens in the primordial era, into two. That was all there was to it. They were fascinated by everything related to that battle, but they didn't know anything about it. Now, when they heard their ancestor speak casually, they finally found out that their bloodline ancestor, the Netherworld Emperor, was actually on the same side as the Nether Turtle clan's ancestor, the Void Colossus, during that unparalleled battle all those years ago. Moreover, once the Void Colossus revealed its true form, it was actually even larger than in existence, like the divine gold dragon, and a swing of its claw was capable of destroying an entire region. What was even more shocking was that the ancestor in front of them had actually rolled and peed on the back of the void giant turtle. TSK TSK TSK. Existences like the golden divine dragon and the void giant turtle were definitely the most powerful existences in the primordial era. The ancestor in front of them could pee on the back of the void giant turtle when he was still young. It could be seen that the Netherworld Great Emperor was also an existence of this level. As expected of the supreme existence that could split the commander of the enemy camp, the Eye of the Heaven Tao, who was suspected to be a clone of the primordial Heaven Tao, into two with a single claw. It was really heaven-defying and truly extraordinary. When they thought like this, Yin Qi and the others were filled with heroic spirits. Even though they didn't know if the forefather of the Netherworld Great Emperor had perished, at least the young master, the ancestor before them, had survived. Moreover, he possessed the complete Netherworld Claw bloodline ability. Once it was passed down, the future of the Yin Demon clan would simply be limitless. At least, compared to the Netherworld Turtle clan that was in the same camp as the Void Giant Turtle clan, they were really too lucky. When they thought up to here, Yin Qi and the others couldn't help but feel slightly sad for the loss of the Netherworld Turtle clan, and they shook their heads and sighed before continuing to introduce the Netherworld Turtle clan to Yi Xian. Speaking of which, the Netherworld Turtle clan is really pitiful. I didn't know that their forefather was in the same camp as our Netherworld Great Emperor before, so I didn't feel anything. Now I really can't bear it. That's right, the Netherworld Turtle clan actually has nothing to do with the so-called underworld territory. They are all living beings with flesh and blood. The reason why they are called Netherworld Turtles is because although they are alive, they are as good as dead, so they are called Netherworld Turtles. The bloodline inheritance of the Netherworld Turtle clan is said to be a kind of primordial void technique. It was originally engraved on an ancient turtle shell, and it was the clan's most precious treasure. However, the ancient turtle shell collapsed and was lost at some point in time. From then on, the Netherworld Turtle clan lost their bloodline inheritance, and even the spiritual sustenance of the clan was gone. However, the turtle clan has a long life and all of them have become living fossils, just like living dead turtles, so they are called the Netherworld Turtle clan. If it wasn't for the long life of this clan and the existence of a few terrifying old monsters, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to rank in the top 10 clans of the Federation of the Second Universe and would have been exterminated long ago. Sigh, how pitiful. It was the first time that Yi Xian had heard these words, so the shock in his heart was rather strong. He hadn't even seen the Netherworld Turtle clan, yet he'd already felt a dejected and decaying aura assault his face just from the description of Yin-Chi and the others. When he thought about how these Netherworld Turtles were all descendants of the Void Turtle clan, even if they were bastards with impure bloodlines, they were more or less related, yet now they'd fallen into such a state. Instantly, it caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart. After all, he'd taken the Void technique to be his fundamental cultivation technique since a long time ago. If he really had to speak of it, it could be said to be of the same origin as these Netherworld Turtles. Chapter 3408. Keep strangers away now. Everything was settled. It was even to the extent that the objective of heading to the Nether Turtle Sea this time was decided in advance under the guidance of Yi Xian. Moreover, everything was done in a logical manner, and it didn't arouse the suspicion of Yin-Chi and the others at all. In truth, Yin-Chi and the others were extremely willing to be on good terms with the Nether Turtle clan. The Dark Turtle race was not one of the top 10 races in the Federation of the Second Universe, but in terms of overall strength they were not far from the top. However, their clan's faith had been lost. All of the Dark Turtles had lost their clan's sacred tool, which was the ancient turtle shell. All of them were dejected and had long since stood aloof from worldly affairs. Therefore, they were ranked in the lower middle of the 10 greats. But in reality, because all the clansmen of this clan had long lives, they could live for millions of years. Therefore, although there were not many abyss turtles in the clan, only 1,000 or so, each and every one of them was a top-notch expert. Among them, there were several nether turtles at the level of living fossils that had not appeared in the world for hundreds of millions of years. It was as if the real turtles had died, but in fact they were still alive. It was said that they already possessed cultivation strength that far exceeded the 15th Great Realm hundreds of millions of years ago. It was simply impossible to imagine what level they had reached now. It was precisely because of this that even though the Dark Turtle clan only had a total of over 1,000 clansmen, and all of them stood aloof from worldly affairs, they had always been ranked among the top 10 clans of the Federation of the Second Universe. Anyone would be willing to be on good terms with such a powerful race. However, in the past the Yin Demon race wouldn't even dare to think about it. Firstly, they didn't have the foundation. Secondly, it was simply impossible. But it was different now. Their ancestor, Huan Ming, was an existence that had rolled and urinated on the back of the Nether Turtle clan's bloodline ancestor all those years ago. So, with this connection, they had the qualifications and possibility to form a good relationship with the Nether Turtle clan. To the Nether Tortoise race, they might not care about the face of the Yin Devil tribe's patriarch, the Yin Emperor, but they had to give face to Patriarch Huan Ting. Otherwise, they would be going against the bloodline race's patriarch, and not putting the Void Bastard in their eyes. Therefore, Yin-Chi, Yin-Ba, and Yin-Zhou originally intended to accompany ancestor Huan Jing on this trip to the Nether Turtle Sea. However, things were different now. If they could really help the Nether Turtle clan find the lost sacred artifact of the clan, even if it was just a fragment of the ancient turtle shell, they would definitely be able to obtain it. In addition to the relationship between Patriarch Huan Ting and the Yin Devil race, perhaps the Yin Devil race would be able to form an alliance with the Nether Turtle race. If they really succeeded, the Yin Demon race would no longer need to be a fence-sitter that was ridiculed behind their backs by the Myriad Luo Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race. They would have a solid ally, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had a backer. In the future, if anyone dared to provoke the Yin Demon race, the Nether Turtle race would be the first to oppose them. Just thinking about it made them feel good. Those old bastards were all very stubborn fellows. Once they recognized an ally, they wouldn't easily abandon it. Who wouldn't want such a stubborn backer or shield? At the thought of this, Yin-Chi, Yin-Ba, and Yin-Zhou were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. They were even more enthusiastic about this trip to the Nether Turtle Sea than Yi Xian, and they urged them to set off on the same day. The latter was just what they wanted, so they agreed after some hesitation. Immediately, apart from leaving behind 2,000 clansmen to guard the nest, the remaining 10,000 or so clansmen left the nest under the leadership of Yin-Chi, Yin-Ba, and Yin-Zhou, the three elders of the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. Considering Joy Thump ancestors' pretentious nature, as well as the birth of the bloodline progenitor of the Yin Devil clan, Yin-Chi and the other two had spent a lot of effort in making arrangements for the procession. Although the Joy Puppet ancestor was an expert of the Grotto Heaven realm, his status was extremely noble. Naturally, they couldn't be too casual about this trip. Therefore, Yin Qi and the other two took out a primordial treasure-level chariot from the clan's treasury. It was simple and unadorned, made of bronze and emitted a strong primordial aura. It was only the size of a palm when kept, but once activated it was 1,000 feet long. The chariot shaft was made of bronze, and it was pulled by 9 green dragons in the form of energy. The extravagance was simply astounding. Those who didn't know would think that a real primordial supreme expert had descended to the mortal world. This treasure didn't have any offensive abilities, but its speed and defensive abilities were extraordinary. However, it still couldn't enter Yi Xian's eyes. The reason why it could be appraised as a primordial treasure was because of its extravagance, limitless extravagance. In short, this 9 dragons Azure Phoenix chariot was definitely a divine artifact, but its practicality could be completely ignored. The Yin Emperor of the Yin Demon clan had obtained this Luan for many years, but he had never dared to sit on it before. This was because he was afraid of being beaten to death. Even a grand universe almighty was like this, so one could well imagine how luxurious and hateful it was to the point where the roots of one's teeth itched. However, this treasure was just right for the Joy Puppet ancestor's temperament. Therefore, when the three thought of it and took it out, they immediately offered it to Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian didn't like it, thinking about his current identity, it was a perfect match. Therefore, he refined it on the spot. This treasure phoenix would be his in the future. The 9 dragons Azure Phoenix chariot was so stunning. 9 energy-formed azure dragons pulled the chariot, and the body of the chariot was 300 meters long. It was like a moving temporary imperial residence, so it naturally couldn't be too lacking in terms of maids. Yin Qi and the other two arranged for 500 beautiful Yin demon women to serve on the Azure Phoenix chariot. There were countless kinds of spirit wine and spirit fruits, and there were many things that Yi Xian hadn't eaten before. It was simply too extravagant. After the 9 dragons Azure Phoenix chariot, there was an army of more than 10,000 Yin demons. They were orderly and awe-inspiring, and the leaders were 3 elders. This kind of extravagance was something that even the patriarch of the Yin demon race, Yin Emperor, couldn't enjoy. When the experts of the second universe saw this, they were all dumbfounded. They felt as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. As this huge and luxurious army gradually moved away, the news quickly spread. The entire second universe was in an uproar. All the powers and experts were secretly guessing who was inside this 9 dragons Azure Phoenix chariot that made people feel so envious and jealous that the roots of their teeth itched. Who exactly was the supreme existence inside this 9 dragons Azure Phoenix chariot? Especially the Azure Phoenix chariot, there was a huge flag with the word Huan written on it, which made people's imaginations run wild. However, no matter how the great powers racked their brains, they couldn't think of any supreme existence in the history of the Yin demon race who had the word Huan in their name. Even in the second universe, among the supreme experts in the entire 3 universes, there was no one with the word Huan in their name. For a moment, the 9 dragons Azure Phoenix chariot of the Yin demon race, as well as the supreme existence with the word Huan in their name sitting inside the chariot, became a figure that stirred up a storm in the blink of an eye. Countless powers and experts from the 3 universes gathered their gazes. Chapter 3409. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Pretty Boy Roll Over Universe 2. The Edge of the Nether Turtle Sea. Ever since the news of the primordial evil artifact Yen Luo being born here spread, the Nether Turtle Sea had become the focus of the 3 universes. After all, this was a treasure from the primordial era. Almost all of the 4 peerless geniuses of the primordial era were famous because of this treasure. No force could underestimate the birth of the Yen Luo. All of them sent their fleets and experts to fight for it. When Yi Xian led the Yin Demon clan's army out of their nest and arrived at the edge of the Nether Turtle Sea, their surroundings were already in an uproar. The fleets of all the major forces spread out and covered a large area of the Nether Turtle Sea. This was the second universe, so among the fleets in the surrounding void space, the races of the second universe occupied the majority of them. In addition to the Inji clan, Raging Bull clan, Greedy Wolf clan, Colorful Python clan, Golden Eagle clan, and other powerful clans that appeared in the Heavenly War Empire, there were many more clans that Yi Xian could not name. Only the master of this Nether Turtle Sea, the Nether Turtle clan, did not appear. Other than that, there were the human forces from Universe 3. In the human technology camp, there were many forces from the Immortal Dynasty. In the gene cultivation fluid field, there were Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, Shenong Gene, the Shenyuan, Huangfu, Nangong families from the Three Empires, the Tuoba, Gong, Chongyu, Duanmu, Wu, and Shinta families, as well as the Huyan, Bailey, Pengcheng Pharmaceuticals, Life Genes, and other powerful forces. There were even more forces in other domains. As for the cultivation camp, the Tenju Celestial Palace, the mysterious Buddhist sect, and other large and small sects sent teams. Yixian saw many familiar faces in these teams. Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, Chou Doufu, Yuxian Long, and so on. In the distance, there were two figures faintly discernible. They were Fairy Yinxia and Xiaoyao Zi. They had suffered a loss in the Heavenly War Empire and lost a lot of face. Even now, they were a little more low-key. In addition, the Wanluo Federation headquarters also sent two fleets. One of them was the Sinlan fleet of the Federation's Overwatch Council. Its commander was still Yixian's old enemy, Hongdou Laifeng. Other than that, the great Prince Longxiang was also in the fleet. In addition, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly War Empire, Zhang Lingfeng, who had been beaten up by Yixian, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Chan Empire, Su Biqing, also appeared. As for the older generation, each of the three empires had sent ancestor Qianquan-level figures. On the Heavenly War Empire side were Yixian's old acquaintance, Old Devil Zhan Tu, and his old friend, the eyebrowless ugly ghost. These two guys chased Yixian all the way to the second universe, but they lost track of him. In the end, they were unwilling to give up and just happened to hear about the birth of Yanluo, so they came to join in the fun. In addition, the Immortal Dynasty's Imperial Family Dormitory also had a dormitory elder of the 15th Great Realm. He was also Yixian's old acquaintance, the last city lord of the Death Starfield's dormitory elder city, Long Ziwen. Seeing so many old acquaintances, Yixian thought that Triumph City would also come to join in the fun, but in the end he didn't see them at all after searching around. He didn't know if Old Devil Zhan Tu remembered his words and said that Triumph City was now focusing on development and making a fortune in silence. They wouldn't participate in other things. Or maybe that old guy calculated that he was already involved with this matter using his heaven measuring technique, so there was no need for him to lead a team to join in the fun. But in short, since Triumph City's team didn't come, Yixian was relieved. Although there were many acquaintances around, except for the fleets of the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, the three girls' families, Yixian could casually destroy all the other forces and fleets without the slightest bit of psychological pressure. These were the forces and fleets that appeared on the surface, but they had already spread out over a large area of the void. In the dark, there were many other forces and races that were lying dormant. For example, the fleets of the Tianji clan and their slaves from the first universe. There were also other races in the second universe that didn't join the Myriad Luo Federation. Because these races didn't join the Myriad Luo Federation, even if they came, they would quietly lie dormant in the dark. The only exception was the Een Demon clan. They were definitely an anomaly. The Een Demon clan was originally more low-key and walked a sinister path. But this time it was as if they were convulsing and were completely different. At present, the Een Demon clan occupied a small area of the void. The bronze carriage at the front was extremely eye-catching. Looking around, there were many forces in the surroundings, but there was absolutely no force that was so showy. Because of this, the Een Demon clan's camp had become the focus of almost everyone. The eyes of all the experts of the major forces were all cast in this direction. After all, the Een Demon clan only had a total of slightly more than 10,000 people. This time, almost all of them had come out, but Een Qi and the other two elders were still waiting outside the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage like coachmen. This kind of treatment was absolutely unimaginable even for the clan leader, the Een Emperor. Around them, a large number of experts were privately discussing spiritedly. Yixian's ears were quite sharp as well. He'd heard almost everything clearly and was almost certain of it. For example, the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, were saying, "Humph, I wonder which old bastard is sitting in this showy carriage. Just looking at him makes me hate him. He was even more showy than that big bastard. No matter how I look at him, I feel uncomfortable." In such a solemn occasion, there was actually music and dancing in the carriage. There were also quite a few Oriole voices. It was clear that they were seeking pleasure. This young miss was angry. If this young miss knew who was sitting in the carriage, she would definitely skin him alive. Another example was the 10,000 Luo Federation's Overwatch Council Blue Fleet. As the commander of the fleet, the deputy supervisor of the Federation, Hongdo Liefeng, flew out of the main flagship. After patrolling the surroundings, he seemed to have been disturbed by the music of the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. After frowning and glancing over, his face suddenly darkened. He immediately snorted and muttered, "Humph, pretentious, who do you think you are?" Hearing this, Yixian was instantly angry. When he saw Hongdo Liefeng earlier, he was already a little angry and had been holding it in. He didn't expect this guy to take the initiative to provoke him. If he could suppress the anger in his heart, he might explode. Thinking like this, Yixian changed his tone and a sarcastic voice instantly sounded out from the Nine Dragons' Azure Luan carriage. "Hey, that pretty boy over there, come and kowtow. This ancestor finds you more pleasing to the eye and wants to take good care of you." In 3 breaths. "Get over here. Pretty boy. Want to take care of me?" In 3 breaths. "Get over here?" Hearing this, the experts of the various forces in the surrounding void were suddenly in an uproar. Even Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiu were dumbfounded. They were in chaos in an instant. As for Hongdo Liefeng, his entire person was dumbfounded. What was this situation? Chapter 34:10. Translator. Henny Translations Editor. Henny Translations. The ancestors' love for men. "Hey, the pretty boy over there, come and kowtow to me. I like you and want to take care of you. Come here." Within 3 breaths. As Yixian's sarcastic voice sounded out, the surrounding space instantly went into an uproar. The old monster in the Nine Dragons Blue Phoenix carriage of the Yin Demon clan was actually an old pervert. Under such circumstances, he actually took a fancy to Hongdo Liefeng and wanted to take care of him on the spot? This was too shocking. Even Long Ziwen Zhan Tu, Ancestor Wu Mei, and the other ancestor Qian Kuan were stunned. They stared blankly at the Nine Dragons Blue Phoenix carriage that was surrounded by tens of thousands of Yin Demon clansmen. The surrounding void experts all had weird expressions on their faces. They looked at the Nine Dragons Blue Phoenix carriage and then at Hongdo Liefeng. Their faces were full of ambiguity. To be honest, Hongdo Liefeng's appearance was indeed quite good. He was very pleasing to the eye. Although this person was a middle-aged expert in his 40s or 40s, he had a white face without a beard. Moreover, he had a head of elegant long hair and was quite handsome. He didn't like to speak, but he always gave people an incomparably calm and mature feeling. It wasn't too much to say that he was a pretty boy. It was just that no one thought about it before. Now that the old monster of the Yin Demon clan mentioned it in public, the more the experts looked at him, the more they felt that it was true. However, his cultivation was indeed not bad. He was slightly stronger than Yin Qi and the other two. He was at the 13th realm, the 5th level of the Mystic Light realm. Yin Qi and the other two were only at the 12th level, the Void realm. Although they were at the later stage of the Void realm, Hongdo Liefeng was indeed half a realm stronger than them. After all, among the 5 deputy supervisors of the Overwatch Council in the Federation headquarters, Hongdo Liefeng had always been ranked first. If one were to count carefully, he was the most trusted subordinate of the Overwatch Council's Long Huai. Moreover, this time Hongdo Liefeng was the commander of the Sanlan fleet, one of the 2 fleets of the Federation headquarters. He had a high status and authority. Now that he was called a gigolo in public, he was instantly furious when he wanted to take pity on him. He roared like thunder. "Old monster of the Yin Demon clan, don't pretend to be crazy and provoke me. Otherwise, I will definitely suppress you. Don't make a mistake." It was no wonder that he was so fearless. The Yin demons had moved out in full force. Although there were more than 10,000 of them, there were still 2 fleets of the Federation behind him. Putting aside the other fleet that he didn't have a good relationship with, at least the Blue Fleet in Hongdo Liefeng's hands was quite sizable. 5 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, and 15 large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters. There were close to 100,000 Federation soldiers inside, and they were completely unafraid of the enemy. This was especially so for the Yin Devil clan. Although the 3 elders of the Yin Devil clan were present, they were only at the 12th stage of the Void realm and were inferior to Hongdo and Liefeng. The one who truly made people apprehensive was their clan leader, the Yin Emperor. However, it was rumored that this person had always been in a life and death seclusion. As long as he didn't come out, in the eyes of true experts, the Yin Devil clan didn't need to fear them. If they were truly angered, Hongdo Lifeng was even confident that he could suppress Yin Qi and the others in one fell swoop, including the perverted old monster in the flashy Nine Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage. Although this person was mysterious, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be stronger than the Yin Emperor, the patriarch of the Yin Devil clan, right? Hearing Hongdo Lifeng's warning words, Yin Qi and the other two immediately felt awkward. The three of them also secretly complained in their hearts. This old ancestor was really too monstrous. It was probably because he had been locked in that already dried up Yin and cold land for too long. Every day he played with himself and actually had this kind of habit of being gay. However, the person who was pleasing to the eye was actually one of the higher-ups of the 10,000 Net Federation. His cultivation was at the 13th stage of the mystic light realm, and the three of them weren't his match at all. At this moment, facing Hongdo Lifeng's warning, the three of them were about to turn red, but they didn't say anything. It wasn't that they didn't want to stand out, but that they couldn't beat the other party, let alone bring him over for the old ancestor to play with. If they really did make a move, they would be asking for humiliation. Even the old ancestor would be mocked by the experts of the surrounding forces, which was not good. In this situation, the three of them looked at each other and secretly communicated. They decided that if the old ancestor didn't say anything, they would pretend that this matter didn't happen. After all, Hongdo Lifeng was also one of the higher-ups of the 10,000 Net Federation, so he shouldn't continue to pester them. Although this would cause them to lose a lot of face, it was better than actually making a move and being completely slapped in the face. Unfortunately, although the three of them had made a good plan, the old ancestor didn't plan to cooperate at all. Just as Yin Qi and the others were feeling apprehensive, the gloomy voice from the Nine Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage behind them sounded again. 3 breaths have passed. Gigolo, you dare to disobey this old man? Today I'll first turn you into a stick, then slowly play with you. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, the sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out. It was as if a weak dark green light shot out from the Nine Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage. Its speed was extremely fast, and even the supreme experts of the universe in the distance couldn't react in time. Almost at the same time, a skinny dark green ghost claw suddenly appeared in front of Hongdo Lifeng without any warning. It wasn't very big, only the size of a meter, and it disappeared in a flash. Ah! The moment the dark green ghost claw suddenly disappeared, Hongdo Lifeng let out a miserable howl. His arms and legs were all cut off at the roots, and they left his body with a rain of blood. He was really turned into a stick in an instant. This scene was too strange and it happened too suddenly. All the experts in the surroundings were stunned. A supreme existence at the middle and late stage of the mystic light realm at the 13th level was reduced to a human stick so easily? Heavens, what is the cultivation of that old pervert in the Azure Phoenix carriage? This kind of divine ability is too terrifying. He was actually able to turn a late-stage profound light realm expert into a stick in the blink of an eye from 1,000 miles away. What a terrifying divine ability. Netherworld Claw. This old man remembers now. This is the legendary Netherworld Claw. How is this possible? This divine ability is the bloodline divine ability of the desolate Netherworld race. Although a trace of the Netherworld race's bloodline flows in the Yin demon race's body, unless they completely revert to their ancestors, they definitely won't be able to reproduce such a terrifying divine ability. It is said that the reason why the Yin Emperor, the patriarch of the Yin race, entered a life and death seclusion several hundred years ago was to revert his bloodline to its ancestor. Could it be that he has already succeeded? No, this isn't the Yin Emperor's voice, and his style is even more different. Furthermore, this old man has fought the Yin Emperor twice before, and he definitely doesn't have this kind of homosexual nature. Who is this monster? Why is he able to use the bloodline divine ability of the Netherworld race? Didn't this race already go extinct in the late stage of the desolate ancient era? As cries of surprise rang out in the surroundings, Yi Xian's eccentric voice rang out from the Nine Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage once again. Inchi Inba Injo, what are you 3 old bastards still standing around for? Hurry up and bring that stick over for this ancestor. This kind of pretty boy is rare, so I need to properly play with him. Hearing this summon and seeing how terrifying the Netherworld Claw was, the old ancestor was able to turn a late-stage mystic light realm cultivator into a human stick from thousands of kilometers away. Even though it was a sneak attack, there was still a difference of 2 realms between them. Even if it was a sneak attack, it was still shocking enough. Chapter 34:11. To live as long as heaven. Seeing Yixian use the Netherclaw divine ability once again and turn Hongdou, who was at the late stage of the profound light realm, into a human rod with a single strike, Yinqi and the other 2 were overjoyed. They realized that this was a great opportunity to establish their ancestors' might, so they immediately knelt down together as if they had a tacit understanding. The tens of thousands of Yin demon clansmen around the 9 dragons' Azure Phoenix chariot had basically figured out this old ancestor's temper. At this moment there was no need for Yinqi and the other 2 to remind them. They immediately knelt together in the void. Before each of them knelt down, an uneven large bluestone slab appeared under their knees. Plop! Plop! More than 10,000 figures simultaneously shrank by a large amount, and the sound of knees hitting the bluestone floor could be heard. This gave the experts of the various major forces in the surrounding void a great shock, and then they were all dumbfounded by the scene before them. Immediately after that, a thunderous roar rang out, and the voices of over 10,000 people converged into one. Patriarch Huanting, we are powerless. Enjoy immortal blessings forever, and live as long as the heavens. Enjoy immortal blessings forever. Live as long as the heavens. Bang! 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 Immediately after the last word, there was the sound of a large number of figures falling into the void. Among the camps of the major forces, there were many experts who could not withstand it and almost fell into the void. The scene in front of them was too shocking. No matter what, they couldn't have imagined it. What era was this? There was actually such an old monster who liked this kind of thing? It was simply too shocking. Facing the strange scrutinizing gazes of the experts from the various major forces, Yinqi puffed up his chest and stepped forward. He said proudly, "Don't be negligent. My ancestor Huanting is the young master of the primordial netherworld race. Back then, in order to avoid the unprecedented battle in the primordial era, he was sealed by the Netherworld Great Emperor in the primordial Yin Cold Land when he was young. He only came out recently. Counting the years, my ancestor's lifespan is boundless, and he has already lived for hundreds of millions of years. It is not an exaggeration to say that he will enjoy immortal blessings forever, and live as long as the heavens." Furthermore, this Hongdou Lifeng actually dared to reprimand my ancestor in public. This is truly disrespectful. This matter must be explained. Otherwise, when those Tao protectors who were sealed together with my ancestor for hundreds of millions of years awaken, the entire 10,000 Federation will be in trouble. Those Tao protectors were already existences that surpassed the universe when they were first sealed by the Netherworld Great Emperor hundreds of millions of years ago. Don't make a mistake. It was unknown if it was because he had been by Yixian's side for a period of time, but Yinqi had also been infected with this kind of bragging problem. However, his image in the past was still quite reliable. At least he would not make up nonsense. Coupled with his identity as a powerful elder of the Yin demon race, the credibility of his words at this moment was naturally very high. For a time, none of the experts from the various major forces in the surrounding void had any doubts. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all exclaimed in shock. The young master of the Netherworld race? That's amazing, what a great origin. No wonder he can use the bloodline ability of the Netherworld race, the Netherworld Claw. I didn't expect him to be in existence from the primordial era. He was sealed when he was young, so he avoided the unprecedented battle and lived from the primordial era to the present. My Yinji clan has a small amount of records related to that battle all those years ago. The Netherworld Emperor was indeed a figure that shocked a generation, and he'd once executed the divine ability of the Netherclaw to split the Azure Eye of the Heaven Tao into 2. His combat strength was shocking, and I never imagined that his young son would actually survive until now. This is not the most shocking thing. Didn't you hear what Elder Yinqi said? A few Tao protectors of the Netherworld were sealed by the Netherworld Emperor along with him, and they were similarly formidable members of the Netherworld clan from the primordial era. All those years ago, they were already supreme existences that had surpassed the universe realm, and they'd lived until now. Even if their cultivations had remained stagnant for a myriad of years, Their cultivations were extremely terrifying. Apart from the netherworld turtle race, among the races of the second universe, the demon race has become the second race to be confirmed to have an existence that surpassed the universe realm. This is simply heaven-defying. Who dares to provoke them in the future? As these exclamations sounded, Hong Do Lai Feng, who had been cut into a human stick 1,000 miles away, trembled. He was a late-stage mystic light realm expert at the 13th realm. After his limbs were cut off, he quickly regrown them with a secret technique. However, his vitality was greatly damaged, so he could not fight with others for the time being. In the small Federation fortresses behind him, some experts swarmed out and came to his rescue. However, Inqi, Inba, and Injiu were even faster. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a few whistling sounds, the three of them actually used a secret technique to teleport on the spot. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Hongdo Laifeng. Before he could react, a dark golden chain had already wrapped around the latter's neck. Hongdo Laifeng was shocked and immediately roared, "How dare you! I am the Deputy Director of the Overwatch Council of the Federation. Let your sister out. It is your good fortune that the old ancestor has taken a liking to you. Stop talking nonsense and shut your beak. When the old ancestor plays later, there will be time for you to shout." Inqi and the others felt that their words earlier had already shocked the experts of the various great powers in the surroundings. After all, a few Tao protectors of the netherworld whose cultivation had already surpassed the almighty figures of the universe during the primordial era were no joke. Although there were similar existences in the top forces of the three universes, they had never appeared and had not shown their faces even once in hundreds of millions of years. However, the Tao protectors of the Demon clan were different. Their duty was to protect the young master of the netherworld. Now that the young master had woken up, how could the Tao protectors be far away? Just this alone was enough to deter the crowd. Therefore, the three of them were completely unrestrained. Although they knew that this was most likely a lie and had never heard Patriarch Huan Ting mention it, it was more than enough to scare the experts of the various large forces. At this moment, the three of them used the dark golden chain to lock Hongdo Laifeng. In an instant, they used the teleportation ability again and dragged him back to the void occupied by the Demon clan in the blink of an eye. It was also at this moment that the sarcastic voice resounded out once more from within the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage, and it carried a sense of praise. "Not bad, you three old bastards are really efficient in handling matters, and you've won the heart of this ancestor. I'll remember your contribution in this matter." Hearing this strange voice in front of him, Hongdo Laifeng, who was already strong on the outside but weak on the inside, suddenly trembled violently. This was definitely a temperamental old demon. Even the generals under his command were cursing him as an old bastard, but Inqi and the other two were secretly delighted. Even the dignified elder of the Devil clan was so unbearable in front of him. It was enough to show how powerful his despotic power was. How could he have a good time in the hands of such a perverted old demon? Thinking of this, Hongdo Laifeng even wanted to die. He swallowed his saliva and stuttered, "Old ancestor, I didn't mean to offend you. What happened before was a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding your mother? Quickly get in and serve the old ancestor well." Before he finished speaking, Inqi had lifted his foot and kicked Hongdo Laifeng into the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. Chapter 34:12. The ancestor as mighty. The Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage was an ancient treasure. Although it didn't have much battle power, and even its defensive abilities weren't satisfactory, its value was completely reflected in the level of showing off. It was extremely useless and even Inqi and the others didn't like it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so easily given it to Yixian. However, no matter how useless this Phoenix carriage was, it was still an ancient treasure. Not to mention its other abilities, it was still quite powerful in terms of privacy. Even the most powerful people in the universe couldn't see the scene inside the Phoenix carriage. In reality, if Yixian wanted to, he wouldn't even let out a sound. However, there were miserable cries ringing out from within the Phoenix carriage. This was the result of his deliberate actions. "Ah! You old pervert! Ah! Save me, save me!" The miserable cries were incomparably shrill, sometimes mixed with one or two angry words like "old pervert," and then there were wolf howls. When they entered the ears of the powerful people in the surrounding space, Their hairs stood on end. They subconsciously imagined the inhuman torture that Hongdo Lifeng was suffering. Soon after, many people began to shiver. After all, Hongdo Lifeng was a powerful person in the middle and late stages of the mystic light realm. If it was only physical pain, even if his bones were broken and his soul searched, he probably wouldn't howl so miserably. For him to howl like this, it was most likely torment of that level. Thinking of the Netherworld race's young master's penchant for homosexual acts, everyone felt extremely disgusted. Goosebumps covered their bodies, and they felt their stomachs churn. As expected, an old monster couldn't be measured with common sense. Too much time had passed, and his mentality had long been deformed. It was unimaginable. This was just a small interlude, but the commotion it caused was not small. The experts of the various superpowers all had fear in their hearts. Regarding the Devil clan, which was originally very difficult to deal with, even more so, no one was willing to provoke them. However, Hongdo Lifeng was, after all, the deputy supervisor of the Wanluo Federation Overwatch Council. The other powers, including the royal elder Long Ziwen of the Immortal Dynasty, and the commander of another fleet in the Wanluo Federation headquarters, could ignore this matter. However, the Overwatch Council Blue Fleet that Hongdo Lifeng commanded could not remain uninvolved. The commander had been captured and was being tortured inhumanely. If they did nothing, they would all be dealt with according to military law when they returned. This Blue Fleet wasn't weak either. They had 5 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters and 15 large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters. If they really disregarded everything, they had the power to fight to the death with the demon race. Now that the situation was like this, Hongdo and Liefeng's 5 deputy generals had no choice but to fight the demons to the end. A total of 20 large fortresses and small fortresses began to recharge. The muzzles of the main cannons appeared and aimed at the demon camp in another corner of the void thousands of miles away. Immediately after, the threatening words of one of Hongdo's deputies rang out from one of the small fortresses. He demanded that Qi and the others immediately hand over their commander, Hongdo Lifeng. Otherwise, they would fire together and fight to the death. This scene was actually within the expectations of the experts from the other forces. It was because of this that the Immortal Dynasty army, which also came from the Immortal Star, and the other fleet from the Wanluo Federation headquarters, had been holding back and not moving. Hongdo Lifeng had an entire fleet under his command here. It was not their turn to take action. In an instant, the atmosphere in this expanse of space tensed up once more. The Nether Turtle clan that the various great powers were waiting for had yet to appear, yet unexpected conflicts had already erupted one after another in the camps of the various great powers. The scene was bustling to the extreme, causing the experts of the various great powers who were waiting in the surrounding space to not feel bored from waiting. Not only did the good show play out one after another, it had not even ended yet. Instead, it seemed to be getting more and more intense. Facing this situation, Qi and the others were a little dumbfounded. This fleet was different from the other forces. It was directly under Hongdo Liefeng's command. They would definitely dare to fight to the end. If they didn't fight, they wouldn't be able to report back. Before the 3 of them could come to a conclusion, Yixian's sarcastic voice rang out again from the 9 Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. He said lazily, "Didn't this ancestor just take a fancy to a pretty boy and get him to play with him first? I won't kill him. Is there a need for you to be so excited? What a killjoy. In addition, this guy is too weak. How long has it been? He actually cracked after a few rounds. This bloody mess really makes this ancestor sick. Forget it, I've had a taste anyway. He's just an embroidered pillow that looks good but is useless. This ancestor doesn't want him. I'll just return him to you." As he spoke, a figure had already flown out of the 9 Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. It was Hongdo Lifeng. His clothes didn't cover his body, and his exposed skin was bruised. It was obvious that he had suffered inhuman torture. Facing the strange gazes of countless experts from the various factions, Hongdo Lifeng, who had lost his battle strength because of his heavy injuries, was thrown by Yixian. His body uncontrollably shot toward the Sanlan fleet. However, his face had long turned green. He howled miserably like a mad wolf. "Don't believe him. I didn't lose my virginity. I didn't crack." It would have been better if he hadn't said this. Once this matter was mentioned, the gazes of all the experts immediately swept toward Hongdou Liefeng's buttocks with pity. Quite a few people sighed. Sai, the deputy director of the Overwatch Council of the Federation, had been played by that old demon until he cracked. How could the word tragic be enough? No. It's not like that. That old demon didn't play with me. I really didn't crack. I didn't lose my virginity. Hongdou Liefeng howled miserably again. He was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He was finished. This was why Yixian hadn't killed him in the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. Letting him carry this big black pot and live well was more satisfying than directly killing him. In the void thousands of miles away, the commanders of the 20 large fortresses and small fortresses saw Commander Hongdou Liefeng's figure appear. Although he had been played with until he cracked, he had returned alive. Thus, they all wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and successively gave the order to stop charging. However, what no one expected was that while the Senlon fleet was planning to settle the matter peacefully, the netherworld old monster in the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage suddenly attacked again. Humph. I've returned the person to you. However, you dared to threaten me in public just now. How should I deal with that? Along with the cold snort, before the starry sky powerhouses of the various camps could recover from their shock, a faint dark green light that was exactly the same as before shot out from the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of a small fortress of the Sanlon fleet thousands of miles away. It was where the deputy commander's voice had come from. Chapter 34:13. Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales. This scene was very familiar. Even though the Netherworld race's Netherworld Claw was extremely powerful, Yixian's cultivation was still weak. Every time he used it, he would expend a lot of energy. This was the same as when he used the Heaven-Falling Bow. After all, these two abilities were the bloodline abilities of supreme beings of the primordial era. Since they were equally powerful, they would naturally expend the same amount of energy. Yixian had already used it a few times. Even though it seemed casual, he was just forcing himself to use it. However, this was necessary. He couldn't show any weakness. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve the effect he wanted. Compared to the time when he only used a sneak attack to turn Hongdou Liefeng, who was in the late stage of the mystic light realm, into a human rod, Yixian even used his claw to cut a small meteor in the void thousands of miles away in order to intimidate Yin Qi. Even though this time, Yixian's netherworld claw was much closer, only thousands of miles away, his target was a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Therefore, it was much more difficult. As far as Yixian was concerned, the most direct difference was that the power of his cultivation, the power of his physical body, and the power of his blood had instantly reached a peak. Even though it wasn't like when he used the Heaven-Falling Bow when he was still very weak, almost all the energy in his body was drained and he fainted on the spot after shooting the arrow. However, it wasn't too far off. Luckily, Yixian had all kinds of treasures and spirit herbs in his hands. He also had a large amount of cultivation resources like multi-pupil sense crystals and star core sources. Therefore, after using the Netherworld Claw, he immediately took out a large amount of resources from his undying world and threw them all to the devouring system to recover at full speed. Everything was done secretly. After paying such a price before Yixian could fully recover, his goal of using this attack to show off his strength had been successfully achieved. Rip. Boom. First, there was a crisp sound that sounded like a piece of silk being torn apart. Then there was a huge explosion that covered the sky, shocking and illuminating a small part of the void. A steel battleship in a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was like a small meteor, but it was even more sturdy. However, at this moment, it was instantly cut in half by the giant dark green nether ghost's claw. The sound of an explosion resounded. Countless electric sparks flickered, and flames soared into the sky. The small fortress that had been cut in half completely collapsed. A large amount of resources fell from the cut, and the figures of some Federation military experts scurried out in panic. This scene stunned everyone. That freak in the Nine Dragons' Cyan Phoenix chariot was too cruel. He had only threatened him with a few words, but he had directly destroyed a small fort with a diameter of 50,000 meters. It had to be known that this was the Blue Fleet of the Wanluo Federation's Overwatch Council. It was a powerful department of the Federation headquarters, yet the other party did not take it seriously at all. Amidst the shock, understanding rose in everyone's hearts. This freak old demon could not be provoked. He came from the later stage of ancient times hundreds of millions of years ago. He was the only son of the Emperor of the Netherworld. Presumably, he was used to running amok in the later stage of ancient times. In this world he was even more fearless. Furthermore, behind him were a few Netherworld guardians whose cultivations and abilities far surpassed the 15th realm of Qian Kuan. Once they were awakened, other than the most powerful hidden powers of the various major powers, who in this world could face them head-on? Even Zhan Tu Long Ziwen and the Browless ancestor, who were at the 15th realm of Qian Kuan, couldn't help but feel their eyelids twitch. To cut a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters in half was something they could also do with great ease. After all, they were powerful beings of Qian Kuan. However, they could not be like this killing god, stirring up such a disturbance over a small matter. He was too unrestrained and did not take the Wan Luo Federation seriously at all. It was best not to provoke such an existence. He was practically a madman. Even the Sanlan fleet, who had a small fortress destroyed, swallowed their anger and did not continue to pursue the matter. The other party's background was too great. Since Commander Hongdo Liefeng had already returned, there was no need to continue fighting him head-on. The final plan of how to deal with the matter would be reported after returning to the Overwatch Council. The great gods in the Federation headquarters would naturally have an explanation. For a moment, the aces of the various major powers in the surrounding space all revealed fearful expressions. Only the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, who were in 3 different ships, seemed to have a telepathic connection. They quietly muttered to themselves at the same time. This style is so familiar. So cruel and unforgiving when reason is right. Why does it feel like it's exactly the same as that big bastard style? I must be hallucinating. This can't be real. How could it be him? If it's true, then it's really a big problem. I actually took a fancy to a pervert with homosexual tendencies. It's so creepy. An unexpected storm had come to an end. Yixian's goal had been achieved. Without a doubt, the Huanting Elder's cruel and domineering image had now been deeply ingrained in people's hearts and shocked everyone. From now on, in this sea of Hades turtles, there was basically no power who dared to provoke them lightly. It was also at this moment that there was finally movement in the vast sea of stars surrounded by the fleets of the various major powers. Previously, when the various major powers had arrived, none of them had recklessly entered the sea of Hades turtles. Instead, they had quietly waited at the edge of the star field where the ancestral land of the Hades turtles was located. Their purpose was to wait for the Hades turtle clan's response. The Hades turtle clan had a long lifespan, and several old fossils in the clan had already been terrifying existences who had surpassed the 15th Great Realm many years ago. Although they would not show themselves under normal circumstances, this star field could usually allow some idle experts to enter and explore, but it did not mean that the fleets of the various major powers could enter at will. After all, this was the star field where the ancestral land of the Hades turtle clan was located. Even powerful figures like Zhan Tu Long Ziwen and the ancestor Wu Mei had to be afraid of the few living fossils of the clan. Only with permission would they dare to enter with the fleets behind them and fight for the primordial treasure that was about to appear. At this moment, the Hades turtle clan had clearly responded. After all the top powers of the 3 universes had come together. No matter how strong the Hades turtle clan was, it was impossible for them to really dare to block the entrance. Everyone was well aware that they had given them face, but they had to be tactful too. In the depths of the vast star field ahead that was covered in mist and revealed a dense and desolate aura. A gray-colored Hades turtle that was terrifying to the point of being the size of a small meteor had suddenly revealed itself. Its entire body was suffused with a dense gray aura that revealed a mysterious aura. This was an extremely formidable Hades turtle, and it actually possessed a cultivation at the middle and late stage of the 15th Great Realm. It was a senior great figure of the universe. Chapter 34:14. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin the turtle ancestor invites you in this gray pouncing nether turtle that was as large as a small meteor, was an elder of the nether turtle clan. The lifespan of the nether turtle clan was extremely long, and they'd lived for a few millions of years. Even if it was an elder of the clan, he was already at the 15th realm, the advanced stage of the universe realm, and he'd lived for countless years. Unfortunately, the masters in the surrounding starry skies couldn't feel much vitality from this nether turtle. Perhaps with its nether turtle bloodline it could live for another few million years, but this kind of life was no different from death. The nether turtle clan had lost their faith, and even the bloodline inheritance of the clan had been personally lost by them. The blow was too great, and all of the nether turtles were no different from being dead. The Sea of Nether Turtles was a very vast star region. However, there were only a little over 1,000 nether turtles in this star region. This was the total population of the Nether Turtles clan. In the past, some starry sky masters who wandered around the Nether Turtle sea star field would not see a single nether turtle for dozens or even hundreds of years. They were all hibernating in their nests, usually sleeping for thousands of years and rarely showing themselves. Today, this nether turtle elder that was enormous like a star and possessed a cultivation at the advanced stage of the universe realm at the 15th level had made an appearance, and it was already a rare and grand occasion for the experts of the various powers in the 3 dimensions of the universe. Even if all the experts present had seen a true nether turtle in the past, it was at least a few thousand years ago. If they didn't know that the Nether Turtle clan had a long lifespan and lived for millions of years, the outside world would probably think that this clan had gone extinct a long time ago. The Nether Turtle tribe's elder had only come here to make a statement. After a few words, he was about to leave. What he said was nothing more than a warning to the powerhouses of the various races of the 3 universes not to wreak havoc or disturb the hibernation of the Nether Turtle clan after entering the Nether Turtle Sea. They had no choice but to do so. The various great powers of the 3 universes had joined forces to come here in search of fortune. Even though the Nether Turtle clan had a few peerless existences, they weren't strong enough to become enemies with the 3 universes. They gave them face and didn't trespass. After the elders of the Nether Turtle clan made an appearance, they could only give them a few words of warning and immediately let them pass. All of this was originally just a formality, and everyone was well aware that everything would unfold after this Nether Turtle tribe elder left. In this vast star field of the Sea of Nether Turtles, the battles that followed would still be carried out as usual. As long as they didn't make too big of a commotion, as long as they didn't disturb the slumber of the 1,000+ Nether Turtles of this clan, everything would be fine. All the Nether Turtles of this clan were lethargic and lifeless, and they didn't have the heart to contend for supremacy, so they wouldn't pay too much attention to these disputes. However, just as the Nether Turtle clan elder was about to turn around and return to his slumber, Yin-Chi, who was beside the 9 Dragons' Azure Luan carriage, took a step forward and suddenly spoke out loud, saying something that caused Yi-Xian to be dumbfounded. "Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. How can you be so rude as to ignore the visit of your clan's granduncle and turn around to leave?" The granduncle that he was referring to was naturally Yi-Xian. In Yin-Chi's eyes, his identity was the young master of the Nether Turtle tribe, and he came from the later stage of the primordial age. Back then, he had rolled and peed on the back of the Void Turtle tribe's bloodline ancestor, the Nether Turtle tribe. If he really counted, he was indeed the granduncle of this Nether Turtle tribe. Therefore, Yin-Chi's words were said confidently, and all the experts in the surrounding void heard it and were all dumbfounded. At this moment, all the experts in the starry sky turned to look at Yin-Chi as if they were looking at a fool. In the face of a Nether Turtle who had the terrifying cultivation of the universe late stage, the 15th great realm, this fellow actually dared to reprimand him for being rude to his face and even said that his granduncle was here to visit. This was clearly the rhythm of seeking death. In fact, even Yi-Xian had such thoughts in his heart at this moment. Now he simply wished that he could strangle Yin-Chi to death on the spot. The words that he said to Yin-Chi and the other 2 previously were just to pave the way for him to order all the more than 10,000 Yin demon clansmen to help him search for the fragments of the ancient turtle shell after entering the Sea of Nether Turtles. Who would have thought that this old fellow would be so serious and actually take it completely seriously and actually dared to reprimand a terrifying Nether Turtle who was in the later stage of the universe late stage? This was clearly the rhythm of roasting Yi-Xian on the fire. With Yi-Xian's cultivation and strength, he was confident that he could use the Nether Claw to fool Yin-Chi and the other 2 existences. Even if it was a powerful figure in the 15th great realm of the universe late stage, Yi-Xian might be able to bluff his way through without knowing the inside story. However, this person in front of him was only an elder of the Nether Turtle tribe. Behind him was the tribe leader of the tribe and the living petrified beings who were said to have lived for hundreds of millions of years. Those were supreme existences whose cultivation had long surpassed the 15th great realm of the universe late stage many years ago. Facing such existences, Yi Xian was not confident that he could fool them. This time he was really going to be killed by Yin Qi this time. On this side, Yi Xian, who was in the Nine Dragons Green Phoenix carriage, secretly complained, but Yin Qi, who was beside the carriage, did not feel anything. Seeing that the elder of the Nether Turtle tribe, who was about to turn around and stop in the void ahead, stopped in his tracks, and countless experts from the various large forces looked towards him, this old fellow was actually delighted. He felt that he had finally helped the ancestor to show his face again, and presumably, the ancestor's impression of him would be better. As a result, he became even more excited. His voice did not stop as he continued to speak with assurance. Our ancestor is the young master of the Netherworld. He was sealed in an innately cold place by the Netherworld Great Emperor in the later stage of the Antiquity Age, and he only came out recently. During the battle all those years ago, the Netherworld Great Emperor of my tribe and the Void Giant Turtle tribe's bloodline progenitor were on the same side, and they were comrades in arms. Moreover, the Netherworld Great Emperor of my clan had a very close personal relationship with the Void Tortoise, the bloodline progenitor of your clan. According to the young master of my clan, before he was sealed when he was young, he even rolled on the back of the Void Tortoise, and peed on it. In this way, our clans aren't outsiders, and the young master of my clan is clearly your Nether Tortoise's granduncle. This time, the young master of my tribe did not come to the Sea of Nether Turtles for that Yin Luo net. He heard that your Nether Turtle tribe lost the ancient turtle shell of the Void Ancient technique, and he couldn't bear it, so he brought us here with the intention of helping the Nether Turtle tribe find the inheritance. This is a friendship between comrades in arms. Elder of the Nether Turtle tribe, how can you be rude? At the end of his words, Yin Qi waved his sleeve and stood proudly. In his opinion, although the other party's cultivation base was at the advanced stage of the universe realm, he was only an elder of the Nether Turtle tribe after all. He was also an elder of the Yin Devil tribe, and he was also an elder with power. If he really wanted to talk about it, they should be on equal footing. Therefore, from the meaning of his words, it was obvious